Football modifier. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326 Super God State. The matter goal incident is a very dangerous signal. If every player can do this kind of thing, then the so-called unchangeable system speculation will become a joke. Just imagine. Fortunately, Matter only scored 1 goal in the semifinals. What if he scored 3 goals? Or, if the semifinal simulated by Tongfan is only 1:0 instead of 3:0, then Matter's goal will have a subversive impact on everything because of football, since there was no light red system reminder box popping up to explain the reason for Matter's sudden goal. Tongfan had to figure it out by himself. Point first, click to enter Newcastle's first team camp, find Juan Matter's name, and find a small green box floating in front of the little guy's name, with the 2 words Yanzuan on it. Exhausted, clicking to enter Juan Matter's numerical value page, Leoli was pleasantly surprised to find that Matter's physical attributes, technical attributes, and mental attributes have all increased significantly. The specific items in these 3 categories are speed, explosive power, physique, bounce, flexibility, concentration, anticipation, running without the ball, technique, shoot, dribbling, pass, cross. The colors of the values have changed to dark blue, white, light blue, dark blue. The display colors of the Arabic numerals of these 3 types of players represent different levels of strength. White represents useless, light blue represents mediocrity, and dark blue represents superb. Any value expressed in dark blue will exceed 16 point. Therefore, the Arabic number 16 is the most essential numerical difference between a mediocre player and a superstar player in the FM 2008 system. Half a month ago, Leoli specially observed Juan Matter's data. Although the little guy's data at that time was also very bright, it was definitely not so exaggerated. Unexpectedly, in just 15 days, the M2008 system's evaluation of Matter would change so much. What makes Tongfan even more delighted is that the small arrows behind the key data such as technology and drigging that represent the data floating status are all green and facing upward at 90 degrees. Like rows of thriving bamboo shoots. It gives people the feeling of eating ice cream in the dog days of summer. The green arrow pointing upward at 90 degrees means that Juan Matter's data is continuing to grow, and it is very likely that there will be another qualitative leap. What exactly is going on? Logically speaking, even with the training plan provided by Tongfan, a player's numerical value will never increase so shockingly without using FM millimeters to accelerate maturity. To put it in context, think about Matana in the semifinals. An inexplicable goal. Everything is weird. So, with a sultry heart full of curiosity and exploration spirit about the unknown, Leoli thought for a while, moved the mouse, and clicked to enter Juan Matter's personal mood interface. The little guy's mood only had 1 sentence. It's a pity that the Spanish team failed to reach the semi-finals of the European Cup, but I hope that Tongbian can go further in the 2008 European Cup. After reading it, Tongfan was moved again, but the reasons for all the previous doubts were still not found out, so he moved the mouse again and clicked to enter the status interface. This time, he found some clues, because in Matter 2008 there is this sentence in the status summary: on July 1st, 2018, achieve Super God State for 30 seconds. Break through the constraints of the system. A keyword caught Tongfan's attention. Super Divine State, another new system term. Tongfan found that in the FM system, there are 2 types of things that are particularly worth pondering, namely, points and status, such as character points, arbitrary points, and Superman status, Super God status. Now that I think about it, it should be exactly this. One after another, nouns with unique meanings constitute the rules of the FM system. When I moved my mouse and clicked on the words Super God State, I was disappointed to find that the small arrow did not turn into a small hand. This meant that there was no next level explanation menu, which was strange. Point, this road is blocked. Where should I go? If he doesn't understand the meaning of super divine state. Li Tongfan will have trouble sleeping and eating. At this moment, or thoughts suddenly flashed through Laoli's mind like lightning. By the way, the system database query system. Since the system database was expanded again, Laoli hasn't discovered whether there are any newly added functions. Why not take this opportunity to take a look? When a player's mental power is concentrated due to some factors and exceeds the maximum value of the system by more than 20 in an instant, it will be beyond the control of the FM system. During this period, the player's behavior will exceed the predictions of this system limit, and the state the player has during the period when his mental power exceeds the maximum value of the system is called super god state. The so-called mental power refers to the energy that bursts out when a football player focuses all his energy on a certain thing due to external stimulation, or it is called will, thought power, and mental power. When a player with a strong will and character focuses all his energy on a certain thing, there is only a 5% chance of entering the super god state. The probability is extremely low. But once he enters the super god state, the player's ability will more than double. Based on the original data attributes, players in the super god state will deliver a dominant performance on the pitch, but this state is very difficult to sustain. Without FM millimeter modification or FM system bonus, a player can only maintain the Superman state for no more than 3 minutes. The above information is the result of Laoli spending 2 character points to query the system database of FM 2008. Basically, it explains in detail the causes, effects, and requirements of the super god state on the player's own abilities. After reading these materials, Li Tongfan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, according to the information obtained from the query, the mental and will toughness of the players themselves are very high. In order to achieve the super god state, only those players who have a strong love for football and a firm will have a 5% chance of entering the super god state. Under special circumstances, since the super god state is not a cabbage in the vegetable market, Li Tongfan does not have to worry about the phenomenon that a large number of opponent players enter the super god state to overturn the FM system's pre-predicted win-loss relationship. At the same time, once Super God is released, many incredible classic scenes in football games can be reinterpreted. Maybe when Black Panther Giuseppe turned the tide against North Korea in the World Cup quarterfinals and scored 4 goals. Giggs scored a one-stop goal to kill Arsenal in the 1999 FA Cup semi-finals. Carlos shot an incredible S-shaped duck ball in the Four Nations Invitational Tournament. Zidane performed a flying fairy in the Champions League final. These incredible scenes may all be the result of the so-called super god state. Of course, these are all shameless guesses made by Li Tongfan with a sultry heart. However, Juan Mata's continuous small-scale Marcel turn in the penalty area in the last game to pass Terry and Ashley Cole and step on the god dance step has been proven to be super god state, without a doubt. Although the Spanish team was unfortunately eliminated, that performance was definitely a scene that could rival any classic scene on the green field. Being able to successfully enter the super god state at such a young age also proves from the side how huge Juan Mata's potential is. Juan Mata, an absolute superstar of the future. July 2. Afternoon. The sun is shining. Rapid Vienna, Jahad Hanapi Stadium. England is preparing for the upcoming European Cup finals. This game will undoubtedly go down in the history of Great Britain regardless of victory or defeat. So there is no need for the coaching staff to mobilize. Every player's training attitude is very positive, and every hammer shows his best side 100%, hoping to impress the figure standing on the sidelines and enter the starting list of the final. The stands are bustling with fans and media, and all kinds of slogans make people think that a fierce game is going on the field. On the sidelines, Li Tongfan's eyes always hit one person: Alan Smith. The 3-game suspension period has ended. According to Laoli's plan, Smith will undoubtedly get the opportunity to play in the final. The question now is, if Alan Smith starts, what will happen to Gerrard and Lampard? July 3. The sun was also shining brightly. Looking at the hammers who were working hard on the training ground, like they had taken aphrodisiacs, Li Tongfan had not made up his mind. This was the first time that Lee had been unable to determine the starting lineup in more than 2 years since he took over as coach. On the morning of July 4th, the weather was cool. On the sidelines of the training ground, Lee Tongfan was still hesitating between changing the formation and not changing the formation. Moreover, there was bad news. 3 hours ago, when Lee used the FM 2008 system to simulate the final, he found something that added fuel to the fire. The previously received big name system task, the curse of the king of football, finally gave a detailed explanation of the task in addition to the system simulation results of the game. Curse the England team to make 3 random mistakes and the restrictions of the final stage of another big name task, glorious European summit, that overlapped with it were 3 abnormal saves, 1 point of free will, 0 points of scandal, 1 point of destruction, and 0 points of climate. Such restrictions are much looser than Lee Tongfan expected, but the fatal thing is that the 3 errors caused by Uncle Pal's bad mouth are fatal. If 3 errors lead to 3 goals, then Lee Tongfan must ensure that he can beat the German team by more than 4 goals in the prediction, so as to win the championship without any mistakes. Therefore, before making the final starting lineup, Lee Tongfan temporarily put the FM 2008 system prediction on hold. Today's third update point thanks to Mario 82. 1888, Fengjian Kangaiu, Chafeng, 1888, Wuan 82, Ming, Lucifer, 10,000, Murderer and other dear swordsman brothers and sisters for their support. The time for the recommendation. The book recommended by Friendship, the fairy tale novel Mountain Moving, the only book that Xiaodao has been chasing for the genuine version, with superb writing and plot. Chapter 327. It's recommended. I'm asking my brothers to book the recommendation votes for next W. This recommendation was a surprise attack, so there was basically no preparation, and AOZ discovered it by accident. These 2 days, 3 updates a day with 9,000 words guaranteed. Taking advantage of the recommendation opportunity, please give all your recommendation votes to Xiaodao. Tomorrow, Monday, I will rush to the recommendation list to continue to collect collections and subscriptions. Dear brothers and sisters of Didaoak, please support Xiaodao. Also, crazy requests for subscriptions and recommendations. If you really don't have the ability, please give me a first order, which is very important to Xiaodao. Finally, let's talk about the update time and the future. 1 update at 12 noon. 2 updates at 10 p.m. If it is coded in advance, I will not post it in advance to avoid confusion in the update time. Chapter 328, Catastrophic Disaster. An auntie that Xiaodao likes very much, Xiaodao Sharp, has published a new book, Only Me, with the book number 1,743,644. Brothers can go and have a look. Great quality, trustworthy. The period before the 2008 European Cup final can be described in one sentence. 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. Experts have jumped out to make various reliable predictions with fiery words. Media reporters have painstakingly listed various signs to prove that the German team or the English team will definitely win the championship. Football legends have stepped in to give advice to the coaches of both sides, based on their precious invincible experience. Even the police cars in Vienna have to shuttle back and forth in bars of all sizes day and night to clean up the friendly exchanges between the British and German fans after drinking. And by the way, invite the parties to the police station to talk about life. For a time, all kinds of gossips were flying all over the sky like the pervasive word certificate. The miracle of the European Cup 36 years ago reappeared, and the 2 destinies showed that Germany would definitely win the championship. There is a bottomless pit hidden in the German team, and Lowe has a trump card in his hand that has not yet been played: the record of the battle between Germany and England. The German tank has an absolute advantage. The England team is weak in the competition. The English Football Association awarded a huge bonus, and each person can get £300,000 if they win the championship. Queen Elizabeth predicted the result of the game. 3:1 we won. Effenberg. I'm very dissatisfied with the team's defense. Bremer. Podolski and Schweinsteiger should strengthen the protection of the team's two-sided defenders, because before this, they often exposed Lamb and others to the enemy's guns. If this weakness is not changed, they will definitely become the target of Madley's attack. Beckenbauer. The high efficiency of the England team is suffocating, and one person in the German team will decide the outcome of the game. Lineker. I have never seen such a strong three lions. Crazily is invincible, and the Germans can enter the final purely by luck. England's famous female astrologer Odna Sunday belongs to the Leo constellation, which is consistent with the England team. Look at the stars in the sky. God tells us that Crazily will win the game. The most shocking thing is that in this storm of public opinion where everyone wants to show their face, even the Italian Rossetti, the referee of the final determined by UEFA, was involved. The Italian Gazzetta dello Sport rarely ignited the raging gossip fire. Rossetti will officiate the final to celebrate the 8th anniversary of marriage. His wife reveals her heart. It's really hard to be the woman behind the whistle. So, for fans of both sides, these bizarre days before the final were obviously a painful torture. But things are far from over just when everyone thought that their heart's endurance had been tested. A bigger challenge arrived. Germany's handsome young coach Lohr was like a weasel that had eaten too many carrots and kept sending smoke to the outside world at 10 AM on July 2nd. The German Football Association announced a shocking news. Michel Ballack, the leader of the German tank and the absolute core of the team's midfield, will most likely miss the European Cup final against England due to a calf muscle strain. German public opinion was in mourning. However, when the fans of the England team were rejoicing for getting rid of such a confidant and enemy like Ballack for less than 240 minutes, on the afternoon of July 2nd, the head coach of the German team, Lohr, suddenly stood up to refute the rumor. Michel is still in my final plan, and the team Dr. Wolfart is working hard. The matter is not over yet. Less than 3 hours after Lohr finished speaking, Michel Ballack himself stood up with tears on his face. Unfortunately, the conclusion of the latest MRI examination is very bad. Maybe I can only stand in the stands to cheer for my teammates. This is a disaster for me. When the false is true, the true is also false. Don't say that there is something, and there is nothing. As the leader of the German tank, whether Ballack is absent or not is not only a hot issue for fans and media of the two countries, but even the England coaching staff is dazzled, because such a heavyweight superstar will definitely affect the tactical arrangement of the England team. Damn it, don't worry about them. I'm sure that Ballack will be in luck with starting lineup. The wooden-headed Germans are performing a very boring one-man show. Let them continue to entertain themselves. Originally, Lee Tongfan had been very angry about the England team's starting lineup these days. The tricks of the handsome Uncle Lohr made Lee even angrier. So, after saying a harsh word to the worried assistant coach, the crazy old man Venables, the sullen man gritted his teeth and returned to his room. The game will start soon, and the FM system simulation must be carried out. In the FM 2008 system, Michel Ballack looked lively and energetic, and the physical strength item reached a perverted 100%. Can't play? Who are you kidding? Hua soon. The room was filled with the unique electronic synthesized sound of the FM 2008 system when simulating the game. 10 minutes later, the final prediction result appeared at the top of the Hummer GeoBook LCD screen. England 1:0 Germany. Although it is a victory, but think about the great system mission, the curse of the king of football, which said that the England team will be cursed by Uncle Bailey's crow's mouth and make 3 random mistakes. The score of 1:0 is not safe. Lee Tongfan swallowed and decided to use abnormal archiving. After careful preparation, the second system simulation began. Another 10 minutes. England 1:0 Germany. Still not working. Lee Tongfan swallowed a second mouthful of saliva and used the abnormal save again. 10 more minutes. England 1:0 Germany. Damn it, he's really crazy. He still plays like this. 1:0 for 3 consecutive games. There is only one last chance for system inference. What should I do? To push or not to push? The sullen man pursed his dry lips, and his throat felt bitter. He was like a lustful and bold otaku facing a clear beauty who fell into a coma after drinking. He was faced with a difficult choice. July 4th, 2008. Vienna. From morning to afternoon, the weather in Music City has been very good. At this time, there were still 4 hours before the European Cup final. Although the scorching temperature during the day had gradually dropped, the fans had just begun their warm-up activities before the game. The atmosphere of the finals is upon us. Germany's black, red, and yellow tricolour flag and England's St. George's Cross flag have become the colours that appear most frequently in the streets and alleys of Vienna. The exciting lyrics and music of Deutschlied, the surging tunes of Emperor Quartet and the majestic music God Save the Queen echoes in the sky of Vienna. The Danube River flows turbulently, and the Vienna woods becomes green waves. On the day of the finals, a special landscape appeared in the music capital. Countless reporters from all over the world appeared in this beautiful town surrounded by forests and surrounded by green water like bees discovering honey sources. Facing the cameras of reporters, fans with their respective national flags painted on their faces would jump out and shout in German or English from time to time, letting the whole world feel the enthusiasm and charm that football brings to this planet. The sun sinks into the Danube little by little. Time passes quickly but slowly in the anxious mood of the fans. July 4th. 20:45 p.m. Ernst Happel Arena in Vienna. Push with the whole world watching. The famous Italian whistler Rossetti finally blew the opening whistle of the final that everyone had been waiting for. The 2008 European Cup final, England vs. Germany, has begun. A fanatical roar erupted from the stands of the Ernst Happel Stadium, like a super hurricane coming from the depths of the Pacific Ocean to Vienna. The fans are excited. The game has begun. The England team is wearing red away uniforms, while the German team is wearing white jerseys. Crazy. Lee's starting lineup was beyond everyone's expectations. Newcastle midfielder Alan Smith, who had not played a minute in the previous 5 games, appeared in the starting lineup. Lampard and Gerrard were both seated. On the bench, Irving and Rooney continued to partner up front, with Downing and Joe Cole on the wings, David Beckham as a defensive midfielder, and Ashley Cole, Stephen Taylor, John Terry and Guerre on the back. Steve Berry is lined up in a row, and the Crazy Lee favourite Joe Hart's main position at the goalkeeper position is unbeatable. After Sester introduced the England team's lineup, he couldn't help but tease his opponent's coach Lowe. The German team made a big deal about the injury of core player Bolak before the game, but now the midfielder appears on the court alive and kicking. Now it seems that Crazy Lee has long known that this is a smokescreen played by the Germans, because he had disdainfully accused Lowe's psychological warfare at the press conference 5 hours ago of being without nutrition. Hey, Gary, is that what Crazy Lee said? Commentator partner Gary Lineker suppressed laughter and nodded with absolute certainty. Yes, Madman Lee did use the word nutritious. Although it is a bit problematic from a grammatical point of view, I have to admit that what he said very vivid. After saying that, both of them laughed. The psychological tactics of master tactician Lowe, apart from giving German fans a false alarm, did not achieve the slightest effect that the Germans expected. It was a bit of a humiliation. The British commentator smiled happily, but Lee Tongfan, who was standing on the sidelines, couldn't laugh. Because, in the last FM 2008 system calculation this morning, the final result obtained by Leoli was still an incredible 1:0. This is the first time in Lee Tongfan's 2-year cheating career that he has seen such a low probability event happen. After 3 abnormal save opportunities were consumed, no matter how Leoli adjusted his tactics or changed the starting lineup, even if system bugs such as BT corner kick tactics, bug corner kick tactics, and virtual offensive core tactics were all used without reservation, everything would still be lost. Nothing can change the final result. The 3 random system errors caused by the curse of Uncle Pell, the world champion, hang over the heads of Lee Tongfan and the England team like 3 extremely sharp swords of Excalibur. If you are not careful, it will be a disaster. I'm still begging for recommendation votes. Dear brothers, please help Xiaodao. Thanks to Jianshan Bamo, ITA, Meng Sheogsun, Lin Qiang Zuo Xiaodi, Chang Xiaoki, Bing Feng Yuang Su, Templar Knight 035, Mala, sorry, 588. Duasu. I love 888. Andrew 1212, 1888. To be continued. Agent Codename G8 and other brothers and sisters for their support. Chapter 329. The horrible curse is coming. Indeed, the game had just begun. Less than 3 minutes into the second half, the Ernst Happel stands, which had been as hot as magma, opened their mouths in surprise, and the camera swept over to see a sea of white teeth and red throats and vocal cords. Sidelines both, master of tactics, Low and God on the football sidelines, Crazy Lee were instantly paralyzed after being struck by lightning. 3 seconds later, the two looked at each other subconsciously, and then Low clenched his fists and jumped up as a winner. Finally, when the German team's teammates rushed to the stadium with a stretcher, the stands finally erupted with cheers and applause belonging to Germany. The huge sound waves were like a tangible hurricane that made every inch of the grass on the field tremble. On the field, Miroslav Klose, the top striker of the German team, was lying in the penalty area of the England team, his hands tightly covering his face, as if he had been hit hard. Not far from Klose, Bolak ordered the team doctor, who was running towards the scene of the incident, and signaled him to run faster, farther away. Podolski and Schweinsteiger high-fived in celebration. Farther away, the other players of the German team were laughing and surrounding them. The performance of the England team was completely the opposite. Joe Hart stood blankly on the goal line like a defeated rooster. Gareth Barry pushed his wet hair back with his hands, looking confused, and Stephen Taylor kicked the goal post angrily. Unbelievable. This is the most incredible goal I have ever seen. In such an important game, there is such a scene that even the most devout Englishman would like to curse God at this moment. AWW 1:1. Klose shot the ball into the goal of the England team with his face, which is really a ridiculous goal. You know, before this, world-class shooters such as David Villa and Luca Toni tried their best, but failed to break Joe Hart's 10 fingers. I can't wait to see the expression of Madman Lee at this moment. I wonder what God on the football field thinks of this scene. England in. The bar poof. Newcastle's young bus driver John Newton spit out the dark beer that he had just poured into his mouth, but had not had time to swallow. In the office, Brian Barwick, CEO of the English Football Association, trembled his fingers and a burning cigar, but fell on his precious Daniel handmade trousers, burning a big hole. All of this was because of a goal in the 48th minute of the ongoing 2008 European Cup final. A strange goal after getting the ball. German captain Borlak, who could not find a good opportunity to break through or pass the ball, shot a powerful shot about 40 meters away from the goal, and the football whistled and rotated towards the goal of the England team with a scorching airflow. Goalkeeper Joe Hart made a judgment in an instant, took small steps, and jumped up to block the upper right corner of the goal. The flying football was touched by the tip of Joe Hart's right index finger and continued to fall. After changing its line slightly, bang, the goal trembled, and more than 40,000 hearts in the Ernst Happel Stadium trembled with it. The football hit the junction of the upright post and the crossbar. Joe Hart's heart, which was almost vomited out of fear, had just fallen back to its normal position when an incredible scene appeared. After hitting the goal, the football bounced back like a beating white ball at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Miroslav Klose, the German striker who was following closely and preparing to make up the shot, was hit hard on his handsome face before he could figure out what was happening, and then Klose fell down with his head raised. If you use slow motion, you can see that a stream of blood spurted out of his nose. The white football was like a naughty child who was severely reprimanded by his parents. After being hit in the face by Klose, it finally flew into the goal from the left side reluctantly. The whole refraction process took less than 3 seconds, so the goal had already moved to Joe Hart. Even if he was on the wings, he could do nothing about such a weird shot. The curse of the king of football. There were 45,167 people at the Ernst Happel Stadium, and only Lee Tongfan knew the real reason for this goal. Uncle Pel's curse appeared in the final in the most deadly way, and this was only the first of 3 times. What else will happen? After standing on the sidelines and shouting loudly for the Hammers to calm down and stabilize their position, Lee Tongfan began to quickly think of ways to solve the problem in his brain. under the premise that the FM 2008 system only predicted a score of 1:0. If this situation occurs again, the only thing waiting for England is a miserable road of failure in the final. All previous efforts will be in vain. Soon, the game continued. Forward. Hey, Lucas. Forward firmly. You know you are a striker. Yes. That's it. Pay attention to your position and keep a distance from the goalkeeper. Obviously, the German team's lucky goal had a huge impact on the morale of the Three Lions. As the handsome tactician, Lowe continued to adjust unhurriedly on the sidelines. The operation of the German tank gradually found its optimum. A reasonable path, Bolak and others' strong push from the center unknowingly regained the midfielder's advantage. In controlling the ball point, all of the Three Lions' threatening offensives were compressed to the wings, but after the wing crosses from both wings sent the football into the penalty area, Owen and Rooney found the back of the German team's two tall men, Mertesacker and Metzelder. It is difficult to create a threatening shot when being marked by a central defender. However, Tongfan was not worried at all because, when the system calculation has determined the score, the Germans will not be able to score, even if they gain a greater advantage. What really gives Leoli a headache is the remaining two random mistakes in the curse of the ball king, because they are beyond the control of the system. Up to now, Tongfan has not figured out any way to stop this damn curse point. In fact, Uncle Bailey, the crow-mouthed man, did not keep Tongfan waiting for too long. In the 55th minute, the second Bull King's curse came. This time England's conceding looks even more incredible, because everything from assists to shots was done by England's own players on the field. Bastian Schweinsteiger took a corner kick in the left corner. This was a corner kick with excellent speed and arc. The big man Mertesacker, who was ambushing at the back post, had already escaped Gareth Barry's entanglement and jumped high, just waiting for the football to land in his powerful hand. On the forehead, Joe Hart, the favorite of Madman Lee in distress, once again showed off his amazing jumping ability. This time, Hart hurriedly backed up and jumped quickly, struggling to push the football out with his left hand. The curse is coming. The football thrown out by Joe Hart unexpectedly hit the head of Alan Smith, who was trying to help defend in the penalty area. Boom. The football jumped over Joe Hart, who had fallen to the back post, and rolled behind the goal line. Goal. The most excited was the German commentator. 2:1 exclamation point. We are overtaking. There are more than 30 minutes left in the game, and I seem to have seen the champion waving to Germany. Wow, Crazy Lee's myth of victory seems to be coming to an end. We will create a miracle. Who is it? Alan Smith. Ouch. Got. The Newcastle midfielder used by Madman Lee in the final pushed the football saved by Joe Hart into his own goal. This is a disaster for the England team. It seems God is indeed on the side of the Germans today. Hey, the ball was scored. The Germans are so lucky, right? The two goals have almost nothing to do with them. If this is not the final of the European Cup, I will say that the Hapoel Stadium is going on a juggling football performance. Even CCTV's Jian Hang brother, whose commentary style has always been smooth and steady, revealed an unconcealable surprise in his tone. Tongfan is in trouble, brother. Jian Hang is right. Leoli is in trouble. Courtside point, listening to the Germans roaring arrogantly in the stands, and looking at the Three Lions supporters who were holding up the St. George's Cross flag, but had forgotten to wave it. Tongfan knew that at this moment, he must do something quickly. Reversal of all this, because the most critical moment has arrived. If we can't help the Three Lions get the score back as soon as possible, then as long as the team's morale is exhausted, everything will be over early before Uncle Pal's third curse appears. Moreover, the process of equalizing the score must be very impressive and shocking in order to break away from the negative emotions of the Three Lions soldiers who suffered two strange goals. Thinking of this, Tongfan no longer hesitated. The FM 2008 system quickly recalled the game trend during this period in your mind and shouted loudly for Irving, Beckham and Alan Smith to come over, and whispered in the ears of the three hammers to make arrangements. After the restart, the three of you must be the first two. After arranging all the special arrangements, Tongfan clapped his hands solemnly. Conceding the ball twice in a row has a great impact on the team. We need to get the score back in the shortest time. The German team has played 20 games in the previous 5 games of this cup. There is an 80% chance that a midfield kickoff will lead to a flaw like this, so you must take advantage of it. After the Germans celebrated wildly for 3 minutes, the game continued point push after hearing referee reset his whistle. The England team kicked off in the center circle. Michael Owen turned around and kicked the ball back to David Beckham. Beckham did not stop the ball and pushed lightly with the arch of his foot. 3 seconds later, the football came to Alan Smith's feet, and then the situation on the field suddenly changed. Still need a recommendation vote point thanks to LIU 1111, 588, Chen Yunhu, 200, Shuai 101 trillion and 6,112,833,146. 1888, Golden Skeleton General, 588, and other dear friends who support me. I love you. Hey hey. Chapter 330 Fatal Moment. Wind blows, the clouds move. A dazzling scene took place on the green lawn of Ernst Happel, and everyone was fascinated, because, standing in front of the Three Lions coaching bench, the most terrifying ruler in football since the 21st century once again raised his infamous middle finger. Suddenly, there was a loud buzzing in the stadium stands, in the 60th minute of the game. The English finally waited for the scene they had been waiting for a long time. At this glorious moment when the Three Lions reached the European Cup finals historically, if the middle finger of God on the sidelines of the football field was missing, what would it be like? It's a pity just thinking about it. Next, let's see what kind of surprise this middle finger, which looks delicate, but has unimaginable magic power, can bring to his supporters. On the field point, Alan Smith turned his back to defensive player Hitzelsberg. Facing the football passed by Beckham, he gently lifted his left ankle back, then quickly turned his body 180 degrees to the right. Using a deft move, the ultimate back-to-back pass wiped out the opponent's marking. Then, he accelerated forward instantly point before the football was tackled by Bastian Schweinsteiger. He lightly poked the ball with his toe. A red figure whizzed past in the diagonal stab. In response to Alan Smith's pass, he moved the football forward and continued towards the German team's center. The field launched a frontal impact point, David Beckham point in the night wind. That long golden hair danced like a bright flame, and Alan Smith, who never looked back to observe the movements of his teammates, seemed to have known that Beckham would rush out from behind to respond. He knocked the football out of the feet of Schweinsteiger and did not even get out of the line. After another microseconds pause, he jumped up directly over the fallen piggy and continued to rush forward. Alan Smith, who is off the ball, is basically not hindered much point because the German team's defensive focus is concentrated on the side of David Beckham, who is holding the ball. Ballack and Frings started to flank Beckham on the left and right from the fourth step of running with the ball. Frings is a full-time defensive midfielder, and Ballack's defensive ability is not weak. Beckham, who is not good at dribbling, wants to use his personal skills to dribble and break through. It is obviously tantamount to hitting an egg with an egg against a stone. Therefore, Beckham chose to use his best method to break the German defense, pass the ball. With a careless pass, the football came to the feet of Alan Smith, who had once rushed in front, in the most comfortable and reasonable way, a typical 2-on-3. It was too late, but it was so fast. Everything happened in just 10 seconds. 3 simple passes. Each pass was as if it was pre-designed. It was easy to find the weakest link in the German team's defensive system. 2 people, with 3 touches of the ball, tore the tough midfielder that German chariot was proud of into pieces. Next, it is the German team's defense that faces the challenge. Centre-back Metzelder, who plays for Real Madrid, was the first one to rush out point. Alan Smith deliberately slowed down the movement of his feet and stepped on the ball continuously with high frequency without touching the ball. Faced with such false moves, Metzelder could only choose to compress the space, lower his center of gravity and stand still. Because as soon as you take a shot, there is no doubt that the opponent will take advantage of the situation and instantly sway you away to get a chance to shoot. In that case, it might be a disaster for the German team. As soon as Alan Smith's speed slowed down, the German team's midfielders finally got a rare moment of siege time. Bastian Schweinsteiger, who had already climbed up from the ground, and Ballack and Flins, who turned to chase, were no longer close. You can touch Smith's back within 1 or 2 meters. However, the German who paid too much attention to the German, who was about to invade his own penalty area with the ball, made another mistake, because they once again ignored the players without the team, England's counter-attack. Alan Smith slowed down in front of the penalty area and wanted to use his skills with his feet to beat Metzelder. It didn't succeed. This was really a bad choice. The speed of the counter-attack was talked about. Down, the German midfielder got time to catch up. I have to say that Crazy Lee may have made a mistake in starting Alan Smith today. If this ball had been played by either Jared or Lampard, it would have been passed to the front and inserted into Germany. Michael Owen is in the team's penalty area, and maybe there will be a good shooting opportunity. If the Newcastle midfielder should not be blamed for the German team's second weird goal, then this time the Newcastle midfielder's performance in handling the ball was really too slow. A typical performance that delayed the opportunity. Passed the ball? When did Beckham run to the left side of the penalty area? The narrator exclaims it turned out that at the moment when the German team's midfielder and defender were surrounded, Alan Smith chose to pass the ball. It was still a very sudden stab. The football flew between Metzelder's legs and rolled quickly to Beckham's feet. After passing the ball, Alan Smith immediately got out of the gap and pulled toward the right side of the German team's penalty area. This time the Germans did not make the same mistakes as the previous 2 times. Bastian Schweinsteiger followed Smith closely. Boom. Facing Smith's pass, Beckham made a pass without stopping the ball. The situation on the field changed from slow to extremely fast in an instant. In the penalty area, Michael Owen and Rooney had already sharpened their knives and carried the defenders on their backs to prepare. Although the 2 guys did not have an advantage in grabbing headers when facing tall men like Mertesacker, who were nearly 2 meters in length, when Beckham passed the half-high ball half a meter into the penalty area this time. At this time, Irving's flexible skills at his feet were instantly displayed. First kick, stop the ball. Second kick, step on the ball. On the third kick, after making a fake turn, he suddenly sent the football out. This time the ball was played. Everyone was stunned. After finally entering the penalty area, why was it sent out again? But soon, the question was answered. Boom. A ball of red flames outside the penalty area shot at the football sent by Irving. David Beckham. After passing the ball, David Beckham quickly cut inside to the middle. David Beckham shot. Ouch. The ball went in. It really went in. The football hit the left post of the goal and rolled into the net. Although Lemon judged Beckham's shot correctly direction, but the shooting angle of the captain of the 3 Lions is really too tricky. Goal. 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 British commentator Sester jumped up from the commentator's seat holding the microphone, as if he was crazy. Crazy Lee's middle finger is so amazing. This one, it was only 59 seconds after he raised his middle finger. 2:2. The Germans relied on luck to score, while we relied on wonderful cooperation and real strength to defend our dignity. There is no comparison. This is even more wonderful. Beautiful. So beautiful. A wonderful combination. 3 people, 15 touches of the ball, 13 passes. Alan Smith, Michael Owen, David Beckham. The Englishman will German. The midfield defense that Chariot is proud of was played with applause. It only took 59 seconds to score the goal. This is the shortest goal to regain the score in this cup, and the 2 sides returned to the same starting line. Boom. The Ernst Happel Arena truly began to tremble. After experiencing hope, disappointment, and despair, they gained hope again. The huge psychological gap changed and caused England fans to fall into a demonic disease. More than 20,000 people cheered together like countless horses trampling the ground, raising dust and running wildly. Even Queen Elizabeth, who had a calm expression except for smiling in the VIP box, couldn't help but jump up, laugh and applaud towards the court. What was in stark contrast to this trip was the expression on German Chancellor Mock's face as he hid his mouth and exclaimed. And the ferocious expression of master tactician, lower squatting on the sidelines and snatching away large pieces of grass clippings. The other side Lee Tongbum, who had been frowning since the second half, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got the score back, although the only point in the mission limit has been consumed, and the pretentious behavior of frequently raising the middle finger is a bit outdated and arousing suspicion, but Lee Tongbam has no choice, because only this mysterious goal scoring process can restore the morale and confidence of the England players who were devastated by the two incredibly lucky goals from the German team point through this lightning fast counter-attack. Lee Tongfan's purpose is obvious, which is to make the Germans aware of the existence of the magical middle finger. Let the Germans fear. Let the Germans tremble with fear. The Germans are always subconsciously worried about the middle finger appearing again and snatching away the championship. Respond to a weird conceding goal with a weird goal. Fight fire with fire. Transfer all the psychological pressure to the German team, and then let God explain everything. Germany's midfield restarts. Up to now, the game has gone on for more than 60 minutes. This means that, no matter which team scores the first goal in the remaining short time, even if it is one, it is very likely to win the final championship. Moreover, Lee Tongfan's magic middle finger just made the German team, from coach Lower down to every player on the field, subconsciously fearful. In comparison, the German team played more cautiously. Courtside point. Although he had successfully regained the game by using his only wish points, Lee Tongbam became more and more nervous as the game time went by. Point, because the last random system error of Bulking's curse has not yet arrived. In stark contrast, Lee Tongfan has used up all his trump cards, and all his points and status bonuses have been consumed. So if the third mistake occurs in the last few minutes of the game, it will be an irreparable disaster for the England team. Point in the stands. England fans who had no idea why were still cheering. They were waiting for this god on the sidelines of the football pitch to raise his all-powerful middle finger for the second time and deliver a fatal blow to the Germans. Little did they know that the god at this moment had already exerted his power, all lost and fallen into the mortal world without any ability to influence the game. Time flies. The 75th minute, the 83rd minute, the 85th minute, the 87th minute. The virtual reality on the electronic screen above the Ernst Happel Stadium was moving towards the end of the game bit by bit. The fourth official played an electronic notice board on the sidelines indicating 3 minutes of stoppage time for the entire match. The 88th minute, the 89th minute, the 90th minute. Lee Tongfan felt that his heart was like dust on the drum. As time passed, the drum beat faster and faster. When will the last Bulking's curse come? Brothers, we still need recommendation votes, so please be diligent. Thanks to Lin Qiang Zuo Ziod, Meng Shaoxun, 12 Wings Supreme Angel, Shooting Birds with a Gun, Dark Twins, Black Snow of Hell, 588, Favorite Bathing and Good Skin, 588, FKSD, 588, PJH, 588, Fengzi 116, Book Friends 101,106,112,833,146. 1888, Wings of the Sky 2005. Bugs also have ideals. I love 888 and other brothers and sisters give rewards and support. Point. Thank you to every brother and sister who subscribed and voted for Little Knife. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331. A Man, 039's Struggle. At this time, Lee Tongfan was like an ant on the MIDI induction cooker, but in order to avoid the players seeing his panicked expression affecting his morale, he had to stand motionless on the sidelines to supervise the battle. Point. In fact, at this point in the game, the level of technology and tactics has long since broken away. What is fighting is willpower and morale. Whichever side can preserve the energy in their hearts until the end will be the one who can finally be respected by thousands of people. Winner. And Leo Lee's gesture really added a lot of momentum to the English players on the field. Seeing the coach standing confidently on the sidelines with a smile on his face, the Hammers immediately became more confident. To the fans in the stands, Madman Lee looked so calm and composed, and his back showed the aura of master, 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 master. In comparison, the German team's tactician master, Low, was inferior too much. because the handsome uncle was standing in front of the coaching bench, waving, whistling, and roaring, almost looking like a high-level psychopath. No one knows that Leoli is just a bluffing paper tiger at this time. Time flies in the 3 minutes of injury time. The situation on the field became intense. England's winger Stephen Downing and Joe Cole were originally weak in terms of physical fitness. In addition, according to Lee Tongfan's tactical requirements, they had been sprinting and pressing back and forth for 90 minutes without any effort. Therefore, their physical fitness was severely exhausted, and their breakthroughs gradually become weak. In the middle, Beckham and Alan Smith fought against the four major German midfielders such as Ballack and Bastian Schweinsteiger. Even though they were all in Superman state, they gradually fell into a disadvantage. It is indeed true that the Germans are called the toughest nation on earth. At this time, the Germans' super toughness showed their advantage. The England team was oppressed and had to retreat to its own half to defend. 92nd minute. When Downing broke through with the ball on the left wing, he was out of physical fitness and staggered. Hitzelsberger, who was being pressed closely, took advantage of the opportunity to intercept the football and passed it directly to Bastian Schweinsteiger in the front court. There was no one to defend. After Ziozu unloaded the ball, he forced his foot to pass in the first moment. Players from both sides huddled together in the penalty area, and it was Miroslav Klose who grabbed the first point. Godke jumped high near the penalty spot and headed the ball towards the goal. Then Bastian Schweinsteiger's huge passing power went straight to the right side of the goal. Standing on the sidelines, Lee Tongfan's pupils shrank suddenly. Fortunately, Joe Hart once again showed the world his unparalleled reflexes and jumping ability at the critical moment, leaping desperately to lift the football over the bottom line before it entered the goal. Buzzer exclamations in the stands were like thousands of flies lingering in the Ernst Happel Stadium, and the scalp of those who listened was numb. 3 seconds later, the exclamation turned into applause. The surviving Englishman gave thunderous cheers to Joe Hart, the hero who saved the team countless times. Germany won a corner kick. Lee Tongfan raised his wrist and looked at his watch. The whole game was 92 minutes and 43 seconds. Rossetti, the famous Italian whistler, had begun to check the clock frequently. The German team, except for the goalkeeper Lehmann, all rushed into the England team's penalty area, and the England team did not leave any forwards in the midfield to drive the counter-attack. Because of this corner kick, the game will probably be over as soon as it opens. The situation that Lee Tongfan was most worried about finally appeared. The 3 system random errors caused by Bull King's curse are still short of the last one. Since the first 2 times have come true, and they have come true in the most extreme way, then the third time is absolutely unavoidable. Will it really happen at the last second of the game? That would definitely be the most deadly, helpless, and irreversible disaster. Push in the corner kick area. Bastian Schweinsteiger kicked the ball out. European pass, drew a wonderful lark, and flew towards the 3 Lions restricted area with the eyes of millions of people. At this moment, the 22 players on the field, except for the old naughty boy Lehmann, who was leaning against the goalpost with a nervous wrinkle on his face, and the little pig Schweinsteiger, who took the corner kick, all the others were concentrated. The England team's penalty area was like 2 gangs of gangsters, pushing and shoving, and huddled together with hot tempers. Lee Tongfan put his hands in his trouser pockets on the sidelines. He looked calm, but in fact, his hands had already twisted the lining of his trouser pockets into twists. Will the curse come? Will you come? Boom. It was England's centre-back Stephen Taylor who grabbed the first point, and he kicked the football out of the danger zone. Phew! Just as Lee Tongfan was about to put his heart back in his stomach, something unexpected happened on the field. Stephen Taylor's header did not go too far. The football drew a small opening in the air, a parabola, and flew toward the penalty area of the penalty area. And there was the figure wearing a white shirt is bending a bow and preparing an arrow. Lucas Podolski. Boom. A shot that shocked the whole audience. The football drew a straight bright line in the air like an angry bullet, driving the Vienna night wind howling into the England team's gate from the intersection of the beam and the column. Lee Tongfan's eyes darkened. Oh, yes. Podolski. Google. Stephen Taylor made a clearance. The football flew out of the penalty area. Ouch. Danger. Podolski got the first shot and shot directly. Ouch. Got. The ball went in the last second victory. Point 3:2, the German team defeated the England team. In the stands the Germans are going crazy. UEFA President Platini has already stood up and started shaking hands with German Chancellor Merkel, Queen Elizabeth of the United Kingdom, FIFA President Sepp Blatter and other big shots sitting in the VIP box on the rostrum, and then went down to give the champion German team getting ready to award. At this time, push the referee's whistle sounded. It was just a sharp, piercing sound, not the 2 short and 3 long ending sounds that people expected. But what happened? The Ernst Happel Stadium, which was caught in a frenzy of chaos, was buzzing with discussion, and then gradually became quiet. Italian referee Rossetti ran all the way into the penalty area, took out the shiny yellow card in his hand, and pointed it at the crowd. A light. Ouch. What's going on? The referee Rossetti entered the penalty area. Was there a foul? He took out a yellow card. Who is it for? Mertesacker. The yellow card was given to the German team's main centre-back Mertesacker. Look at the gestures. Bow, 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 bow. Rossetti thought that Mertesacker had just committed a foul in the penalty area. The angry German players surrounded the referee. Such a penalty simply hit the German at the top of the climax directly. 18 layers of hell. The goal was invalid. The England team escaped, and the English fans in the stands cried with joy. I think the British now want to worship Rossetti as God. Look at the slow motion. What happened in the penalty area just now? Look carefully. Oh, yes, the Italian referee Rossetti made a correct penalty. Stephen, when Taylor jumped up to fight for the header, he was kicked hard from behind by Mertesacker. A bad pushing foul. Rossetti. His penalty will undoubtedly be recorded. The history of the European Cup. Referee Rossetti saved Lee Tongfan. Leoli was so frightened that his liver trembled. If it hadn't been for that whistle that sounded like the sounds of nature, Leoli would have fallen down on the lawn on the sidelines. Even if he didn't vomit 3 liters of blood. What a twist. On the field. The story continues. The famous Italian whistler Rossetti unceremoniously suppressed the resistance of the angry Germans with 3 yellows and 1 red. The 3 yellow cards were given to Ballack, Hitzelsberg and Podolski respectively. Among them, the anger of the goal scorer Podolski was the most obvious. If his teammate Lamb hadn't pulled him hard from behind, Prince Bolte would have given Rossetti an invincible throatlock, without hesitation. Anyone who is wiped out of such a recent achievement that can be included in the national team's Hall of Glory will go crazy. The red card was given directly to Tactician Master. Lower point because the commander of the German tank who went crazy seemed to have waved his hands on the sidelines and greeted some of the direct female relatives of the referee Rossetti in German slang. It is worth mentioning that Lower went to eat during the group stage. After a red card, plus this one, it can be regarded as a record of this European Cup. It's a pity that this record is not very glorious, which makes it difficult to connect it with the usually elegant and elegant Lower. It seems that football makes people crazy. This statement is true. Soon, the 90-minute game ended. The German team relied on 2 incredible lucky goals and almost succeeded in taking the throne, but Crazy Lee's middle finger shattered all the dreams of the German tank, and the 2 sides had to play 30 minutes of overtime. The players did not return to the locker room, and the coaching staff of both sides completed the tactical arrangements for overtime on the sidelines. The magical acupuncture technique of listed team Dr. Yanato has reappeared in the world after showing his power in the UEFA Champions League final in the 2006-07 season. The players of the England team were originally as wet as dead fish fished out of the water, but after being pricked by a small golden needle, they suddenly felt that their physical strength had recovered a lot. This scene stunned the old madman Venables. Some members of the coaching staff who usually disliked the lazy Eto Yun were also dumbfounded. They all opened their mouths and called God directly. Soon, overtime began. In the first minute of overtime, Lee Tongfan replaced 3 people in one breath. James Milner, who can maintain Superman status, replaced Downing. Red Army soldier had replaced Joe Cole, and Rooney was replaced by Lampard. However, after the substitutions, the 3 Lions fought to 1. The 2-1-2 formation has not changed because Alan Smith was pushed down by Leoli. On the other side of the German team, although the handsome uncle, tactician, Low was invited to the stands due to impulsive punishment, fortunately there are many handsome uncles in the German tank formation. Assistant coach Hans Rick's beauty is not inferior to Low's, and his tactics are not bad either. Under Low's remote control, he quickly made targeted tactical adjustments. Miroslav Klose, the hero of the goal with his face, was replaced by Mario Gomez, the popular Bundesliga player this season, while Hitzelsberger, who performed relatively mediocre in the first 90 minutes, was replaced by Werder Bremen. Midfielder Borowski replaced. As the game went by bit, the atmosphere at the Ernst-Happel Stadium was almost dry and smoking. After the substitution, although the England team sacrificed the breakthrough and sprinting ability of two wingers, Gerrard, Lampard and James Milner's protection of the midfield was much stronger than Joe Cole and Downing, so they gradually turned the game around. At this time, the benefit of Lee Tongfan not letting the two Germans start was reflected. Although Aoli did not plan foresight to this extent before the game started, it was always right to save some tricks. The advantage on the scene made the English fans in the stands as excited as chicken blood, and the cheers were as fierce and high as the battle of thousands of troops. But Lee Tongfan's heart was still not at ease. Aoli could not be sure whether the goal that was wiped out by the referee Rossetti at the last moment of the regular season was the last random mistake in the King of Football curse. If not, then everything is not over yet, and the England team is still waiting for unpredictable dangers and tests. This mood lasted until the end of the first half of the overtime. For 15 minutes the score remained at 2:2. The players from both sides took advantage of the time of changing venues to rush to the sidelines to drink sports drinks, pour water on their already wet hair, or take 30 to 40 seconds to receive massages from the team doctor, to relax the meridians that were already a little tight and twitching due to physical exhaustion. Push the whistle sounded. Then, the game started soon after the overtime. There were only 15 minutes left, and the players from both sides unconsciously played more cautiously. Any attack might be seized by the opponent to counter-attack, and at such a moment, a short shot was enough to determine the life and death of both sides. Although the England team had a slight advantage in physical strength with the help of Ito-Yun acupuncture, the Germans' amazing tenacity made up for the lack of physical strength. The unyielding will of the Germans supported them, and they did not retreat at all. Before the cramps came to the end, everyone was still brave. Every German team was fighting strictly in accordance with the requirements of assistant coach Hans Flick. The only belief supporting this group of respectable warriors was, as long as they could hold on until the penalty shootout, the fragile psychological quality of the English would definitely be defeated by their side. Unfortunately, God had already stipulated that today's game must tease everyone's nerves. So, in the 22nd minute of overtime, the 112th minute of the whole game, the scene that shocked the whole world was staged again. Germany's corner kick. Schweinsteiger stood in the right corner kick area and sent the European pass to the back of the penalty area. Steven Tenner headed the ball out of the penalty area, but the next scene made the jaws of more than 40,000 people in the Ernst-Happel Stadium dislocated. Because the scene that just happened 22 minutes ago was perfectly simulated. Podolski, the German commentator, shouted wildly, as if he was struck by lightning. Outside the penalty area, Podolski again point the same location, the same unguarded, the same side shot directly without waiting for the ball to land, the same perfect position of the ball, the same. In short, except that the ball was running along the ground and between people, instead of the arc ball hitting the dead corner like last time, everything else was exactly the same. Bang! The brave Joe Hart fell to the ground and stretched out his arms to block the shot in 1,000th of a second. Podolski's powerful shot was blocked by Hart's subconscious save this time. The applause in the stands just sounded, but soon turned into a buzzing exclamation. Because, although Hart's save blocked the ball, it did not leave the danger zone, and what was even more bizarre was that the ball saved by Joe Hart actually hit the leg of the England player in the penalty area, and then, it bounced back to the net. This time, Joe Hart, who had fallen to the ground and lost his balance, was no longer able to do anything, and the ball rolled into the goal in the opposite direction along the ground. The strange things did not end there. When the broadcast camera was aimed at the unlucky Englishman who accidentally caused an own goal, everyone suddenly realized that this guy was Alan Smith. Alan Smith, who had already scored an own goal. King of football curse. Lee Tongfan almost jumped up and cursed on the sidelines. This is definitely the third random mistake of King of football curse. There are less than 10 minutes left in the game, and this time the trouble is really big. All the cheating methods have been used up. What should I do? Incredible. 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 It's really incredible. What did I see? Own goal. Another own goal. Why is this happening? Are all Germans God's illegitimate children? 3 goals in the whole game, none of which were scored by conventional means. Goal. 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 0003:2 exclamation point. We are leading again. Haha, the English scored 4 goals, but now it is our German team that is leading. The referee wiped out Lucas' goal in the 90th minute of the game, but the brave Prince Polti won it back with his strength. The German commentator was extremely excited. Haha, this is really a fair game. Soon, the game continued. In addition to the desperate England fans in the stands, apart from Lee Tongfan, who was racking his brains to find a solution to the current problem, there was also a man who almost broke a mouth of steel teeth. Alan Smith. Although he gave an assist at the beginning of the game to help England take the lead, he later involuntarily scored 2 own goals, ruining the good situation of the Three Lions Newcastle midfielder Alan Smith. Although Smith just appeared in the wrong place at the wrong time, and the 2 own goals should not be blamed on him in essence, Alan Smith still blamed himself. Smith knows better than anyone what the 2008 European Cup means to England. This is the first time that the Three Lions have reached the final of the European Cup since its establishment. It is also the first time that the England team has the possibility of stabilizing the world since its home country. The opportunity to win a heavyweight championship is the only opportunity for the birthplace of football to prove its strength to the world. More than 70 minutes ago, the Three Lions were still so close to the glittering Delaunay Cup on the podium. Michael Owen's goal almost brought the English to less than a millimeter in front of the trophy, but everything was obviously destroyed by his 2 own mistakes. The team, the fans, and the man standing on the sidelines. Smith, who was running on the court, couldn't help but turn his head and glance at Lee Tongfan, who was standing on the sidelines. No one knew that the white-haired bad boy was so grateful to that man. At that time, he risked being called a traitor by the Leeds United fans who had always supported him and joined the Red Devils in pursuit of the championship. But who knew that Sir Alex Ferguson, whom he regarded as his godfather, would actually become cold-blooded because of an injury? After ruthlessly expelling him from Old Trafford. After that, Smith came to Newcastle in desperation. From a wealthy club to a weakling, and he was already 26 or 27 years old. It basically marked the twilight of Smith's career. A wrong choice. Smith hated Ferguson, but wanted revenge, but was powerless. The gap between Newcastle and Red Devils Manchester United is like a chasm. No matter how hard he tries, he pales in comparison to the powerful Ferguson. Just when Smith himself was about to give up, Crazy Lee came out. This man clothed in mythical glory came from the legend. It only took 10 games for Newcastle to clear away the haze. It also allowed him and Alan Smith to successfully come out of the shadow of injury and jump into the Premier League. The hot new generation midfielder. In the penultimate round of the league at Old Trafford, Alan Smith finally felt proud. Although the protagonist of that game was Juan Mata, he looked at the pride on the face of the old man standing in front of the Manchester United command bench. It turned into anger and unwillingness, and Smith enjoyed the thrill of successful revenge. From then on, Smith was determined to fight only for Crazy Lee. As long as Crazy Lee doesn't take the initiative to kick him out, Smith is willing to turn into the sword in Crazy Lee's hand, to pierce all enemies with 100% loyalty. What Lee Tongfan doesn't know is that this may be the reason why Alan Smith has 100 points in the FM system. A reason for loyalty. And later, good things that exceeded Smith's expectations came one after another. He was once again selected for the England team to compete in the 2008 European Cup. This further strengthened Alan Smith's determination to be loyal to Crazy Lee. Therefore, when Lee Tongfan stopped Marquina to scold him in the group match against Spain, he was so hot-tempered that he punched the Valencia centre-back without hesitation. Because Smith, who was closest at the time, could clearly see Lee Tongfan's clenched fist about to swing out. Smith had no doubt that Lee Tongfan would punch his opponent for erring, but he knew better, that he could not let Lee Tongfan actually swing it out. The consequences of doing so would be too great. Seriously, if the only way to relieve Madman Lee's anger is to beat Marquina hard, then Smith is willing to be the one to throw out the fist. After the incident, faced with censure from the media and accusations from Spanish fans, Smith did not regret it at all. Moreover, even if Lee Tongfan expelled him from the England team forever, he would not have the slightest resentment. In Smith's view, a man may do something or not, but if he forgets to be grateful, he is definitely worse than a beast. Therefore, everyone in the world thought that Smith punched Marquina because of erring. In fact, they were all wrong. Next, what makes Smith even more grateful is that in the face of pressure from all over the world, Lee Tongfan not only did not expel him, but instead shouldered all the blame and actively negotiated for him to stay on standby for only 3 games. He joined the England team, and he actually started in the world-famous final. How could such a huge kindness be repaid with 2 own goals? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The game time passed quickly. The applause and cheers of the Germans in the stands were getting louder and louder. As the referee Rossetti frequently looked at his watch, Alan Smith raised his head and looked at the electronic virtual clock at the Ernst Happel Stadium. -119 minutes and 11 seconds. Including injury time, there are less than 2 minutes left before the end of the game. What should we do? The strenuous exercise caused unbearable pain in Smith's chest, and it felt like a heavy weight was tied to his feet. From the beginning of the game to now, he has not stopped running for 2 hours, and has been working hard. Every time the hands of time jump, it is as if an invisible drumstick hits Smith's heart hard. Dung. 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 The sound from the stands gradually becomes distant. The ferocious faces of the German defensive players become blurred. The rapid shouts and heavy breathing of teammates gradually become inaudible. In Smith's sight, only the thin black figure standing on the sidelines becomes clearer and taller. A voice like a bell rings from Smith's soul. To make amends, you must turn the situation around. But how to turn it around? Alan, receive the ball. In a trance, the voice of Captain David Beckham came clearly from my ears. Alan Smith was shocked. Hearing, vision, everything became normal instantly. And in front of him, a white arc rushed over. It was the football passed by Beckham from the right. Alan Smith did not hesitate at all, pushed the ground with his left foot and rushed forward, and used the momentum of his right foot to shoot directly between the defenders. Bang! A soul-shaking crisp sound covered the sound of more than 20,000 German fans standing up and shouting countdown points. A white lightning struck the German team's goal. I wrote it hastily. There may be typos, and I don't have time to modify it. I will post it first and modify it later. Chapter 332 Update Notes. Postponed for an hour and a half. The reasons are as follows. First, I have written 5,000 words since the starting point in the morning, but the most critical part is still a little bit unfinished. In order to avoid the phenomenon of suspense, I will finish it in one go before posting it. This way, brothers will feel refreshed. Second, the rice is already cooked, and it will soon get cold if not eaten. Xiaodao has a bad stomach. Of course, this is secondary. The most important reason is that, if he dares not to eat, his girlfriend will be angry, very angry, and the consequences will be serious. Third, Xiaodao is actually very hungry, and he only ate an apple in the morning. The above, brothers, wait for another hour and a half. There will be a big chapter. Apologies. Chapter 333 Champion. Hero or Bear. The last minute of extra time. Lee Tongfan has not given up yet. He is thinking about every possible way to save the 3 lions every second. Because of excessive thinking, he has lost a lot of energy. He seems to be in a state of isolation. His temples and forehead are about to bleed. Can't lose. Absolutely can't lose. But how to change this damn thing? All means have been used. Is there any way to turn the situation around? Can we just leave it to fate and lose to a mere king of football curse? Unwilling. So unwilling. At this moment, the Ernst Happel Stadium suddenly erupted with a roar. The huge sound wave was like the terrifying shock wave generated by an atomic bomb explosion. It instantly swept the stadium, the stands, Vienna, the Danube, the Vienna Woods, and the ancient and majestic Alps. Lee Tongfan woke up from his thinking state and raised his head blankly. What happened? David Beckham shakes off Podolski's defense and makes a half-high pass that's not very threatening. The ball flies to the front of the penalty area. Alan Smith receives the ball, but he seems to be distracted. It seems that the two own goals have hit him too hard. Shoot. Got. Goal. 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 Shoot. The ball goes in. Straight into the blind corner. Unbelievable. Incredible. Smith redeems himself by sending the ball into the upper right corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Lemon has no reaction. Fast. Too fast. The last second of the game, the sinner Alan Smith's shocking shot saved the England team from the edge of a cliff. It was Alan Smith's terrifying shot. 39.8 meters away from the goal. A powerful and shocking shot. Exclamation mark. This peerless goal reminded me of Zidane's shot from the sky in the Champions League final. Oh, no, Alan Smith's shot was farther and faster, 188 kilometers per hour. Even if the goal was breached, the Germans should collectively line up to thank God, because Smith's unstoppable shot did not hit them. The commentators speaking different languages fell into madness. What happened? Lee Tongfan just raised his head, and a figure jumped high to cover the dazzling light of the strong lighting on the roof of the Ernst Happel Stadium, and flew towards him. Plop. Lee Tongfan only had time to see the white hair clearly before he was thrown to the ground by the huge force, and then the weight on his body increased rapidly. Lee's brain was a little clear, and he heard the English people's cheers and shouts of the Hammers. Goal, we scored. Quote 3:3. Haha, the damn Germans must not have thought, Alan, you are fucking awesome. What? Goal? Lee Tongfan listened to the excited shouts of the Hammers on him and realized that he was stacked by these damn guys again, and every time he was the bottom one. This feeling was really painful and happy. When the game resumed, the English celebration was not over in the stands, whose tears were flying. Countless English men and women who were crying with joy twisted their bodies wildly, kissing and hugging everyone around them. Various flags and slogans turned Ernst Happel's North Stand into a spectacle of waves. Tears welled up again, but compared to the bitterness and despair a minute ago, this time the tears were so happy, so sweet. In the South Stand, more than 20,000 Germans held their heads with their hands, looking like they had seen a ghost. Tactical Master, Lowe, who was sent to the stands by referee Rossetti with a red card, fell into silence. Smith's shocking super shot just now made Lowe suddenly feel a little bad. This was not a shot that should have appeared on the court. It was incredible. There were bursts of coolness in the gloomy night sky. Could it be that God was playing tricks on the two teams? The last 30 seconds of the game. Point 3:3. There is no doubt that the final of the 2008 European Cup will end in a penalty shootout. Although England had almost never won a penalty shootout, Alan Smith's stunning long-range shot saved the English fans from desperate situations. So they actually suppressed the equally powerful German fans in terms of momentum. The countdown of the three Lions fans in the Ernst Happel Stadium was so loud. 0.25, 0.24, 0.23, 0.20, on the field. John Terry rushed out from the side and kicked the ball away from Schweinsteiger's feet. 0.15, 0.14, 0.12, Gerrard received a pass from James Milner 30 meters away from the goal, shook off Frings and shot. The ball was hit by the old boy Lemon with both fists, and Frings finally suffered cramps due to physical exhaustion, and fell to the ground. 0.5, 0.4, 0.3, 0.2, James Milner faced the ball hit by Lemon and volleyed again. Unfortunately, due to Ballack's harassment, he did not take the correct position. The ball flew high into the stands behind the goal. 0.1, 0.0. Force. The famous Italian whistler Rossetti's cheeks bulged, and he blew two short and three long whistles to end the game amidst the cheers of the fans. The 90-minute regular season and 30-minute overtime of the 2008 European Cup finally ended. Got it. The cheers of the fans soon disappeared without a trace, and the atmosphere in the stadium was tense and anxious. It was almost frozen, and there was still no one who was in it. Whether it was the German fans or the Three Lions fans, they all had a breath. Difficult feeling. Because the cruelest penalty shootout is coming. Courtside point players from both sides were lying on the ground receiving massages from the staff, trying to regain some strength in the shortest possible time, while those players who might be sent by the head coach to take penalty kicks had their heads lowered and were calculating how to take penalty kicks, or take deep breaths to drive away the tension in your heart. While Lee Tongfan bent down to help David Beckham pat his sore calf, he quickly arranged the list of penalty kickers in his mind. After the substitution adjustments in overtime, there are many midfielders in the England team who are good at penalty kicks. Chelsea magic Lampard is the first penalty taker in the Blues, while Gerrard, the soul of the Red Army, is also the most trustworthy penalty taker in Anfield. Others such as Gareth Barry, David Beckham and others believe in their achievements in penalty kicks, but the weakness of the England team lies in their mental quality. Lampard and Gerrard have great success in the club, but they have a precedent of missing penalty kicks in the national team. In the 2006 World Cup in Germany, both Germany and Portugal missed penalty kicks and were ruined. With the Three Lions' hope of promotion, Lee Tongfan wonders if they have gotten rid of their psychological haze. Who to choose? How to arrange the order of penalty kicks? The game eventually went to a penalty shootout. Before the game, many people predicted that Crazy Lee might sweep the German team with a big score. In fact, 5 of the 6 goals in the game were scored by the English, but 2 of them went into their own goal. With such bad luck, can they win in the penalty shootout? In fact, even if luck is discarded, the decline of the England team in the penalty shootout is obvious, and what is even worse is that their opponent, the German team, is a master of penalty kicks. If Madman Lee does not win consecutively in the penalty shootout, if you look at his magical middle finger, I'm even more optimistic about the German team winning the championship, comrade. Sister, the former famous British traitor, loyal legionnaire of Madman Lee, and now England's #1 football commentator on national television, was sitting on the bench shaking nervously at this moment, but he must fulfill his duties. The penalty shootout is about to begin. At the beginning, Beckham and Ballack went to the referee. The 2 captains needed to use a coin toss to decide the goal and order of penalty kicks. Oh, it seems that the Germans won. Ballack chose the right to serve, and Germany the team will take the first penalty kick. Gary Lineker chimed in. The Germans have chosen cunningly, so they can easily pass the pressure on to England's penalty takers. On the field point after a short break, the players from both sides lined up in 2 teams in the center circle of the court. Each player put his arms around the shoulders of his teammates. The huge Ernst Happel Stadium became silent, and a needle could be heard. The players seemed to be able to hear their own heartbeats. England goalkeeper Joe Hart tightened his gloves and slowly walked towards the goal line with the eyes of England fans around the world. The first penalty kicker of the German team was forward Lukas Podolski, who almost beat the Three Lions in overtime. The penalty shootout begins. The first penalty kicker of the German team was Podolski. Prince Balti is the second penalty taker of the German team after Captain Ballack. Before this, he had never had a penalty kick in the country. The phenomenon of missed penalty kicks in the team game was eliminated. This penalty kick is very important. The purpose of the German team sending Podolski is obviously to successfully transfer the pressure to the England team. On the field point, Podolski carefully picked up the European pass. The football was marked with the names of the 2 teams, the venue and time. It was a symbol of honor. Prince Balti gave the football a gentle kiss before placing it firmly on the penalty spot. The stadium with 50,000 people was completely silent. Push referee Rossetti stood in the penalty area and blew the whistle. Point back, approach, hit the ball, boom. The football turned into a white lightning, roaring towards the lower right corner of the goal. Joe Hart judged the right direction, but Podolski's shot was too powerful, too fast, and stuck to the ground at an angle that was most uncomfortable for the goalkeeper. The football hit the right post and bounced in. There was nothing he could do. Hart smashed his fist on the lawn angrily. The boss had just said that there was a 100% chance that Podolski's shot would be from the lower right corner. Unfortunately, his reaction was still slow. Boom, a burst of cheers broke out from the German fans' camp. The camera panned, and lo, when the fans around him jumped up from their seats. On the sidelines, Tongfan, standing shoulder to shoulder with the coaching staff and holding hands in front of the bench, sighed slightly. Unfortunately, it seems that the information provided by the FM 2008 database query system is not omnipotent. Although he is familiar with the penalty kick habits of the opponent's penalty kickers in the penalty shootout, if it is a powerful shot like Podolski, the goalkeeper has no time to react. At most, it will increase the probability of saving a shot. Podolski, the ball goes in. The German team has transferred the pressure to the opponent. The German commentator cheered. It's England's turn. German goalkeeper Lehmann staggered towards the goal, and the first penalty kicker for England was also a striker, Michael Owen. Owen's penalty attribute in FM 2008 is 18, and calmness attribute is 20. According to the system evaluation, he is a good penalty kicker, so Leoli sent him first. Oh, the first penalty shooter of the England team is Michael Owen, who is also a very good shooter. Let's see how the quality of the penalty kick is. Force Owen arranged the football, slowly retreated, and exited the penalty area, and then quickly ran up. Bang! The football was kicked out. Hey. Ah. It flew away. Michael Owen shot the football onto the crossbar. Owen, who performed well in this game, and has already won the top scorer of this cup, actually kicked the penalty away. The pressure is too great. Lehmann clenched his fists and roared to the sky. The cheers of the Germans still rang out in the stands, while the English fans held their heads with both hands and gasped in disbelief. The nightmare of England's inevitable defeat on penalties. Is it going to happen again? On the field point, Michael Owen lifted the collar of his red jersey in disbelief and covered his head. The England players in the midfield lowered their heads in disappointment in slow motion. On the sidelines, Lee Tongfan's heart skipped a beat as he watched Owen miss the penalty kick. But Lee suddenly had a strange feeling. He found that he didn't seem to be worried. Round 2. The second player of the German team was Schweinsteiger. He is the most technically skilled player in the German team, since the midfield genius Diesler retired due to injury, and his footwork is outstanding. By Schweinsteiger, with his white hair, also left the penalty area far away. After hearing the referee's whistle, he immediately started a quick run up and shot hard. Joe Hart. Oh, it was a hair's breadth. Joe Hart once judged the direction correctly, but Schweinsteiger's shot was too powerful. The football hit his open arm, and after a slight change of direction, it still flew into the goal. The Piglet waved his fist fiercely at the English fans behind the goal who had been booing and harassing him for the penalty kick, and then turned around and drew a big heart-shaped pattern at the German fans on the other side, triggering a cheer. England team. The second player to appear was Liverpool's sole Steven Gerrard. Facing Lehmann, his opponent who kept teasing him with his eyes and various small movements, Gerrard bent down and carefully fiddled with the football. Push the whistle sounded. Gerrard slowly stood up and retreated to the outside of the penalty area step by step, but after retreating 4 steps, he suddenly turned around and accelerated to shoot, and the football whistled towards the goal. Gerrard, the soul of Liverpool, was praised by Zidane as the most comprehensive midfielder in Europe in recent years. Let's see if he can save a glimmer of hope for the England team. Suddenly turned around and shot. The ball went in. Got. Lehmann pounced on the football. Gerrard pushed the ball in the middle, but Lehmann blocked the football with his heel. Both penalties were missed. In the stands, some English fans had already shed tears. Facing the German team, they missed 2 consecutive penalties. Such mistakes can no longer be reversed. The third round point, the penalty kick was taken by Borowski, who came on as a substitute in overtime. This midfielder from Werder Bremen is tall and has good footwork skills. His penalty kick skills cannot be ignored. He swings the ball, retreats to the penalty area, and puts his hands on his hips. Press the whistle sounds. Borowski accelerated instantly, and when he ran to the penalty area line, he suddenly paused. Joe Hart on the goal line was deceived, and his body swayed, almost losing his balance. The German fans in the stands who thought they had won, burst into laughter. After a short pause, Borowski accelerated instantly and shot with a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth. Borowski. The wonderful sudden pause made Joe Hart lose his balance. Shoot. Oh. No. 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 Joe Hart. Joe Hart made the proud Borowski pay the price, and he saved Borowski's shot. The terrible predictive ability shown by the young goalkeeper in the previous game appeared again. He judged the route of the football in an instant. The suppressed English fans who were almost crazy finally cheered, and Borowski, who looked confused, pulled his wet hair to the back of his head with both hands, and his big goldfish-like eyes were full of disbelief. And Joe Hart raised his fist and roared. The direction and height the boss gave him before the penalty shootout said that the German team's players were accustomed to taking penalty kicks in the same direction and height. After missing the first 2 saves, he believes he has gradually found the right feeling for fighting. England's chance has come. The third penalty kick was taken by the hero Alan Smith, who saved the Three Lions at the last minute of overtime. The silence at Enschede Stadium is terrifying. Alan Smith is also one of Crazy Lee's favorites in Newcastle. During the group match against Spain, he was banned for 3 games by UEFA for punching the opponent's centre-back Marquina. Crazy Lee injured it alone. Huge public pressure keeps him in the national team. He handed over 1 assist and 1 goal in this game and performed well except for 2 own goals. Let's see if he can repay Crazy Lee's trust. Force Smith started to take a run up. The night wind in Vienna blew his striking white hair, giving him an indescribable desolation and power. After running for 4 or 5 meters, his body leaned forward and then back, his calves swung, and he shot directly without looking at the goal. Boom. This is the biggest scream football has issued since penalty kicks began. Point after the shot, Smith didn't even look to see if the football had entered the goal. He turned back and roared at the camera. Then he raised his index finger and shook it coldly at the German fans in the stands. Sure enough, the ball went in. From the penalty spot to the distance behind the goal line, the football almost completed this journey in 0.01 seconds. The speed was as fast as teleportation. The German team's goalkeeper Lehmann had no time to judge, and only had time to act. Make a full strength save to the right. In fact, Lehmann didn't even see where the football went in. And just when his save was about to end, something even worse happened for the German team. There was a stinging pain in the old naughty boy's right arm the moment it landed, and soon Lehmann felt that his arm had already can't lift it up. Smith. Goal. A shot full of domineering, just like the goal he scored in the last second of overtime. Too fast. German goalkeeper Lehmann had no time to react. 2:1! Exclamation mark. The game has taken a turn for the better, and the England team has seen hope. Hey, what happened on the field? Lehmann was injured. The goalkeeper of the German team was injured. This was a huge blow to them. The penalty shootout was interrupted. Team doctor already on the field. I don't know if Lehmann can continue to play. Lehmann could not continue in the game, and he was helped off the field by the team doctor. The German team had to make a substitution. Fortunately, they still have 1 substitution place. The second goalkeeper Renk replaced Lehmann. This is a scene that no one expected. The German team is in trouble when the goalkeeper is replaced in the penalty shootout. After a brief commotion, the 4th round began. After Borowski's missed penalty kick and Lehmann's injury, the German team's advantage seemed to be very weak, and the German fans in the stands became silent. The 4th German team penalty kicker was Frings Werder Bremen's main defensive midfielder and the team's first penalty kick taker. The German fans cheered when they saw Frings walking toward the penalty spot. This man with long, fluttering hair clearly has the trust of the Germans. Force Frings takes a run and then kicks the ball out. 0.80%. Probability of a half-high ball in the lower right corner. The information written on the information given to him by Lee Tongfan flashed through Joe Hart's mind like lightning, and he kicked his feet to the right just like last time. Boom. Football was blocked by Joe Hart without any suspense. Oh, no, 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 no. Joe Hart once again saved the German team's penalty kick. This may be the turning point of the game. Soon, amid the excited roars of England fans, the 4th penalty kicker of the England team slowly walked towards the penalty spot. James Milner. The reason why Tongfan chose him was because Milner came on as a substitute and had plenty of physical energy. More importantly, he is also one of the players who can maintain superhuman status. Compared with Lampard, who repeatedly missed penalty kicks in competitions, Leoli believed more in the judgment of the FM system. Sure enough, Milner faced the German goalkeeper Enk, who had not had time to warm up, and made an extremely calm push into the middle, sending the football into the goal. British commentator Sester went crazy. The ball is in. It's in. 2:2. Now the two teams are on the same starting line again. I think this is the result of Crazy Lee's penalty kick selection. Miraculous effect. Partner Lineker curled his lips and thought, Crazy Lee missed the first 2 penalty kicks due to his choice of penalty kicks. After the first 4 rounds, the air in the Ernst Happel Arena became thicker. England missed the first 2 penalty kicks, and the Germans, who have always been invincible in penalty kicks, shockingly missed the last 2 penalties, an ups and downs of 5 that no one expected. Minutes later, the two sides were back on the same starting line. The last round determines life and death. The 5th round begins. The German team's penalty kicker is the team leader Michel Ballack. The German fans in the stands clasped their hands and prayed devoutly, asking God to bless their captain to score the penalty kick. The camera gave Ballack a close-up, and the core midfielder had a resolute face, without any trace of nervousness. At such a moment of life and death, Joe Hart, who was standing on the goal line, also got a close-up of the broadcast camera. People were surprised to find that Hart was bending down to take out a small page of paper from his socks and read it carefully, then stuffed it back again. Seeing this scene, the German commentator curled his lips. Are you imitating it? This is the patent our German team applied for in the 2006 World Cup. On the field. Ballack casually stepped on the football on the service point, then stepped back 5 or 6 meters, quietly waiting for the referee to blow the whistle for the penalty kick. Force boom. The football shot towards the upper left corner of the goal like a detached cannonball. This was a typical Ballack shot, full of power, momentum and confidence. A nearly perfect shot. But there were only exclamations from the Ernst Happel Stadium. Because, as if there were springs installed in the soles of his feet, Joe Hart took the lead and took small steps before suddenly jumping up. With a dazzling gesture, he stretched out one palm to lift the football over the crossbar. An even better save. The last England team to referee a corner kick was also the team leader and captain David Beckham. This time, Beckham still had the iconic smile on his face, just like the relaxed Ballack just now. As the captain, Beckham cannot let others see his nervous side. From the center circle to the penalty spot, David Beckham has attracted the attention of countless English people for several centuries. Behind him is the German captain Ballack, who is tearing his own hair in confusion. It is the German fans who are crying in the stands, and it is the England fans who are holding their breath. Gently kiss, European pass, then step on the loose turf near the penalty spot with your feet, and then carefully place the football. At this moment, the whole world is watching this handsome man. David Beckham, England's best captain, is now standing on the penalty spot. This will be a shot that determines the fate of both sides, a shot that determines the 2008 European Cup champion. If Tom scores the goal, the England team will make history. The Three Lions will lift the Delaunay Cup for the first time in history. This is the moment that is about to create history. This is the most precious penalty kick in the history of the English team. You can imagine the pressure on Beckham. If the penalty kick is missed, there is no doubt that Beckham will become a sinner accused by thousands of people. Normally, the superstars on the court can use 1,000 ways to complete the penalty kick, but at this moment, only the real heroes have the courage to step in front of the penalty spot. If you want to be a hero, technology, physical strength, perseverance, none of them can be missing. The German fans in the stands booed desperately to distract Beckham, and all the English people couldn't help but hold their breath, and even their hearts forgot to beat, quietly waiting for this shot. Force, the last whistle of the game finally sounded. Beckham raised his head and glanced at his teammates standing behind him, as well as the black figure standing on the sideline smiling at him, exhaled a long breath, and then started to run. The boos from the Germans instantly reached their maximum level. Beckham swept across the penalty area line like the wind, and a second later his instep had already touched the football. Boom. On the goal line, German goalkeeper Enk, who came on as a substitute, tried his best to save to the right, because the small note given to him by the team's goalkeeper coach Hank clearly said, "Beckham, right-footed penalty kick, get used to movement, get used to direction." But there was no powerful shot as expected. European pass, jumped up like a hot air balloon filled with hydrogen. A beautiful and deadly curved rainbow bloomed on the green of the Ernst Happel Stadium on July 4th. Superior. The small football carried the dreams of countless English fans and sank little by little behind the German team's goal line. Although goalkeeper Enk tried his best to adjust his body's center of gravity, he could only watch the football disappear from the goal line, floating above his body. Spoon penalty? At this time, it was actually a spoon penalty. In this terrifying silence of the stadium, only the man with flying blonde hair proudly raised his hands in the air, accepting the worship of the whole world. Teammates in the center circle of the court pounced on him. The English people went crazy in the stands. Commentator Sester opened his mouth and shouted, "Champion, England team." Chapter 334, a touching scene. Champions, England. For these words and 6 words, countless talented Three Lions superstars have wasted their fleeting golden years in the past 42 years. Countless handsome young and enthusiastic fans have turned grey-haired. I don't know how many beautiful young girls in Huarichan have become married women and their faces are full of wrinkles after winning the 1966 World Cup on home soil. The English have waited for 42 years for their second major national team championship. Today, the goddess of victory finally favored the Three Lions when the team's captain David Beckham shattered the German team's last hope with an effortless penalty kick. The whole world trembled. People welcomed the birth of the new king of Europa with cheers and applause, flowers and screams, roars and tears. Champions, England. The game is over, and I can now conclude without exaggeration that this game is not only the most classic game in the century-old war between England and Germany, but also the most classic European Cup since the first quarter of the European Cup in France in 1960. The most exciting final. Yes, that's right, the most exciting one, bar none. An unparalleled final. In this game, all the element that a football match should have: red cards, yellow cards, goals, leads, reversals, overtime, penalty shootouts. This is a game that can never be replicated, an eternal classic. We would like to thank the England and Germany teams for teaming up to dedicate an unforgettable game to fans all over the world. In this hot summer, everyone who really likes football can enjoy the last gorgeous game feast. Congratulations to the England team. Congratulations to Crazy Lee. Congratulations to Beckham. Congratulations to Michael Owen. Congratulations to Alan Smith. Congratulations to every player who has paid blood and sweat for the glory of the championship. Let us enjoy this moment with the England team. Glory to the champion. In the commentary box, commentators from various cultures have different skin colors, speak different languages, and make different gestures, but they express the same meaning. Champions, England. On the field, point Beckham's goal instantly drained the strength of all the players of the German team. The 120-minute game had exhausted all their energy, and now the only reason for them to stand on the field has disappeared. Everyone, they all lay helplessly on the lawn, looking up at the stars. The England players went crazy. They started sprinting from the center circle of the stadium, and then swooped down on the penalty area line like a line of fighter planes flying side by side, lying on the green lawn and gliding towards the goal, leaving more than a dozen scratches behind them that symbolized glory. At that moment, Lee Tongfan and the old madman Venables hugged each other tightly. The old lunatic who had always been holding a Havana cigar coolly could not help but burst into tears at this moment. The scene that he thought he would not see before returning to God finally came true. The scene of being eliminated by the German team in the semi-finals of the 1996 European Cup. The Arrow's revenge was finally avenged. After hugging everyone around him, Lee Tongfan clenched his fist tightly to himself. This battle is the most difficult, dangerous, and uncertain since Leoli became the head coach, but it is also the most rewarding one. From the FM 2008 system prediction before the game to 2 consecutive Bull King's curse. After the start of the game, to the use of points at will to stabilize the morale of the army, to Podolski's thunderous goal in overtime, to Alan Smith's likeness from the incredible strike from the gods to the ups and downs in the penalty shootout. As long as there is any mistake in the middle, it is estimated that the result of the current game will be different. During the 120 minutes of the game, it is not an understatement to describe Lee Tongfan's mood as walking on thin ice with fear and fear. The dangers here are not known to outsiders. Only now did Lee Tongfan feel like he had stepped down from the cotton pile and had his feet on the ground. After calming down, the sultry man went to shake hands with the German coach Lowe, who had come down from the stands, and then hugged him. "Congratulations, you won again." The handsome Uncle Lowe, who was furious during the game, has now returned to his usual gentleness. When the two hugged, he gently congratulated Leoli in his ear. Lowe and Crazy Lee had fought against each other in previous friendly matches and were defeated by Lee Tongfan twice in a row. Lowe finally lowered the proud head of the Germans. Leoli patted Lowe hard on the back, smiled and said nothing more. The 30,000 person chorus of God Save the Queen that resounded loudly through the Ernst Happel Stadium told the majestic Alps and the passionate Blue Danube about this moment. Lee Tongfan was not in a hurry to enjoy it with his disciples. The joy of victory, but walking towards the players of the German team with a pure look on their faces, after shaking hands with the German fighters sitting on the ground, to comfort them one by one. Leoli finally came to Lukas Podolski. Prince Balti with short blonde hair left a deep impression on Leoli in today's game image, which undoubtedly proves the authenticity of Leoli's purchase of Podolski according to the FM 2008 system. "Hey, Lucas, you almost stole my championship today." Leoli deliberately joked. Point at this time, Podolski's face had long lost the murderous look he had during the game. Instead, he was rubbing the back of his head, looking a little shy. This is not to blame Podolski. To put it bluntly, he is only a 23-year-old young man at this time. Facing the world-famous Madman Lee, who is about to become his new boss, he is indeed a little nervous. Harley. Tongfan didn't say much. He patted Podolski on the shoulder and walked towards the England players with a smile. "It's time to enjoy the championship." God on the sidelines of the football field was comforting the players of the German team. At this moment, Madman Lee behaved very gentlemanly. Thinking about it now, you have to admit that this was a tournament that was marked from beginning to end. The European Cup marked by Madman Lee. He promoted the core figures of the Croatian team Modric and Joel Luca. The Italian team's Cassano regained his spirituality under his hands, and the Spanish team's Casillas and Lamos has been in charge under his command, and the new generation of Matador superstar Juan Mata was discovered and trained by him. In the final, the main striker of the German team is about to join Newcastle. In addition, this year's new generation superstar Juan Mata is about to join Newcastle. The best coach of the game must be him, and the best player and top scorer are basically guaranteed to be won by England's David Beckham and Michael Owen. This magical Chinese is alone dominated the entire process of the 2008 European Cup. The cheers in the stands were still there. UEFA staff are preparing to build the podium in an orderly manner. This 3-meter high temporary podium has a very unique design. From a distance, it looks like a fiery red aircraft carrier breaking out of the ice from the bottom of the stands of the Ernst Happel Stadium. It is majestic. In less than 10 minutes, the temporary award podium was set up. Celebrities from all walks of life who came to watch the competition stood on the back deck of the aircraft carrier, preparing for the award ceremony. The glittering Delaunay Cup was placed on the rostrum, quietly waiting for its new owner. The award ceremony has begun, and the first to come to the stage to receive the award are the 5 referees of this game. We saw the players and coaching staff of the England team, led by Crazy Lee, standing on the steps leading to the medal podium. On both sides, people lined up to applaud and congratulate those who received the awards on stage. They showed the grace they should have as champions. On the podium, Pointitilla's famous whistler Rossetti led the linesman and the 4th official with a smile as he walked through the corridor lined with England players. He stepped on the steps from the left to the red aircraft carrier and walked up the steps to the podium. Award podium. On the far left side of the rostrum is the Delaunay Cup UEFA, which symbolizes the championship. UEFA President Platini stood next to the trophy and awarded the trophies to the 5 referees one by one with a smile on his face. After receiving the medal from Platini, Rossetti continued to walk forward, shaking hands with World Football Federation President Sepp Blatter, German Chancellor Mark, and Queen Elizabeth of the United Kingdom respectively, and then followed the spiral staircase on the right side of the aircraft carrier went on. Again, the referee's moment ended quickly, and it was time for the runner-up German team to take the stage to receive the award. German Chariot's handsome, tactician master, Coach Lowe walked at the front, leading his disciples who were crying to the stage to receive the runner-up medal. Point at this time, the camera panned over the German fans' camp in the south stand of the Ernst Happel Stadium. All the fans stood up, wiped away their tears, and gave the soldiers the warmest applause. The English fans were also impressed by this almost defeat. Football god on the sidelines. Applause to the tough opponent who forced him off the cliff. Lowe walked onto the podium, and Platini put the runner-up medal around the young marshal's neck, then hugged him, and whispered something in Lowe's ear, as if to comfort. German team players stepped onto the podium one after another. This night was full of regrets for the German tanks. They worked hard, and even God seemed to be on their side. It is a pity that they failed without knowing it. In front of Woo Woo's Crazy Lee, the German team still failed to win a victory, being able to force Crazy Lee into overtime and a penalty shootout. This is something that no team has ever done before. The German team, although defeated, it is still glorious. The broadcast camera gave a close-up of every German player who came to the stage to receive the award. When it was the turn of the German team's veteran goalkeeper Lehmann, the cameraman captured a very touching scene. This old naughty boy who struggled with the greatest goalkeeper in German history, Oliver Kahn, for decades and finally became the #1 national goalkeeper, did not immediately bow his head to accept the medal from UEFA President Platini. Instead, he slowly lowered his head and fondly touched the Delaunay Cup, the championship trophy on the rostrum, and kissed it gently with tears in his eyes. At this time, the long lens zoomed in, and everyone around the world could clearly see that the old naughty boy's hands were trembling slightly, and his eyes were filled with infinite affection, just as his lips touched the trophy. At that moment, the tears in his eyes finally rolled out like pearls. When he put down the championship trophy, it was as if he had put down everything he had. He lowered his head and remained silent. Suddenly his shoulders trembled, and he squatted down, covering his face with both hands. This scene touched all the fans watching the award ceremony. Lehmann kissed the Delaunay Cup with regret. He is already 39 years old. It is certain that this is his last European Cup and his last chance to represent the German team on the green field. Although he performed well in the game, he still missed the trophy in the end. This is both the cruelty and charm of football. Chapter 335. You are unique, you are unparalleled in the world. The last member of the German team to take the stage to receive the award was Captain Ballack. The leader of the German tank is the most tragic of all players, because in the just concluded 07-08 season, he traveled north and south with Chelsea, but in the end surprisingly won 4 runner-up places. Today, in Ernst Happel Stadium, Germany's most dominant midfield leader of the past decade had to accept his 5th runner-up finish of the season. Some people say that Ballack is cursed because the number 13 on his jersey has a new meaning from today. -13 runner-up medals: Bundesliga, German Cup, Premier League Cup, UEFA Champions League, European Cup, World Cup. 13 runners-up made the tragic hero Ballack an unprecedented runner-up Grand Slam. The #1 Super Saiyan in football is well deserved, as Ballack was the last to step off the red aircraft carrier. The applause at the Ernst Happel Stadium gradually stopped, and then instantly turned into waves of cheers like those of English seafood. Getting higher and higher from a certain low point. Getting higher and higher, like an avalanche in the Alps, like thousands of troops roaring out of the Vienna woods, rushing through history with a rhythm that makes the earth tremble. The championship moment is coming. In the eyes of the entire planet, Michael Owen was the first to take the steps to climb the championship ladder. Behind him were Stephen Taylor, Downing, Gerrard, Lampard. Ladies, gentlemen, the trophy that will forever be recorded in the history of the European Cup is about to arrive. After 22 days, 528 hours, and 31,680 minutes of waiting and expectation. It's just for the birth of this moment. So please don't be stingy with your cheers and applause. The on-site commentator issued a call to more than 50,000 fans in English. Please follow the rhythm of history and shout with me. Champion. England team. Champions. England team. England. On the field point after the top scorer Michael Owen stepped onto the podium, he first gently touched the Delaunay Cup, which was the first in the history of this glorious place to belong to England, then shook hands, bent down and accepted the UEFA Champions League. The winner's medal was presented by co-president Platini, followed by Stephen Taylor and other players. The broadcast cameras stared closely at every member of the championship team who came to the stage to receive the award. England's players did not go down the spiral staircase on the right side of the red aircraft carrier after receiving their medals like the German team. Instead, they shook hands with World Football Federation President Sepp Blatter, Queen Elizabeth of the United Kingdom, and German Chancellor Merkel. Then turned back and walked to the front of the podium where only the champions are qualified to step, and came to the bow of the aircraft carrier, waiting for that exciting moment. Congratulations, young man, you are the best. You are a brave warrior. Thank you for bringing a championship to the fans. Queen Elizabeth, the national idol of Great Britain, stood on the rostrum with a charming smile and sent warm blessings and thanks to every England team player after receiving their medals. The expression on the face of German Chancellor Merkel next to the Queen could be stiff. There are so many. My country's team loses the game, but I still have to send blessings to the opponent. In the camera, the two most influential women in the world's political arena have the same expression but different thoughts. Michael Owen was the first to get on the podium. England could finally win the championship. This former trend-chasing boy took the greatest credit, scoring 8 goals in 5 games. Such a terrifying goal efficiency, it has exceeded his peak performance. Whether in Newcastle or the Three Lions this season, Owen's condition is terrible. Many giants such as Liverpool and Real Madrid that have expelled Owen can't wait to admit their mistakes and pay huge sums. The contract is waiting for Irving's return. The European Cup has ended, and in the next transfer, he will undoubtedly become one of the hottest superstars. Stephen Taylor, Newcastle's super central defender for the England team. Since the beginning of the European Cup, fans have been controversial about him replacing Rio Ferdinand in the starting lineup, but as the game progressed, Taylor used his undisputed performance has proven himself and repaid Madman Lee's trust in him. Speed, technique, height, heading, positioning. The emerging Taylor has the potential to stabilize the world's #1 central defender. Stephen Downing followed Taylor on the podium. He was also one of the contributors to England's championship, although the Middlesbrough winger was also one of the main players of the Three Lions in the McLaren era. But only Crazy Lee allowed his superb passing skills and passing ability to be displayed. There is no doubt that Middlesbrough will be unable to retain this superstar on the left wing of the England team for the next 10 years. Downing is also a hot topic in the summer transfer period player of Joe Hart. Oh, this is definitely the best goalkeeper in this tournament, the most talented goalkeeper in English history. In this European Cup, he accompanied England all the way and defeated the world's #1 goalkeeper Buffon, Bernabeu Guardian Casillas and Old Naughty Boy Lemon. This 22-year-old young man conquered the world with his incredible perfect performance. In the final, he saved the last 3 penalties of the German team like a god and almost brought the Three Lions to the championship podium by himself. This summer is a fairy tale belonging to Joe Hart. From an unknown goalkeeper of the English championship team to the successor of the world's #1 goalkeeper, Joe Hart only took 12 months. Ashley Young, a former marginal international player of the national team, is now the main winger under Crazy Lee. He scored a goal to seal the victory in the quarter-finals of the Three Lions against Italy. Manziani, although his performance was not satisfactory, we have reason to be optimistic about his potential and future. Adrius Barry, who was appointed in a critical moment, played at right back and helped the Three Lions defeat Spain and Germany with his steady performance. Alan Smith, one of the heroes of the final alongside Joe Hart. It turns out that every time Crazy Lee selects players, he has his own unique features. Alan Smith, who never lacks fighting spirit, pulled England back from the cliff with an assist and a groundbreaking long shot. In the penalty shootout, when the first two teammates missed their penalties, he not only scored the goal, but also kicked away Germany's main goalkeeper Lemon. Smith only had 2 shots in the game, but he used these 2 opportunities to complete a miracle. I wonder what Ferguson, who is worried about the Red Devils striker, will think when he sees Smith's absolutely superstar performance. British commentator Sester praised every English player who came on stage to receive the award, making every fan sitting in front of the TV watching the award ceremony feel excited. Suddenly, the cheers at the Ernst Happel Stadium reached a terrifying climax. The satellite broadcast camera closely followed the figure who was smiling as he walked up to the podium. Crazy Lee. One person's appearance shocked the world. One person's appearance caused the world to boil. The camera never moved from the moment Lee Tongfan stepped onto the first step of the podium. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, accompanied by the applause and cheers of 53,142 enemies and opponents in the stadium, and the attention of billions of fans from all over the world. Lee Tongfan slowly boarded the fiery red aircraft carrier like an emperor who was crowned. Platini bent down to hug Lee Tongfan, then put the championship medal on Lee with a smile on his face, and patted Lee Tongfan on the shoulder. Lee, congratulations. Smile. Thank you. This is the second time I put the championship medal on you, right? Well, once in Athens, Greece, and once today. But this will definitely not be the last time. Lee Tongfan had no good feelings or disgust for this great figure who was feared by everyone in European football. Because he and he are not the same kind of people. At this moment, Crazy Lee fulfilled his promise to England, fans all over the world. He created the history of the England team in the European Cup in the most wonderful way, and won the first European Cup championship in history for the Three Lions, which is also the second best world championship result in the history of the England team. However, God on the football field brought much more to the England team than that. More important than the championship is that Crazy Lee gave the England team, which had always been weak in the previous competitions, a true championship temperament. He cultivated many talented and dazzling players for the Three Lions. It has become a truly world-class team. After the end of the European Cup after that, Crazy Lee's coaching contract with the English Football Association will soon expire. I wonder if Mr. Brian Barwick can keep the most amazing foreign coach in the history of the Three Lions for the entire England. 4. Crazy Lee himself. He will become the youngest champion level coach in the history of the European Cup. This should be the 80th official game he has coached. 80 wins, 0 draws, and 0 losses in 80 games. Who can match such a mythical record in today's football? The myth continues. All we have to do is to quietly watch this young Chinese walk step by step. Then, please bow down and worship devoutly. On the podium point after Lee Tongfan calmly accepted the medal, he hurriedly walked all the way to shake hands with Queen Elizabeth, German Prime Minister Morgan Blatter, and then couldn't wait to join the players standing at the front of the red aircraft carrier for the award ceremony, singing together. The climax continues. The last person to go on stage to receive the award was England captain David Beckham, as Beckham stepped onto the podium. Step by step, more than 30,000 crazy English fans in the stands danced at the same time, making people truly feel the trembling of the Ernst Happel Stadium. Beckham put on the medal and then shook hands with the presenters one by one, followed by more than 200 cameras in the stadium, watched by countless pairs of tearful eyes, and with the pulse beating of countless crazy fans around the world. And UEFA President Platini walked down the podium together, and then left his teammates who were singing excitedly on the front deck of the aircraft carrier. The climax is coming. At this moment, standing at the forefront of the fiery red aircraft carrier, like the captain of a giant ship sailing on the thousands of miles of icy ocean, there was a man named David Beckham who took the hand from Platini in the eyes of everyone, received the Delaunay cup that was filled with silver light, and then raised it high. Bang 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 bang. 16 huge fireworks burst out from the podium in an instant, and 16 rays of light that were brighter than shooting stars bloomed at the foothills of the Alps and on the banks of the Danube River. It was Crazy Lee and his England team who fought hard to participate. The 16 teams of the 2008 European Cup climbed to the top of the Alps, a symbol of glory. I have fulfilled my responsibilities time and time again. I achieve what I say every time and never make a mistake. We must keep moving forward, forward, forward. My friends, we will fight till the end. We are the champion. We are the champion. There is no reason to fail, because we are only champions. You brought me wealth, fame and everything that goes with it. I'm going to take him as a challenge. I want to keep moving forward. Previously. Forward. At the moment, when the colorful flowers soared into the sky, Queen's song We Are the Champions, considered the most popular by 7 million fans in a survey in 66 countries around the world, rang passionately at the Ernst Happel Stadium. Countless England fans in the stands finally couldn't help but sing loudly, and tears filled their eyes again. That elusive dream that has been held for countless years. Today, the Delaunay Cup, which symbolizes the pinnacle of glory of the Europa continent, was finally held in the arms of their beloved team. The dream has become a reality, but why does this moment in England's madness feel more like a dream? Everyone is roaring loudly, jumping as hard as they can, applauding wildly, kissing wildly, twisting their bodies, jumping hard, and crying what they should do, and what they shouldn't do. Graceful, graceless, beautiful, ugly, elegant, funny. Every movement, every expression blooms to the extreme. Everyone can't wait to release the burning fire in their hearts, to prove that this is not a dream. The climax never stops. When Lee Tongfan held the trophy, which was held high above his head by the excited and crazy players, inspecting the people in the stands like a king returning from an expedition, the exciting tune of We Are the Champions gradually faded away, and ends a strange song with no fixed melody. No high and low notes, and no rhyming lyrics echoed over the Happel Stadium. There is only one madman in the world, and you are our loser. You are full of courage and crush all enemies. You are invincible, and bring us victory. Forward, our madman. Forward, our loser. You are supreme. You are our madman. I haven't been able to log into the author center. I don't know what happened. It took me a few minutes. My dear brothers, please forgive me. Still asking for recommendation votes. Fellow swordsmen, please help the knife survive this week. Thanks to today, I miss you when the wind rises. Dear Lord, Minder, Lin Qiang Zuo Ziod, Zhang Zioki and other brothers for their awards. Thanks again to so many brothers for their support yesterday. Chapter 336. If I don't win, who will? Vienna's charming Danube River was unable to hold back the new European Cup champions for a moment. The Three Lions could not wait to take a chartered flight back to London, England, the day after they won the championship. London Heathrow Airport had tens of thousands of fans who set a historic record to meet the plane. The crowd stretched from the airport reception hall to 100 meters outside the airport hall, causing serious traffic jams, because even the traffic police were waiting to take photos with the team's heroes. From Heathrow Airport to the FAR headquarters Soho Square, the Three Lions bus took a total of 6 hours. To arrive under the escort of police cars, the players stopped here for a short time, changed their luggage, put on the fiery red commemorative t-shirts with the championship logo, and then boarded the celebration bus that the FAR had prepared long ago. Like actors rushing to a catwalk point, the bus body was sprayed with the brand logos of the main sponsors such as the National Building Society of the United Kingdom and ENBO. The top floor was remodeled and guardrails were added. The design of the front and rear ends imitated the podium of the Ernst Happel Stadium, like a cruiser that was showing off its might across the ocean point from Soho Square. The cruiser sailed in the sea of people all the way along Regent Street to London City Hall Square, where the Spanish royal family and the Prime Minister will hold a grand ceremony to welcome the hero's triumphal return. 28 police motorcycles and 8 traffic patrol cars led the way along the way, and both sides of the street were full of crazy fans dressed in festive costumes. Screams, cheers, and applause came one after another, and the portraits of each Three Lions player in the 23-man roster were held high above their heads by the fans. On the bus, all the Hammers needed to do was to pose on the top of the bus to show off with Laoli, while accepting the worship of crazy supporters. This is a road of honor paved with flowers and applause. On the top of the car, Laoli was thinking a lot. Ever since David Beckham scored a penalty kick, to win the Delaunay Cup from the German team. The applause in his ears has never stopped, but after the initial excitement, most of Lee Tongfan's thoughts are no longer on the England team. The mission has been accomplished. The summer transfer market has begun. As the owner and head coach of Newcastle, Leo Lee must devote all his attention to the construction and transfer operations of the team at St James Park. Because, in order to reproduce Newcastle's former glory in the upcoming 08-09 season, even if the sullen man has the FM system, a killer weapon, and even if Leo Lee has introduced Ronaldo and other old guys and Marcelo and other pink guys with his personal charm, but it won't work just relying on the team's current Linux point in modern football. Offense wins victory and defense wins championships, although this is nonsense for Lee Tongfan. It also illustrates the importance of defense in modern football to a certain extent. It is always easier to lose the ball than to score on the green field. Therefore, relying on the few crooked melons and crack dates in the current Magpies defense line is indeed difficult to help the team win in the three fronts of the League, Cup, and League Cup. Such an approach is no different from an old man who is tired of living and holding arsenic. The Magpies midfield and backcourt must be improved as soon as possible. As for the England national team, David Beckham has successfully won the title for Great Britain as captain. In addition to his wonderful performance in Real Madrid last season and the season before, if he still cannot win the World Footballer of the Year, then David is really destined to have no chance with Mr. If God kills him, what can he do? In addition, the promise he once made to the old madman Venables has been fulfilled. After July 4th at the Ernst Happel Stadium, Lee has no worries in the Three Lions. It is time to retire, of course, not now. Now the whole of England is immersed in the carnival of the European champions. Lee Tongfan doesn't want to be the black and disgusting rat shit that messes up a pot of boiling soup. 1 hour later, the square in front of London City Hall, 300,000 fans gathered here, and the Delaunay Cup, which was shining with silver and holy light in the sun, was specially placed in the most eye-catching place on the rostrum. Gentlemen, I'm very happy that I have fulfilled my promise a year ago. From today on, the glory belongs to the England team. Before Lee Tongfan finished speaking, the applause of more than 300,000 crazy English fans in the square in front of the City Hall suddenly surged like thunder and waves, and swept across the sky of London, the fog city. Today is a rare bright afternoon. Just press down with both hands lightly, and the applause disappears instantly. From this point alone, it can be seen how high the status of the madman Lee now has in the hearts of English fans. Because every true fan knows that the England team is not like Brazil, Spain, Argentina and other teams with their own distinctive characteristics. Although it is known as the birthplace of modern football, its years of barrenness in the field of honors have also made this team lack the awareness, courage, and confidence of a champion from the bottom of its heart. In this European Cup, anyone with a discerning eye can see that, if it weren't for the lunatic Lee who opposed all opinions to reform the team, boldly promoted newcomers such as Taylor, Joe Hart, and Ashley Young, and at the same time fully supported Beckham and Owen, waiting for the veteran and another coach, don't expect the Three Lions to win back the Delaunay Cup. Even according to the most optimistic estimates, reaching the top 4 is probably a luxury. Therefore, rather than saying that the Three Lions created history, it is better to say that Crazy Lee continued his myth. At this moment, everyone in the square was listening to the speech of the young Chinese standing on the rostrum with the most pious attitude. It is an honor to coach the Three Lions. I have worked with a group of lovely boys for a year. This will be a memorable 365 days in my coaching career. Well, although I'm also very young, a joke immediately filled the sunny London afternoon with good-natured laughter from the fans. The beginning of his speech was quite modest, but when Lee Tongfan said this, he couldn't hold back his pretentious nature, and brazenly said, "The championship always belongs to the final winner on the football field. Whoever wins if I don't win." Fortunately, the response to the sultry man, who was loved by 3,000 people, was still applauded and cheered by 300,000 people. Just like the crying Gascoigne back then, the English are a strange nation. They like the people they like no matter what. Lee Tongfan's speech was very brief, followed by the team's captain David Beckham, Perhaps due to the influence of being in contact with Lee Tongfan for a long time, the heartthrob's speech was shorter and more coquettish, because the captain only said one sentence from beginning to end. My teammates and I assure you that we, the England team, are still the true world football power. History will remember that under the bright sunshine in the London sky on July 5, 2008, this handsome man who had enjoyed the worship of hundreds of millions of Three Lions fans and suffered countless criticisms and reviles raised the radiant Delaunay High Cup, finally openly venting the words that have been suppressed in every fan's heart for too long, and they dare not say them out. This simple sentence instantly made the square in front of the City Hall look like an atomic bomb had detonated. The cheers of 300,000 people caused a sound wave that swept across England like a shock wave caused by a nuclear magnetic explosion. The climax lasts forever. After that, the speech continued, but this time it was replaced by the noble Queen Elizabeth. It's a little regrettable that the more fun-filled moments these are, the more idiots and monsters that have nothing to do with football tend to appear. Therefore, this glorious afternoon that almost attracted the attention of 62 million people in the United Kingdom was destined to be boiling not only because of football. The Queen was followed by Prime Minister Blair, then FAR officials, and then everyone wants glory, but the only heroes who have shed blood and sweat are truly remembered by fans and history. The championship celebration dinner that night was still a game of fame and fortune. All the famous celebrities from the British Isles appeared in the banquet hall of Brown Hotel, well dressed, with ladies and beauties, elegant gentlemen, warm lights and soft music. Wonderful. It is worth mentioning that John Hall, another major shareholder of Newcastle, was also among the guests. The old jazz face showed a rare excitement among the England team's historic champions this time. Owen, Taylor and Alan Smith are the three absolute main players who contributed to Newcastle, and the biggest contributor, Madman Lee, is also the coach of the Magpies. It is conceivable that the aftermath of the European Cup after they disperse, Newcastle will definitely become the focus of attention across the British Isles. To a certain extent, this European Cup is definitely a great opportunity for the Magpies to rise. Therefore, taking advantage of the gathering of British elites at the dinner, old Sir John Hall spared no effort and spent a lot of energy to carefully introduce to old Lee one by one the heavyweight guests who he believed would be helpful in Newcastle's return to the top. Lee also deliberately lowered his posture to express his goodwill. Although Lee Tongfan is very unaccustomed to dealing with this kind of situation, he also knows that anyone who wants to succeed must pay a certain price, even if you have an invincible cheating device in your hand. In English football, things get complicated when it comes to clubs facing the glory of the championship at this time when the whole people is excited. Even those British big shots who usually hold their heads high and want to put green onions in their noses are facing this person who has created a miracle in English football and is a leader in world football. The magical Chinese people who are famous for their reputation in Zhenjiang are also willing to make friends and lower their proud heads, so the atmosphere between the two parties is not awkward. The 3-hour luxurious banquet, with feasting and feasting, men and women, was finally over. It happened that the hotel where the England team stayed in London happened to be the Brown Hotel, so the 23 players who made the history of the Three Lions and the team's coaching staff had the last small team talk on the spot after the banquet point. Although they have been playing continuously and without rest for more than 20 hours, it seems that the Hammers are not sleepy at all. Among them, Rooney, the drunk little fat man, is smiling and hugging him tightly. He will be handed into the FAR tomorrow. The Delaunay Cup that I keep is like a little she-wolf protecting her cubs. Snap, 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 snap. Habitually clapped his hands. Lee Tongfan had something very important to say to the players. Today's 7,000 words is over. Once it comes to off-field plots, Ziodeo's typing speed will become extremely slow. We are about to go to the Newcastle map. Transfers are still a big problem. It's a pity to give up many stars, but buying them will cause a crowded loop. Let Ziodeo think carefully. Thanks to Helios 123. I miss you when the wind rises. Fu 2719, Wu Duan, The Oscillating Waves, The Blue Fox, Zooch 0519, Xianding You and Me, I Love 888, Where Is the Sun Going, Shumin Gongping, The Immortal Riding a Pig, The Eagle Wind, The Omnipotent God, Xian Kede Shumi, Ask Again, and other dear swordsman brothers and sisters for their support. I love you. In this virtual world, I have nothing but you. Chapter 337, Leaving and Returning. Hey, congratulations, guys, you are now the European champion. How do you feel? Li Tongfan picked up a glass of bright red wine and raised it slightly. On this wonderful night, Laoli had already lifted the previous ban on alcohol. The little meaty Rooney smiled and patted the Delaunay cup in his arms. It's so wonderful. It feels more comfortable than hugging a beautiful woman. Everyone laughed. Point Beckham, boss, it is our honor to be able to cooperate with you, Li. Tongfan smiled and looked at everyone's smiling faces and found that everyone, whether they were the main players or substitutes, looked at him with an expression of admiration. Therefore, the sultry man's vanity was greatly satisfied. But think about it. Thinking about the news he wanted to tell them next, Laoli suddenly felt a slightly sour feeling in his heart. This feeling was just like the mood he felt when he was bidding farewell to the instructor after the freshman military training 7 years ago. Before we say the next important thing, let's have a good drink first. Guys, as I said in front of more than 300,000 fans today, I can happily cooperate with you in the past 365 days. It's Milner, Li. Tongfan picked up the crystal clear goblet between his two fingers and continued with a smile. Guys, you know, my mouth sometimes smells worse than Frederick's, but in fact, my mind is older than this. The lunatic is much more pure. So, let all the previous unhappiness and grievances go away. Let's drink away our grudges. The Hammers laughed and looked at Venables. Frederick was the old madman's surname. However, this time, the old madman rarely retorted violently, but also smiled and raised the red wine in his glass. Oh, cheers. Cheers. Oh, this is the sweetest red wine I have ever drunk. Boss, your tone of voice is really like a sentimental bitch. Haha, Steven is right. We have to win more championships together. Well, guys, what do you think about letting the boss lead us to win 2 or 3 World Cups? The room was full of laughter. Originally, the players and Li Tongfan were not much different in age. They usually laughed and cursed, but today they drank too much and let themselves go a lot. They usually dared to say things that they dared not say and dared to think things that they dared not think. I said it all. Li Tongfan raised his head and drank all the red wine in the glass in one breath. Then, Li Tongfan put down the goblet and clapped his hands for the last time as usual. Okay, guys, I have another news for you. The room became quiet and some people had a bad feeling in their hearts. Well, you know, in addition to being the national team coach, I'm also the owner of Newcastle United and the manager of Newcastle United. So, guys, please forgive my selfishness for the benefit of the club. I have decided not to be associated with the English Football Association. Total contract renewal. Having said this, Li Tongfan rubbed his nose and suppressed the weak and bad emotions in his heart. Then he looked at the stunned Hammers and made a little joke. Hey, I know you guys, you can't bear to leave me. Well, if you want to thank me, just contribute an own goal when you meet Newcastle in the next 2008-09 Premier League season. Who knows? This joke did not arouse the laughter of the Hammers. Everyone, including the members of the coaching staff, looked at Li Tongfan with dumbfounded eyes, as if they had seen the undead in the abyss. Why is this happening? Isn't it good to have a part-time job like this? Ashley Yang opened her mouth. Huh, boss, aren't you joking? Are you leaving at this time? Stephen Downing poured the red wine from the goblet into his own handmade trousers specially prepared for the championship celebration. Discover, I heard wrong. I must have heard wrong. Oh, I drank too much again. Rooney was finally willing to put aside the Delaunay cup that he was holding tightly in his arms and took out his ears in confusion. There was silence in the room, watching the Hammers all looking at Li Tongfan. Seeing the faint confusion and deep reluctance in the eyes of these guys who are about the same age as himself, Lee Tongfan, who always loves to show off, originally thought that his huge vanity would be greatly satisfied, but the truth is completely opposite. I don't know why, but the feeling in my heart that makes me cry is so weak that I can no longer suppress it. As a result, Leo Lee Zuan completely lost the confident calmness of God on the football field, turned around and fled the sour room in panic, leaving behind a sentence, "Keep this matter a secret for the time being." No one, including the thoughtful old madman Venables, stood up to save Lee Tongfan. It's not that they don't want to do it, but it's because in the past 365 days, they have become accustomed to obeying this young man's orders. By the time they react, the man is already gone. 2 hours later, night, the moon and stars are sparse. In the commercial car driving to Newcastle, the mixed race rice cook Gigi looked curiously at Lee Tongfan, then at Lo Sitang, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Sir, why did you choose to leave the national team? I thought you would continue coaching until the 2010 World Cup in South Africa. I don't think anyone in England wants you to leave." Tolosi, Zitang and Leoli looked at each other and smiled. Lee Tongfan rubbed Gigi's long black crotch. "That will be 2 years later. Maybe 2 years later, I will lead another team to defeat the England team and win the Hercules Cup. Okay, little guy, I'm going to check you out. Tell me, what did you gain from going to Vienna this time?" Boom. When talking about this topic, Gigi jumped up excitedly and hit her head on the roof of the car again. Alan's goal in the final was so great. David's winning penalty kick was also cool. But my favorite is the goal Juan Mata scored against us in the semi-finals. Leo Lee looked at the little guy who kept talking about football and thought, "One day, I will let you score the greatest and most exciting goal in the world." 4 AM the next day. After returning to the beach house in Newcastle, the first thing Lee Tongfan did was to have a good sleep. Fortunately, the room was big enough, so Gigi and Lo Sitang stayed together. The hard work in the European Cup finals made Lee Tongfan feel like his whole body was exhausted. Although he had completed 2 great system tasks, the curse of the king of football, and glory on top of Europe, and the rewards of the FM 2008 system, it must be extremely rich. But for some reason, Lee Tongfan doesn't even have the slightest desire to open the Hamageo book. By the time Mimui woke up, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. "Mr. Rice Tong, you sleep like a hibernating brown bear. I'm going to the Rigbutan training base. The training plan has been delayed a lot recently. This is the note Gigi posted on Leoli's bedroom door. Lee, I actually think your snoring sound is much louder than that of a Bruin bear. By the way, there are still a few people who need your help personally regarding player transfers. Moreover, many sponsors and companies are waiting for you." This is a note that dog-headed military advisor Lo Sitang also posted on the door of Leoli's bedroom. I got up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. I opened the glass and the warm sea breeze poured in. I turned on my phone and was surprised to find that there were many red text messages on it. If I looked carefully, they were all blessing messages sent by the players of the England team. "Boss, thank you. You are a great coach. But when I meet Newcastle on the court in the future, humph, I will never give you an own goal. I really want to say please stay, but I know that what you decide will never change. Well, although I'm a man with a normal sexual orientation, I still want to say, boss, I love you. Hey, since we are no longer the coach, can we go drinking and clubbing together? Hey, I will introduce you to some good places later. Now that you have become a celebrity in English football, you are not a real man without scandals. Boss, I will keep it a secret. By the way, do you want me to play football in Newcastle, Lee?" Tongfan sat on the sofa, read all the text messages with a smile, and then deleted them one by one without replying to the messages. The past was so good, but it would be foolish to dwell on it. I ate something randomly, and then calmly opened the Hamageo book laptop to see what kind of rewards FM 2008 would give. After completing 2 powerful system tasks in a row. Click the small light red system icon, run the game, and then load the archive. Ding dong, you led the England team to defeat the equally powerful German team in the 2008 European Cup final. The system will reward you with 10 character points. Ding. Dang. England player Michael Owen won the top scorer of the 2008 European Cup. The system will reward you with 20 character points. Ding. Dang. England player David Beckham has been named the most valuable player of the 2008 European Cup. The system will reward you with 20 character points. Ding. Dang. England player Joe Hart has been named the best rookie player in the 2008 European Cup. The system will award 20 character points. Ding. Dang. England players Michael Owen, Stephen Taylor, Joe Hart, John Terry, David Beckham, Alan Smith. A total of 11 England players were selected for the 2008 European Championships. The best 23-man roster for the cup will be awarded 55 character points by the system. Ding dong. English players selected into UEFA's top 10 stars. Ding dong. England player was named the best defender. Ding dong. The continuous FM system prompts are like the 800 ring cannon lit with cigarette butts at the gate during the Chinese New Year, rushing towards the face with a strong sense of joy. The corners of Li Tongfan's mouth almost twitched with laughter. First update today. Thanks to Flying Fish, Lin Qiang Zuo Ziod, Standing Eagle Wind, 12-Winged Supreme Angel, Yuang Jiang Xiang, Shan Kedashu Fan, Qi Yushu Sunny Day, Favorite Bathing and Good Skin, Leah Dream, Lerenhut, FKSD, I'm Not a Guest, Marion, Yushen, Danglin 2010, Helios 123 and other brothers and sisters support us with rewards. Thank you. To every knife owner who silently supports Ziodeo, I love you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338. The sultry man was smiling happily while holding a small calculator on the floor like a stingy little landowner in the old society to calculate the total amount of harvest after the European Cup. On the other hand, he was moving the mouse and clicking the OK button one by one to eliminate almost all the hummers. The red cartoon football shaped system reminder box on the GeoBook LCD screen. The previous rewards made Li Tongfan exclaimed, just 4 character points, you can gain 245 points at once. I wonder how you can gain other points. Of course, more importantly, what rewards will be received for completing the 2 awesome tasks. At this moment, Li Tongfan's index finger when clicking the mouse was about to cramp with happiness, like the previous 2 times. After Li Tongfan cleared all the light red cartoon spherical system reminder boxes, he found that there were no relevant instructions, so he clicked directly to enter the system task interface. And sure enough, he made a new discovery. Do you want to receive the reward for completing the powerful system mission, Glory on Top of Europe? Click yes. Ding dong. Congratulations, player Li Tongfan. You have completed the powerful system mission, Glory on Top of Europe. The immediate rewards for this mission are as follows: 50 character points, scandal points, 2 points, climate points, 2 points semicolon, 5 damage points, 1/5 of the anti-erasure fragments. After Li Tongfan read the mission rewards of Glory on the Top of Europe, he found that the number of character points was not as many as he thought, and points as you want was nowhere to be seen. As for climate points, although scandal points and destruction points are valuable, they are not enough to reflect the value of the powerful system mission. It seems that everything lies in the 5th point, the so-called anti-erasure fragment. Move the mouse, the small arrow turns into a small hand, and there is indeed a next level help menu. Li Tongfan clicked to enter without hesitation, and a second later the detailed explanation of the anti-erasure fragments function appeared on the LCD screen of the Hummer. GeoBook. The only function of anti-erasure fragments is to collect a set of 5 ordinary erasure fragments, which can resist the system erasure function once. In addition, every 5th anti-erasure fragment can be exchanged for other system function points as follows: can be redeemed for 400 character points, can be redeemed for 50 points as you wish, can be redeemed for 30 scandal points, can be exchanged for 30 climate points, can be redeemed for 50 destruction points. After Reading the function description of anti-erasure fragments, Li Tongfan couldn't help but take a breath. Good guy, let alone the incredible ability to resist system obliteration. After collecting a set of 5 pieces, the number of other system function points that can be exchanged for just 1/5 of the anti-erasure fragments is absolutely worth it. Called powerful, as for anti-erasure, as the name suggests, it is a death-free gold medal used to save lives when the player is bankrupt and faced with erasure by the FM system. Therefore, to a certain extent, the function of exchanging various points for incomplete anti-erasure fragments is actually also help players escape the penalty of erasure. This new prop is great, very good. At this moment, Li Tongfan felt more and more that the FM system was like a slender woman with countless white cloth strips wrapped around her devilish figure like a mummy. Only if you persist in removing it can you see that beautiful body bit by bit. Carcass. After watching the first great level system mission, Glory on top of Europe, Leoli quickly focused on the rewards of another great level system mission, the Curse of the King of Football. I wonder what kind of rewards will there be for this mission. That almost caused me to lose the battle with the German tanks at the Ernst Happel Stadium. Do you want to receive the reward from Daniel's system mission, Curse of the King of Balls? Click the marquee button. Yes. Ding dong. Congratulations, player Li Tongfan. You successfully resisted the Curse of the Football King from the famous former Brazilian star Pel and received a system reward of 3 crow's mouth points. Each point of crow's mouth point consumed can curse any of your enemies once to a certain extent. Note, this point can be used against people other than the football world. Curses must not endanger others. Statement. Excellent. Points. Li Tongfan was so happy after seeing the rewards of the second great system mission, the Curse of the King of Football, the ultimate in pranks. Imagine this, if there had been crow's mouth points, what kind of lawsuit did I have with that shady Flaws, the editor-in-chief of the Catalan media World Sports? It could be settled with just a curse already. At this moment, Leoli suddenly felt that Uncle Bailey, the crow-mouthed man, was no longer so hateful. After harvesting all the rewards, after winning the 2008 European Cup, Li Tongfan did a small sorting out. First of all, character points have accumulated 520 points in this way. Even if the required points are deducted in the subsequent upgrade from FM 2008 to FM 2009, the remaining character points should be more than enough to support Newcastle's victory on 3 fronts next season. Secondly, points as you wish, 35 points according to the point function. This is a terrifying number. It represents that the sultry man Li Tongfan has at least 35 opportunities to raise his middle finger to show off. Again, scandal points, 4 points, destruction points, 7 points, climate points, 4 points. Finally, 1/5 of the anti-erasure fragments, worth thousands of gold. But Leoli does not intend to use these 1/5 fragments to exchange for other things for the time being. If possible, it is best to collect 5 fragments to make a set. This gives you at least one chance to survive under the FM system. After all, surviving is the first choice. After counting all the money, Li Tongfan immediately started to upgrade the FM 2008 system, because the LCD screen of Hamageo book had already given a very obvious prompt. Ding dong, the end of the 2007-208 System Season Review. Gamer Li Tongfan, you have a 100% winning rate this season, and have gained a total of 730 character points. 210 points have been consumed. 20 ability points, all consumed, and 38 arbitrary points. Points, consumes 3 points. Accepted 7 system tasks, with a 100% completion rate. The coaching level was raised to national level. The system made a comprehensive evaluation. You received a comprehensive evaluation of B+ this season. Congratulations, you are qualified to upgrade this system to FM 2009. The upgrade method is to reinstall the game disk within 30 days before and after July 10th. If you want to cancel the player status, you can click the Retire option of this system. This time, retirement will consume 550 character points. Reminder, your current character points cannot support the retirement option, and the retirement trophy system will be forcibly erased. The Method of inventory and upgrade at the end of the last season is exactly the same, and Leoli is already aware of this, taking out the extremely valuable pirated CD from the safe. Li Tongfan carefully brushed off the dust on the CD, then opened the optical drive of the Hammer Geo book, and put the pirated CD in. Hey, 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 a slight sound of disc rotation and friction came from the optical drive, and then the notebook body shook slightly. And a reminder box for installing the game was displayed on the LCD screen. This is the third time that Leoli has installed this pirated CD, so he is definitely familiar with it. I quickly moved the mouse and followed the prompts. Half an hour later, all the programs were installed on the Hammer Go book. A Sky Blue FM 2009 Macro Diamond shortcut key appeared on the LCD screen. The shortcut key consisted of two fire yellow watermarks FM09. At the bottom was a line of English subtitles. Its meaning was, Football Manager 2009, done. Li Tongfan didn't think too much, just moved the mouse and clicked to enter the system. 30 seconds later, he came to the original main interface of the FM 2009 system. There were still 4 function buttons on the sky blue background screen. New game, load the latest archive, load archive, loading quick start. Among the 4 function buttons, only the load archive function button is bright, while the others are dim, obviously unusable buttons. When Leoli moved the mouse over it, the small arrow was still a small arrow, without any change. Only after moving to load archive, the small arrow turned into a small hand. Click to enter. Since the FM 2008 archives of the previous season were stored in the hard drive of this Hammer Geo book, there was no need to transfer them through a mobile hard drive like last time. Li Tongfan quickly found 07 in a special folder on the laptop hard drive. -08 season archives. Click to load. Soon, a long and narrow sky blue progress reading note appeared on the LCD screen of the Hammer Geo book. 5%, 10%, 20%, 40%, 50% when it reached 50%. Just like last time, the progress bar stopped, and a sky blue spherical reminder box popped up on the screen. Ding dong. The archive loaded this time is a system upgrade archive, which requires 400 character points. Do you want to confirm? Li Tongfan was stunned. His second uncle's 400 points, not the previous 250 points. Damn it, the inflation in the FM system is getting more and more rampant. It's time to catch up with the price increase of real estate in China, but there is no other way. Now Leoli is like fish and meat, and the FM system is like Deo Zoo. I can't accept it. Move the mouse and click confirm. The progress bar continues to read 55%, 70%, 89%, 100%. Quoting. Done. The 07208 season archive has been loaded successfully. The system will automatically eliminate all traces of your use in the past season. Gamer Li Tongfan, you are welcome to continue to use the services provided by this system. In view of the fact that your coaching level has as you rise to national level, the difficulty of the game will increase next season. I hope you haven't been wiped out by the system after the 08209 season ends. Come again, or this sentence. Li Tongfan raised his middle finger to the LCD screen of the Hammer Geo book. Son, you are the second uncle. After solving the system upgrade problem, Li Tongfan entered the Newcastle, Linux page in the FM 2009 system and began to decide the next phase of real-life signings and cleaning work through the system. Sweat. I can only update 2 chapters today because Daozi met an acquaintance who returned to his hometown unexpectedly, and he used the royalties to buy 2 thick winter clothes for his parents and took them back. There will definitely be 3 chapters tomorrow. Thank you brothers for your award support. Almost calling for a recommendation vote. Finally, allows Iodeo to use external sites to promote himself once. Ahem. The work you are watching now is Soccer Modifier by Ranshikuangdeo01. Please remember this pure and lovely author. Chapter 339 Summer Transfer. Young Pastor. The European League transfer market is open for the 2008-09 season, and the situation is suddenly turbulent. In the just concluded European Cup, many talented players were able to show their unparalleled abilities to the world, while more wealthy teams waived checks to kill all sides in this invisible war. To a certain extent, this summer's football feast has not lost its popularity because of the end of the European Cup, but has attracted more and more fans' attention. Real Madrid is still putting all its energy into the introduction of Cristiano Ronaldo, who performed well at Manchester United last season. This soap opera was staged before the start of the European Cup. Unfortunately, there is no exciting news for Real Madrid fans so far. Compared with hanging the Galacticos on a tree, the old enemy Barcelona is much wiser. Guardiola has successively signed Sevilla twin stars Daniel Alves and Keita, and Arsenal midfielder Juan Helleri. And Manchester United centre-back Gerald Piqué were also tempted by the Catalan giants. The transfer war between the major clubs in the 5 major leagues has started vigorously. A major earthquake-level transfer has occurred in the Premier League. The famous Portuguese coach Jose Mourinho, the founder of the Chelsea dynasty of the Blues, said goodbye to Chelsea and went to Serie A coach the Nerazzurri and Inter Milan, while the Grape Leaf national team coach Luis Felipe Scolari rushed to support Stamford Bridge. Mourinho's departure shocked the entire European football world. Old rivals Alex Ferguson, Arsene Wenger, Rafael Benitez and others were disappointed that the Premier League had lost a dominant coach. Feeling regretful, some reporters even raised the topic to Lee Tongfan. Someone will regret between Mourinho and Mr. Abramovich, but that person is definitely not Portuguese. Lee Tongfan only gave a very simple answer. Laoli also felt sorry for the departure of the crazy uncle, because the trigger of this incident was Laoli himself. According to the reasons mentioned by the old Sir John Hall, when he chatted with Laoli, the relationship between Abramovich and Mourinho, who have spent the honeymoon period in the past 1 or 2 seasons, has faintly broken down. The Russian tycoon versus the madman in the Champions League. He was disappointed that he could not make any progress in the league, and before the 2008 European Cup, Abramovich ignored Mourinho's objections and gave up Crespo and Makalel to future rivals Newcastle at a low price. Finally, he was angry. After the madman was killed, the two sides broke up after friendly negotiations. However, the departure of the madman is also good for Lee Tongfan, because the cunning old Lee took advantage of the leaderlessness of Stamford Bridge and once again wielded a huge hoe to dig corners, and soon he was brought from the Blues in Europe with only £200. Young fullback Michel Manziani, who performed poorly for a period of time after that. Lee Tongfan was as busy as a spinning top, because apart from successfully taking advantage of the opportunity to introduce Manziani, other aspects of the recruitment work were in trouble. First of all, Dutch midfielder Van der Vaart, who best met Laoli's tactical requirements, finally said sorry to Newcastle. The Dutchman complacently responded to the call of the Galacticos and went to the Bernabeu for €13 million. For this reason, Uncle Florentino, who has a close personal relationship with Lee Tongfan, even called Lee Tongfan to show off. Haha, Lee, you finally failed in front of me. Have no choice. The appeal of the Magpies is as high as that of Real Madrid. Faced with this situation, Laoli could only roll his eyes at Feng Xiang. In addition to Van der Vaart, Portugal Sporting Lisbon star midfielder Moutinho and defensive midfielder Veloso also encountered difficulties in the introduction. Although the two players themselves were very happy to join the Newcastle family, the greedy Sporting Lisbon chairman Suarez Franco's high transfer price of €35 million for both of them frightened Laoli. Intimidated. You must know that Lee Tongfan is a veritable poor man now. Although Newcastle received £35 million in broadcast revenue due to last season's final league ranking, all this money has long been used to repay bank loans due and repair venues and youth training facilities. As of today, one share nothing left. The transfer revenue from the sale of Joey Barton and James Milner and others was basically all spent on the introduction of Ronaldo, Podolski and others. Doing the math on your fingers, there is currently only £20 million in preliminaries available for Lee Tongfan to carry out transfer operations. This is what Laoli shamelessly dug out of the pocket of Sir John Hall. Therefore, every penny of the $20 million must be spent wisely. Now it seems that the matter between Moutinho and Veloso needs to be aired first. So, Lee Tongfan flew around the world with his dog-headed strategist, Tolosi Tang, and super scout, Frank Andrai, who was hired from White Hart Lane, July 10. Buenos Aires, Argentina. Cafe private room, Mr. Rice Tong, both Javier and I are very grateful for your attention. Well, but we would like to know more about what kind of treatment Javier will receive if he joins Newcastle. Oh, please explain. The treatment I'm talking about is not monetary. In front of Tongfan, a middle-aged Argentinian man with brown hair sticking straight up expressed his concerns nervously. Next to the middle-aged man sat a handsome young man about 18 or 19 years old. The young man had a shy smile on his face, and the warm sunlight slanted in through the glass window and shone on his face. At first glance, he looked very much like Kaká, the flag bearer of AC Milan of the Rossoneri. This middle-aged man is called Javier Pabloa, and the boy next to him is his son Javier Pastor, a young midfielder who has become famous in the Argentine league. Tongfan's goal during this trip to Argentina is exactly this 19-year-old talented midfielder Pastor, whom the Hurricanes call Argentine Kaká. 19-year-old Pastor is a new generation of demon discovered by using scouting tools after Tongfan upgraded the FM system to 2009. The little guy's current ability is 154 and his potential ability is 190. He is definitely a monster type character who is capable of fighting. What's even more fortunate is that at this time, Pastor has just emerged from the Argentine Spring League and has not yet been targeted by the European giants. Therefore, his price is very low and the transfer operation is not easy. He is definitely suitable for Newcastle, which is neither high nor low type of club. Mr. Pabloa, I admire your son's talent very much. Many people in Argentina call him the new Kaká, but in my opinion Javier definitely has the potential to surpass Kaká. As for your concerns, in fact, there is no need at all. I will not come to Buenos Aires to discuss transfer matters for a role player. Whether it is treatment or training opportunities, Javier will get everything he is most satisfied with. To Javier's worries, Tongfan gave his own answer. Call. Javier Pablo took a long breath, and the tension in his heart slowly dissipated. This season, although his son performed well for the Hurricanes this season, the real European giants did not come to his door as he imagined. This disappointed him, who was originally preparing to land in the Europa Continental League. Knowing that today was a turn of events, the famous God on the sidelines of the football field descended from the sky and appeared in front of the father and son, giving both of them an unbelievable feeling of excitement. What does the golden name of Crazy Lee mean to a young player, even in Argentina, outside the mainstream leagues? Javier Sr. clearly understands the weight of those three words. Since the 25-year-old Chinese coached Real Madrid, he has never made a mistake in team signings. In just 2 years, there are countless young players who have made a splash under his command, including Juan Mata, De La Reed, Company, Joe Hart, Steven Taylor. To exaggerate, Crazy Lee is discovering young players. In terms of football, he has surpassed the Frenchman Arsene Wenger, who is known as the godfather of Shota, and has become a peak authoritative figure. Therefore, as long as Crazy Lee Jinkao says that he thinks a certain player has the potential to become an international superstar, then this player's value will definitely increase more than 10 times overnight. Today, this happiness that he never dared to hope for before actually happened to his son, and Madman Lee's evaluation of his son was completely beyond the imagination of old Javier. What kind of height should it be to surpass Kaká? At this moment, old Javier's brain began to spin like lightning, thinking about whether he could seek greater benefits for his son from this matter. If today's meeting was revealed to the media, maybe more wealthy families would be able to express their disapproval of his son. Interested, maybe there are better options than Newcastle. Tongfan noticed the twinkling eyes of the middle-aged man in front of him, and immediately understood what the other man was planning. He felt a little disappointed and smiled coldly. Mr. Pablo, I know what you are thinking, but I still want to remind you, don't let the small things make you lose the big money. I'm very pressed for time. Javier Pablo was stunned, looking at Tongfan's sneer, and suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Damn it, the other party saw it. What was I thinking? At this moment, Pastor, who had been sitting in the sun without speaking, suddenly spoke. I'm going to Newcastle. What? Old Javier, who was in a mess, didn't hear clearly and asked subconsciously. I said, I want to play football under Mr. Tong's tent, and I won't go anywhere except Newcastle. The Young man sat in the sunshine and raised his head slightly with a determined and brilliant expression on his face. On the Boeing 747 flying to Russia, Lee Tongfan leaned tightly on the back of his seat and closed his eyes, lost in thought. The performance of 19-year-old Pastor at the last moment surprised Leoli. Under the bright sunshine of Buenos Aires. There is a very intelligent and clear look in the eyes, with a resolute expression. No wonder the FM scouting tool believes that Pastor has the ability to become the leader of the team and can be in the huge situation. Staying calm under surprise and making wise choices is much better than his agent father. Young Pastor is definitely worth cultivating. The plane landed with a crash at the Moscow airport, and Lee Tongfan and his party hurried to the next target. Thank you brothers and sisters for your support. Brothers from outside sites, please remember that Football Modifier is dedicated to you by the lovely and pure starting point writer. Chaos Kuang Deo 01. It's purely advertising. Just remember it. Chapter 340 Summer Transfer, Newcastle, 039s. An hour later, Lee Tongfan met the target of this trip to Russia in a private club in Moscow, Yuri Zherkov. The 25-year-old Russian winger can adapt to any position on the left and is known as the Eastern European Ronaldinho. He is an indispensable core player in both the Russian national team and the Russian Super League club CSKA Moscow. The first time Lee Tongfan remembered the Russian international was when he led the England team to challenge the Dutchman Hiddink in the European Cup qualifiers in Moscow last year. In that game, Zherkov almost completely dominated Russia's left corridor. Breakthroughs, crosses, and free kicks were all top-notch, which left a deep impression on Leoli. Therefore, some time ago, FM was upgraded to 2009. Then I deliberately used the scouting tool to conduct a query. Who knows if you don't check? You'll be shocked if you check. The 25-year-old Russian left-wing king is not called Eastern European Ronaldinho for nothing. Current ability, 178. Potential ability, 188. Performance in the three positions of left back, left winger, and left midfielder, all of them are effortless. His gorgeous attribute data is no less than that of Chelsea's ace Ashley Cole. After watching it at that time, Leoli exclaimed that he was lucky. If he had not led the Three Lions to defeat the Russian national team in the European Cup qualifiers last year, once Hiddink led Russia into the European Cup, I'm afraid that Yuri Zherkov's performance after the competition would have become a with the rich and powerful. Newcastle has nothing to do with it. In the clubhouse, there is a curl of cigarette smoke and the smell of pandan. And Zherkov's own attitude also reassured Leoli. Being able to go to St. James Park and play under your guidance is something I can only dream of, waking up with a smile on my face. Thank you very much for your appreciation, Mr. Madmanley. However, Newcastle must provide sufficient transfer fee to CSKA. I hope the club that trained me gets the compensation it deserves. Zherkov's words immediately made Leoli look at him again. Before coming to Moscow to contact Eastern European Ronaldinho, Lee Tongfan carefully read the life information of Zherkov. This talented player, who is now famous in Eastern Europe, was born in a poor family when he was a child. His father was just a messenger in a small factory. Workers. It seems that Zherkov himself has inherited some of the working class sentiments. Such players with both virtue and skill are exactly the type that Leoli loves. Since the two sides hit it off, Lee Tongfan and Super Scout Frank Andrei flew directly to Paris, France without stopping, while Tolosi Tang directly stayed in Moscow and began to negotiate with CSKA about Zherkov's transfer. The transfer value given by Leoli is £5 million, and it is best to pay it in installments. In fact, Leoli also searched for a Russian monster from FM 2009, Zenit St. Petersburg Arshavin, nicknamed the Iron-Blooded Tsar. However, this soul of Russia performed well in last year's UEFA Cup and was awarded the best player in the UEFA Cup. He has long been famous. Therefore, the reference value given by FM 2009 is £10 million, which is definitely beyond the range that Leoli can afford. Besides, Newcastle has no shortage of players on the forward and wing sides, so they have no choice but to give up. One day later, Paris, France. Mr. Sebastian, I think the offer of £5 million can definitely show Newcastle's sincerity. We admire Mamadou Sakho and respect Paris Saint-Germain, but Sakho is still a good player after all. There is no player who has really proven himself in the top league, and I'm just optimistic about his potential. Well, if you are not satisfied with the transfer price, then I'm sorry, I can only find someone else. Sitting in the club chairman's office at the Park's Prince's Stadium, Lee Tongfan took a sip of the hot coffee served by the female secretary and gave his final bottom line point behind the desk. Paris Saint-Germain's owner Sebastian Bassin slowly tapped his fingers on the table, thinking about Lee Tongfan's suggestion. Indeed, from the initial offer of 300 to now increasing the price to 5 million. Newcastle's sincerity is indeed enough. Moreover, from now on, the 17-year-old Sakho has some potential, but who knows how far he will eventually grow. Thinking of this, as if he had finally made up his mind, the cunning Basin raised his head and suggested with a smile, "Mr. Idiot, I have a good plan." Newcastle acquires Mexican forward Carlos Bay from Real Madrid. If you can agree to let Villa loan to our club for free for a season, I will be very happy to accept your offer for Sakho. Carlos Villa. Why did it get involved with Bella? Lee Tongfan thought for a moment, recalled the current situation in the Paris Saint-Germain team, and immediately understood what the other party meant. Saint-Germain's main forward and captain Pauletta is 35 years old and is considering retiring in the near future. Another forward Radu has just returned from injury and is in unstable form. It turns out that we are looking for a free forward to make up for the club's forward crisis. However, Sebastian Bassin's proposal moved Leoli's heart. The reason why I rushed to acquire Villa at the end of last season was actually to prevent this gold with a potential ability of over 190 from shining too fast in La Liga, causing the value to rise. It is completely an investment in the future. This season, big names such as Newcastle Ronaldo in such a crowded situation, Bella's opportunities are indeed limited. Why not send the Mexican demon to Paris Saint-Germain to accumulate game experience? It's just a free loan. Even if Bella's salary during the loan period is fully paid by Newcastle, how much money will he have? On the contrary, it allows Paris Saint-Germain to release centre-back Mamadou Sakho, whose potential ability reaches 198 in the FM 2009 system, at a price of £5 million. Why not? 7 hours Toulouse, France. Lee Tongfan stood up with a smile and held Olivier Delan's hand. "Mr. President, I'm very happy that we can reach an agreement on the transfer of Moussa Sissoko. I think Toulouse and Newcastle will have more cooperation." Chance beside them, Toulouse head coach Alain Casanova almost had his eyes popping out of his head. Damn liar lunatically, he used smooth words to defraud Moussa Sissoko, the treasure of Toulouse, out of a mere £2 million. But the liar Lee Tongfan did not notice at all that there was an uncle-level resentful man beside him who wanted to kill him with 1,000 cuts. A mere £2 million was used to acquire Sissoko, a defensive midfielder with a potential ability of 190 in the FM 2009 system, which made Leoli really want to orank in opera in front of Toulouse chairman Sudran. Although Moussa Sissoko is only 17 years old now, after 2 years of targeted training in the youth team, he is definitely another Ghana Buffaloes SE level peerless midfielder. Haha. Small clubs are easy to cheat. If Sissoko was in a wealthy club like Lyon, there is probably number 10 million that he couldn't get. After settling the introduction of Pastor, Zirkov, Sakho and Moussa Sissoko in one go, Lee Tongfan's crazy encircling people movement finally came to an end for the time being. Leoli and his assistant Frank Andria returned to Newcastle City. This is July 16th. Shocking news continues to come out in the European football transfer market. Ronaldinho bids farewell to Camp Nou. Sun Siro welcomes the former World Footballer of the Year. It is a well-known secret that AC Milan boss Silvio Berlusconi favors Ronaldinho. Although the previous offer of hundreds of millions did not bring him to San Siro, this summer the Italian Prime Minister finally got his wish, and the Rossoneri only spent $1850. I got the former Barcelona king for £100. In fact, in addition to Ronaldinho, AC Milan also did two unexpected things in the transfer market. First, it loaned back the former traitor Ukrainian nuclear warhead Shevchenko from Chelsea. Second, San Siro took advantage of others. He poached Arsenal's core defensive midfielder Flamini for almost zero worth, leaving Professor Arsene Wenger unhappy. At the same time, AC Milan's old enemy Inter Milan also started a massive acquisition under the arrival of crazy Uncle Mourinho, turning European football into muddy waters. Perhaps in retaliation for Newcastle's poaching of Crespo and others from Chelsea, Inter Milan's new coach Uncle Mew set his sights on Newcastle. Inter Milan offers €1,000 for Magpies winger Duff. Inter Milan offers €25 million for lightning killer Michael Owen. Mourinho likes the tough-minded Magpies midfielder Alan Smith very much. Mourinho thinks Magpies defender Taylor can be Samuel's best partner. The overwhelming transfer reports in the English media have plunged the city of Newcastle into panic. Magpies fans have logged onto Newcastle's official website to leave messages hoping that the club's top management can retain these key players for the upcoming 2008-09 season. So ready. Newcastle manager's office. Haha, this is really retribution. We were poaching others outside, but we didn't expect that the madman uncle would actually start poaching me. Oh, think about it. What an attractive banknote is waving in front of your eyes. Lee Tongfan sat on the chair and crossed his legs, looking at the quotation facts from Inter Milan club in front of him, with a proud look on his face. Hey, Alan, Tang, do you think I should sell or not? To sell or not to sell? I have to say that Leoli's lewd expression at this moment is like that of a prodigal who betrayed her right to have her first night. However, when assistant coach Alan Shearer saw Lee Tongfan's coquettish expression, he thought that Lee Tongfan really had the idea of selling his main players, and he quickly advised him sincerely, Lee, this season we have to face a third line battle. The situation, even if the domestic cup competition is abandoned, the remaining UEFA Cup and League must be paid attention to. Therefore, I hope that the team can retain the original main framework to a certain extent. You must know that we have sold many main players. Alan Shearer was referring to Leoli's insistence on selling Joey Barton and James Milner at the end of last season. Lee Tongfan looked at Shearer's frowning face and laughed. Then he turned to Tolosi Tang and asked, "What do you think, Your Excellency, the head of my transfer department? If you have a suitable substitute, you can consider Inter Milan's offer." Lee Tongfan looked at Shearer thoughtfully, and then at Tang. Suddenly his heart moved, and he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a high potential little demon in the Inter Milan team recommended to him by the FM 2009 system. Why not do this? What about making a fuss? Thinking of this, Lee Tongfan changed his joking expression, picked up the three faxes in front of him, and looked at them carefully. Well, Duff was quoted at 15 million, Michael Owen was quoted at 20 million, and Steven Taylor was quoted at 18 million. It seems that after Mourinho took over Inter Milan, he obviously wanted to copy the 4-3-3-2 wing formation that he played invincibly at Chelsea. The focus of the Nerazzurri's transfer operations revolved around this formation to carry out, so it is not unreasonable for the handsome Portuguese madman to target Duff. Irving and Steven Taylor. Duff was once an important general in Mourinho's Stamford Bridge era. Later, Abramovich thought he didn't have star quality and was not big enough, so he sold him to Newcastle. The Irish fast horse's performance in the Premier League last season was amazing, so he wanted to play in the Premier League. There is no doubt that Inter Milan has reappeared as a madman with two wings flying together and recruited old members. Among the other two, Michael Owen, who has returned to his peak and is lethal in quick counter-attacks, is also the best candidate for the second forward in the eyes of Madman Mew. As for Steven Taylor, after experiencing the 2008 European Cup, there isn't a giant club in Europe who doesn't want to acquire this talented central defender. At this moment, Leoli had thousands of thoughts running through his mind. Owen and Steven Taylor must not be sold. The former is the current leader of Newcastle and has unparalleled reputation in the British Isles, while the latter is the future leader of Newcastle appointed by himself. If he wants to create the era of the Great Magpie, these two people are the best players in the world, the indispensable cornerstone of the team. In this way, the only way to make a fuss is from Duff. After careful calculation, the team will have Marcelo, Juan Mata, Podolski and other young players with unlimited potential on the wing next season. The 28-year-old Duff wants to be the same as last season. It is obviously impossible to secure the main position. Originally, Leoli planned to let Duff play the leading role of the old players, to help him train the new players, but now that Inter Milan's offer has come, Don, you immediately reply to Inter Milan's offer. Michael and Taylor are both not for sale to the team, and reject all offers. As for Duff, you reply to Uncle Mew like this. 10 million euros plus the young players in their team's youth training. Guard Thornton, we can continue to negotiate, and be sure to sign this little guy named Thornton. After hearing the final answer given by Lee Tongfan, Tolosi Tang immediately opened the door and started working. Alan Shearer, another giant of the team, finally let out a long breath. Fortunately, Owen and Taylor were both kept. He looked up at Lee Tongfan and found that this man was grinning at him. Hiller was stunned and suddenly understood. He was worried and was in trouble. Who is Crazy Lee, and how could he do those short-sighted actions of selling off key players? But then again, who is that little guy named Thornton? Lee Tongfan actually wants to sign him at no cost. The deal with Inter Milan went smoothly. Although Mourinho is very optimistic about the 16-year-old David Thornton, who has just been recommended to the first team by the youth team coach Giuseppe Bessi, the madman still chose now, after weighing the two considerations. The Irish fast horse Duff is the biggest help to him to gain a successful foothold in Mesa at this stage. On July 21st, both Inter Milan and Newcastle clubs released transfer information on their respective official websites. At the same time, Newcastle's Irish winger Duff moved to the Nerazzurri, and the price paid by Inter Milan was 10 million euros in cash plus 16-year-old youth training player David Thornton. Although it was also a transfer worth tens of millions, it did not attract much attention in European football. In this hot summer, only the transfer farce of Cristiano Ronaldo and the heavyweight transfers of superstars such as Gilardino are the focus of the media. Therefore, only a few media outlets in the UK have made a few mentions, and most of the reports focus on the madman Mourinho's formation of a new Nerazzurri. Duff's joining is seen as strengthening Mesa's offensive power, one of the measures. As for David Thornton, except for a handful of the most die-hard Inter Milan fans, who knows who he is? For Lee Tongfan, being able to sign Thornton is definitely an unexpected surprise point. Although the 16-year-old right back is young, his current ability in the FM 2009 system is as high as 154, and his potential ability is even more incredible. The football world evaluates Thornton as being able to become the Red and Black King, a Maldini-style dominant defender whose future can be seen. If nothing unexpected happens, Leoli is sure that before the end of the next 2008-09 season, this genius named David Thornton can become a blockbuster in Newcastle and make Mew Kuangman regret it. After that, good news came frequently from Newcastle's transfer department, and Newcastle fans were so happy to see more signing news coming out day by day on the club's official website. July 22nd, Newcastle spent 5.5 million euros to introduce Hurricanes rookie Javier Pastore. July 23rd, Newcastle spent £5 million to introduce Yuri Zirkov, the core player of CSKA Moscow and the Russian national team. July 26th, crazy, Ligue 1 is looking for treasures. He spent £5 million to introduce Paris Saint-Germain rookie Mamadou Sakho, and €2 million to introduce Toulouse midfielder Moussa Sissoko. Newcastle's acquisition of 5 players in such a short period of time finally attracted the attention of the European media. However, after careful analysis by the family members, they all couldn't wait to jump out and ridicule Lee Tongfan's transfer strategy. James Milner, Joey Barton, Duff, etc., etc. Madman Lee sold at least 8 absolute main players who were in the UEFA Cup last season at the end of last season and during this transfer period, but only after buying a bunch of old guys and kids. Does he really want to be Arsene Wenger second? If the Chinese want to rely on this group of players over 30 and under 18 to achieve Newcastle's renaissance, then he will create the biggest joke in the 5 major European leagues this season. Of course, it's not all criticism. The German kicker said something fair. Perhaps God on the sidelines of the football field can really rely on a group of child soldiers to create miracles. After all, there have been too many miracles in Crazy Lee. In 2008, among the most anticipated teams in the 2009 season, we have reason to join the new Newcastle. Unfortunately, for a sultry man like Lee Tongfan who has developed a face thicker than the walls of Jig, the cynicism of the media not only cannot shake his determination to make Newcastle younger and younger, but also accelerates Lee's career. Recruitment work. After completing the previous stage of recruiting work, Lee once again examined Newcastle's current situation through the FM 2009 system, and found that the team's backcourt strength still needs to be strengthened. The substitute lineup is pitifully weak. Once an injury occurs, it will seriously affect the football team. The team's record. As for the defensive midfielder, except for the already a bit old McAllill, there is no main player who is good in his playing years. This is simply intolerable for Lee, who favors the 4-1-2-1-2 formation. Through a series of searches and comparisons using FM football reports, Lee finally focused on two people. The first target is 23-year-old French midfielder Lars Diarra. The former Chelsea player forced his way out of Stamford Bridge because he was dissatisfied with Mourinho placing him in the right back position. During last season's winter transfer period, he joined the Blues' rival and fellow big member for a low price of £2 million, one of the Arsenal of Arsenal. But unfortunately, Lars has not had enough playing opportunities in the Arsenal for half a season. Although Professor Wenger is optimistic about his future and potential, there are absolute main players such as Cesc Fabregas in front of him. Therefore, this character player who has just joined Arsenal less than 5 months ago has already made rumours through his agent that he is determined to leave the Arsenal. At present, the Premier League team Portsmouth is pursuing this new McAllill with great fanfare. The FM 2009 system gave a high evaluation to Lars Diarra, whose current ability is 170 and potential ability is 180. It believes that he can become a super midfielder on par with McAllill at his peak. Therefore, Lee is very interested in Lars Diarra. The only obstacle now is whether Professor Arsene Wenger is willing to sell this promising player to Newcastle. After all, Lee once deprived Arsenal of the European Championship trophy at the Olympic Stadium in Athens, Greece. In addition to Lars Diarra, the second defensive midfielder candidate that Lee Tongfan is interested in is his old subordinate from the Real Madrid era, Redondo I Fernando Gago. Due to the presence of David Beckham and Mohamed Diarra, Gago's life at the Bernabeu has become difficult since last season. Real Madrid coach Capello is clearly not interested in the Argentine talent. After Fernando fired Capello and hired German Schuster this season, Gago's status at the Bernabeu does not seem to have changed at all. Completely opposite to the introduction of Lars Diarra, Gago's question is whether he is willing to concede to Newcastle from the Bernabeu. Lee made a plan in his mind and took action immediately. 2 chapters in 1 point. Let me tell you 2 things. First, that brother has FM 2009 in his hand. Please add questions to send one to Ziodeo for urgent use. Second, half of the palm of my left hand has been numb for 3 or 4 days. What's going on? Thanks brothers. Chapter 341. Please vote for this single chapter. Brothers, today is the last day of October. I just checked the monthly ticket list. It seems that, if I work hard, I can create the best monthly ticket list since the Modifier was launched. Since there is hope, dear swordsmen brothers and sisters, life is rare, let's fight for it. Give monthly tickets, recommend recommendations, and click. Well, I'm going to write, for the glory of the swordsman. I'm thinking that half of my palm is numb from writing. Chapter 342, Summer Transfer Recruitment Ends. As expected, Wenger firmly refused to sell the restless player Lars Diarra to Newcastle. With the professor's wisdom and foresight, he naturally knew how dangerous it would be to give new McAllill to Madman Lee. Newcastle's unstoppable 10-game winning streak in the final stage last season was enough to frighten the Big Four members. If Madman Lee is allowed to build an ideal team according to his own wishes, then it is estimated that the Big Four members will become the accompanying princes in the future. Reading is a soy sauce roll, so, although Wenger can't stop other teams from selling players to Crazy Lee, now that Lars Diarra is at Arsenal, he still has the final say. Therefore, the Frenchman did not hesitate to reject Newcastle's offer of £6 million. but agreed to another Premier League team Portsmouth's offer of £4.5 million. Things have reached this point, and the transfer tug-of-war for the new Mackallel, that lasted no more than a week, has come to an end. Although Lars Diarra himself is more inclined to join Crazy Lee's Newcastle, this time he cannot blackmail Wenger like the Blues did about 5 months ago, because it is different from when his contract with Chelsea only had 7 months left. His current contract with the Arsenal has 3 years left until it expires. However, after this incident, the relationship between Lars and Wenger was completely broken. Since Lars Diarra is hopelessly, Tongfan has no choice but to turn his attention to Fernando Gago. July 26. Madrid, Spain. At noon, the sun is hot. Boom, boom, boom. Gago, who had shaved off his long hair, did not use his summer vacation time to go to beach hotels to enjoy a good life like other teammates. Instead, he stayed alone at the training base of Madrid Sports City for additional training. Under the sun, the young man with dreams is sweating. 2 years ago, when he faced the reputation of Redondo second and the expectations of South American football, he left the Pampas with compatriot Higuain to lead the Bernabeu and join Real Madrid. He originally thought that he would really meet his idol Redondo. Duoneo made a name for himself at the Bernabeu, but who knew that apart from getting a lot of chances to play under Crazy Lee in the first season and performing well, the situation would take a turn for the worse next. Capello believed that his defense was not tough enough and once put him firmly on the bench. Finally, the famous Italian coach left the Bernabeu, but the new German coach Schuster seemed to have the same idea. Real Madrid, only 3 or 4 of the 27 players in the first team have not received a call from new coach Schuster, and Gago is one of them. What a clear signal. At this moment, although he has been staying at the Madrid Sports City training base to practice hard, Gago is at a loss. After doing several physical exercises with the ball around obstacles and without the ball, Gago came to the sidelines and was about to drinking water. Suddenly, ding 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 ding, the mobile phone in the luggage bag rang. When I took it out, a familiar yet unfamiliar name appeared in front of me. July 27. Newcastle's official website once again published a piece of signing news that made all Magpies fans extremely happy. Real Madrid's Argentinian midfielder Fernando Gago will transfer to Newcastle for €8.5 million, signing a 4-year contract with a weekly salary of £70,000. This news finally caused a shock among the British media because Gago is different from Zirkov players who have not proven themselves in the 5 major leagues before, and also different from Ronaldo, Marcelo and other old, weak, sick and disabled players. Although the Argentine midfielder's performance in Real Madrid did not reach the height expected by the world, but his own strength is still first class. The old lady Juventus, who was originally striving to make a comeback, was fiercely pursuing the Argentine midfielder. They did not expect to kill Newcastle's Cheng Yeojin halfway and rob the Bayern Connery of the prey they almost got. In fact, even Lee Tongfan, the mastermind who robbed Juventus, did not expect Gago's transfer to be so smooth. Prior to this, Leoli was originally worried that Gago would not want to leave the Bernabeu, where stars shine, luxury and luxury. Who knew that before he had finished a few words? After making a phone call, Gago himself turned the tables and proposed the idea of joining Newcastle, an unexpected surprise. Next, the conversation with Florentino went much smoother. The relationship between Menseonan and Fuziangshan was in the honeymoon period, and they soon signed a transfer contract with a down payment of €850 and a down payment of €2 million, with the remaining €6.5 million paid in 24 monthly installments. From the time Leoli started the specific operation to the official transfer, it took more than a month for Serie A giant Juventus to complete the transfer. It seemed to be an extremely difficult transfer, but it was actually taken over by Crazy Lee in just 24 hours. This time, anyone who knows the inside story of the transfer can't help but lament once again Crazy Lee's huge energy and player appeal, while fans of other Premier League clubs can only secretly complain in their hearts that they don't have a star-level head coach after the lightning fast introduction of Gago. Lee Tongfan has bought no less than 10 new players this season, but Newcastle's recruitment work is not over yet. July 28. St James Park Stadium. Head coach's office. The Sale of players at the end of last season brought a total of £64 million in transfer revenue to the Magpies, while only £38 million was spent on the introduction of Ronaldo, Podolski and others. Even if the introduction in July is deducted after adding the fees of Gago and others, the remaining transfer funds plus the £20 million from Sir John Hall, Leo Lee still has at least £28 million of transfer funds left in his hands. On the sofa, transfer director Lo Sitang was settling accounts with Leo Lee. So, are we actually rich now? Are there still so many left? Lee Tongfan's eyes widened, and his flushed face was full of disbelief. Tang, did you make a mistake in your calculation? You still have so much money. It's definitely not wrong. Dog-headed strategist and Magpies transfer director Lo Sitang pointed to the grey-haired old man sitting next to him, with an affirmative look on his face. I think it is better to let the financial director, Mr. David Stefana, it would be better if you explain. So, the old man with a prim face, Stefana, took out a thick stack of information, took out his reading glasses from the front pocket of his suit, and slowly put them on. Then cleared his throat, and began to report in a straight and clear tone. Ahem. Lee, the funds we have collected from the transfer market, by selling players during this period have been Premier League tickets and broadcast sharing. In addition, because of the performance of you and Michael and others in the European Cup, the sales of the team's jerseys and memorabilia are very optimistic, and the total so far is the ticket packages for the 2008-09 season are sold out. Well, by the way, if possible, I suggest the club consider expanding the stadium, and £58 million has been spent on signings. After 2 deductions, plus Sir John Hall's investment, there is still £5,000 left on the club's books. £50 million. Thinking about those charming monsters recommended by the FM 2009 system, Leo Lee subconsciously asked, so, do we still have money to buy people? Theoretically, that's the case, but I think it's best to have more than £30 million of liquidity in the club's account. You know, the players' wages are also a big burden for the club. Finance director Stefan Na gave his advice with a deadpan expression. Lee Tongfan nodded to express his understanding. After the introduction of Ronaldo, Gago and Podolski, Newcastle's salary structure has indeed risen to a big level, and the contract renewal of veteran players such as Michael Owen, Taylor and Alan Smith has also its time to put it on the agenda. In this way, he still has less than £20 million of transfer funds to spend. However, even so, it has greatly exceeded Lee Tongfan's expectations. Originally, Leo Lee thought that he would be a pauper long ago, thinking about Newcastle's current lineup, since there is still a lot of transfer fees. The previous plan has to be changed. Lee Tongfan has something to worry about. July 31st, The Times, Crazy Lee continued to spend €10 million to introduce Andriy Arshavin, the 27-year-old core player of Zenit St. Petersburg. This is the second player that Crazy Lee acquired from Eastern Europe after Zizhakov. Player, a worth of $10 million is already a sky-high price for a player who has not proven himself in the 5 major leagues. August 3rd, The Sun, another young player we have never heard of was brought to Newcastle by Crazy Lee. The 20-year-old Stuttgart midfielder Sami Khedira joined the Magpies for €5.5 million. According to the verification of newspaper reporter Dekra, the 20-year-old Khedira was promoted from the Stuttgart youth team to lead the first team last season. In the 2007-08 Bundesliga season, he played 24 times for Stuttgart and scored 1 goal. Such statistics are very rare in the Bundesliga. It's not that good this summer. The number and speed of Lee Tongfan's signings put the head coaches of other Premier League teams to shame. However, while the media and fans across the British Isles were still speculating on who would be the next Boy Scout member to appear at St. James Park, Crazy Lee's personal statement was finally posted on the Newcastle club's official website. The club has introduced enough players to cope with the competition on all fronts in the long 08-09 season. Starting today, Newcastle's recruitment officially ends. In the 08-09 season, Newcastle will shock everyone. You know, our goal is not just the UEFA Cup Challenge, Naked challenge. Crazy Lee's words are obviously a challenge to the traditional top 4 in the Premier League. In addition to Newcastle worth looking forward to, Thai Prime Minister Thaksin Shinawatra has spent a lot of money this season. For the Blue Moon Manchester City team, they have introduced Nate Phillips from Chelsea and Vicente Khan from Real Madrid. Pani and a large number of powerful warriors, the heroes have risen together, and chaos has emerged. From the perspective of transfer investment alone, the upcoming 2008-09 season will be the most promising season to break the four-way situation of Chelsea, Manchester United, Liverpool and Arsenal after Newcastle's transfer window is closed. The players' vacation is about to end, and Lee Tongfan will soon get into the warm-up matches and team running in before the start of the season. However, before that, Leo Lee must return to China Point this summer. Lee Tongfan was too busy to go back to visit his parents, and according to the commercial activity plan arranged by Tarosi Tang, there are some domestic endorsement activities waiting for Leo Lee to fulfill. In addition, Leo Lee also wants to see someone, a person she has missed for a whole year, 6 months, 23 days and 18 hours. Leo Lee wants to know what happened during this period. Thank you brothers for your comments in the book review area. Xiaodea will go back to find an old Chinese doctor to see. It should not be mouse hand, because I use the mouse with my right hand, but the numbness is in my left hand. Chapter 343 successfully resolved. Return to the Premier League. Chu Yue left Point the day after the two of them visited Leo Lee's alma mater Liu Middle School. Although Mother He-feng repeatedly tried to keep him, the girl who met in Madrid in a foreign country still left Lee Tongfan's house with an indescribable feeling. Boy, tell the truth. Did you bully Yue? The somewhat disappointed Mother He-feng stared at Lee Tongfan with a suspicious expression of leniency for confession, severity for resistance, trying to see something fishy from Leo Lee's expression. No. Leo Lee raised his finger seriously to pretend to swear, and denied it flatly. How could it be? You don't know your son yourself. Forget it. It seems that I'm worrying about nothing, but I have to say that you are not a child anymore. Hey, Mom, my dear Mom, I have a plan for this matter. Let's not talk about it. You kid. 1 day later, LZ City Point, Asia Pacific Century City Residential High-End Residential Community Point. The fat boy Shangwan Zesh smiled heartlessly, watching the famous Madman Lee knocking on the door of the 16th villa nervously like a soldier who was fleeing in fear. Who is it? After confirming through the video call, an auntie who looked like a nanny opened the door. Excuse me, who are you looking for? Auntie, I'm King's friend. Come to see him. Just about to meet the person he thought about day and night. Lee Tongfan's heart suddenly beat fast, for fear that the auntie in front of him would say, oh, she's not here, or something else. Please, come in. Wait a moment, I'll go call the lady. Lee Tongfan entered the living room on the first floor under the guidance of the nanny, changed his slippers, and sat on the mahogany chair in the living room and waited. Wan King's family is obviously wealthy. The villa is decorated in an antique style, and all the furniture is made of mahogany. The golden light in the morning poured in softly from the glass window, and the living room was terribly quiet. Point. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, who knew that apart from the nanny, Lee Tongfan didn't see anyone else in the huge villa. At this time, it seemed as if a small drum was beating General's order in Lee Tongfan's heart. The woman was right beside him, but he couldn't see her. Every minute and every second was torture. Click. It was the sound of the door being opened. Point. This sound, which was usually inaudible, spread in Lee Tongfan's brain like a mushroom cloud after an atomic bomb explosion. Looking up, he found that the nanny was pushing a delicate wheelchair out. Who else could it be, if it wasn't Wan King who was looking at him with a smile? Lee Tongfan's heart skipped a beat. What was going on? Why was it a wheelchair? So, it's alright now. In the living room, Lee Tongfan gently stroked Wan King's thin cheek. Why didn't you tell me? You're not a doctor. Besides, even if you knew, would you have time to leave the team to take care of me? In the warm sunshine, Wan King raised her head and continued to smile before Lee Tongfan spoke. Do you remember our agreement in Madrid that day? No matter what you are doing, you must be an excellent person. I don't want you to leave your job to take care of me when you are at your best, and it is a job you like so much. Yeah, push me out to get some fresh air. Wan King suddenly smiled slyly. How about letting your coach Lee be a nanny for once? With pleasure. Lee Tongfan pushed the wheelchair to the park in the community. The morning breeze was a little cold on his face, but the red sun rising slowly from Wukun Mountain brought warmth. In fact, before I met you in Spain, I had already been diagnosed with a 1-inch osteogenic sarcoma on my right rib. The doctor told me that this is a very rare malignant tumor. It has eaten up most of the muscles around the central axis of my ribs. Fortunately, it has not spread to the knees and hips. The morning breeze gently brushed the girl's hair. Wan King sat in a wheelchair and gently told the most important man in her life behind her about the nightmare-like past. The doctor told me that this disease is difficult to treat and the tumor was only 1 inch at the time, too small, and the existing technical capabilities could not be removed by surgery. The only way was to let it continue to grow until it was more than 3 inches, and then it could be removed by surgery. However, this is a very risky approach, and experts cannot guarantee what kind of damage it will cause in my body after it grows to 3 inches. Maybe I have been eaten by it before I can have surgery. Can you imagine? Facing the threat of death every day, I had to keep a good mood, smile at the mirror, smile at the people and things I could see, and not get excited or have drastic changes in my emotions. Later, I couldn't bear it anymore, so I started traveling everywhere. Milan, Dubai, Paris, Madrid. Later, I actually met you in Madrid. I was thinking at that time, God must have taken pity on me and sent you to me. At this point, Wan King suddenly raised his head, looked at Lee Tongfan, and said with a smile, "Do you know how much I had before that? I hate you. I left you a contact address when I transferred to high school, but you haven't written me a letter in the past 6 or 7 years. How could I have known that the first time I saw you at Modern Holiday on the streets of Madrid, I was like, I forgive you without any resistance, Lee." Tongfan smiled smugly. "The person you asked for the letter didn't give me your letter until I graduated from high school." "Oh, but that doesn't matter anymore." Under the golden morning sun, Wan King smiled happily. "The days when I was with you in Madrid, I forgot that there was a horrible tumor in my body that could eat me at any time. Although at that time you often had several, I was away from home, but I was already very happy. However, it still broke out later, and I went to the hospital for a checkup. It finally grew to 3 inches. Then, I had to go for chemotherapy every day for a period of time to prepare for surgery." Lee Tongfan suddenly remembered that a few days before the two separated, Wan King came back late several times with a tired look on his face. He explained that he was going to develop and edit photos for his travel notes. Now thinking about it, he should be receiving chemotherapy in the hospital. The time for the operation has finally been determined, but even the most authoritative experts are not sure it will be successful. Maybe I will lie on the operating table and fall asleep forever, and before that, I will have to undergo a lot of chemotherapy for the operation. Prepare for hair loss, nausea, vomiting. I must leave you when I'm the most beautiful. But, speaking of this, Wan King suddenly became hesitant, and his face was covered with red clouds. Lee Tongfan laughed loudly. He knew what Wan King was going to say, and then one night of ecstasy happened. The little girl in her pajamas stupidly sent herself into the clutches of the big bad wolf. Wan King was so embarrassed that he hit Lee Tongfan's hand holding the wheelchair with the back of his head. He looked at Leoli and grinned in pain and said with a smile, gloating, "I knew you would have this expression." The next day I left Madrid and went to New York for treatment accompanied by my parents. Did you see the note I left for you? In order to punish you for your abominable behavior of not writing to me for the past 6 years, I decided that you can only pass through write to me. Lee Tongfan suddenly stopped smiling and stretched out his hand to tie up a strand of black hair that was blown by the morning wind for the girl. "Punish me? Are you afraid that I will find out something through your voice when you call, right? I guess you were in the hospital bed at the time, and I'm afraid you won't even be able to. Can't you answer the phone?" Lee Tongfan could completely imagine this frail woman lying in a dark ward, enduring tremendous pain, falling into coma from time to time. Wan King lowered his head and said nothing. When he saw that Lee Tongfan had made a close guess, Lee Tongfan raised his head, took a deep breath of the fresh air at the foot of Wukun Mountain, and stretched out his hands to support Wang Qing's thin shoulders. Okay, let everything in the past pass. You see, now I'm no longer the same person after being laid off. You can't even pay the rent, but you are brave and tenacious and have won the battle against the horrible disease. We should consider some more important things. Something more important? What thing? A trace of curiosity flashed across Wang Qing's pale face as he was recovering from a serious illness. The warm sunshine shone on the girl's cheeks, and the soft hair on her temples was dyed golden, which made Leoli feel distressed. Li Tongfan bent down, whispered into Wang Qing's ear, and then laughed proudly and arrogantly. The red cloud covered the girl's cheeks again, and she said angrily, "Don't laugh. Who said I would marry you, Li?" Tongfan didn't care, and continued to laugh and said, "The uncooked rice has already been cooked, haha. By the way, I haven't had time to visit my future father-in-law today. Where are your parents? I think we should settle the matter today." "It's settled, you know, the Premier League will start soon, and this coach is very busy, Lee." Tongfan pushed the wheelchair and walked towards the villa. When she came out, the kind-hearted nanny aunt told her that Wang Qing had just recovered from a serious illness and could not stay outside for too long. On the top of Wupan Mountain, the rising red sun was getting higher and higher. The summer sunshine drew a long shadow behind the two people. The shadows were tightly connected on the floor paved with red rocks. What can separate them? Today is destined to be a sunny day. 3 days later, on the plane to London, England. The little fat man looked at Li Tongfan, who had been smiling since 3 days ago, and pretended to sigh. "My mother said, madmen come out of casinos, fools come out of love. It seems really good. Even God on the sidelines of the football field is not exempt from vulgarity." Hey, Li Tongfan, who was in a good mood, didn't care about the little fat man, and leaned back on the seat, feeling very happy in his heart. The heart disease that has troubled me for more than 2 years has disappeared. I will let the whole world see how terrifying a crazy Li is after he is successful in love. Well, first give the brothers a few bricks made of flour. It shouldn't hurt to hit the knife with this. I'm crying. This pit was dug 3 months ago, when Xiaodao was still very young and ignorant. I barely filled it up without killing anyone. From now on, I can focus on writing about football and Leoli will not become a robot. The climax is coming. Finally, let me talk about the update time. Every day at 12 noon, there will be a 3000 chapter update, and a larger chapter at 10 PM. Finally, I want a recommendation vote. Since Xiaodao is so sincere, please vote to death. Chapter 344, October Reflections. Well, I spent a lot of time and effort these 2 days to fill in a hole I dug when I was ignorant. Xiaodao also knows that many brothers are dissatisfied with it. It can be regarded as a lesson. If I hadn't written the heroine before, it would be better. After all, I have mentioned it before. If I didn't write it after 1 or 2 years, it would be too inconsistent. I must fill it today. From now on, I can write football with peace of mind. In fact, among the recent football novels on Gideon, Xiaodao's is the one with the least off-field cleaning. Right, yes, Xiaodao's control over the plot is indeed a bit poor recently, but a new month has arrived, and the editor has sorted out the complexity, and it will definitely be exciting soon. Here, dear Daok brothers and sisters, please continue to support Xiaodao with your votes, otherwise you will really lose at the starting line from the beginning. Thank you brothers for your rewards in the past 2 days. Killing Soul, Kangs, James God, Thunder Beast King, ZTHG, Ask Again, Emo Song, Jianshan Bamo, Mala, Giragialu, Yushen, Book Friends. 08071916083836, Ajua God, No 173, Bell_Teza, Wings of Heaven 2005, I Love 888, 12 Winged Angel, It's Difficult to Register for Children. CDL Goddream, 1 Bang When, Shindao 121 Station Eagle Wind, Cheyenne, FKSD. The Wolf of Drinking and Eating. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 Ronaldo and Crazy Elian-039 scene. August 10th. This is a day that 300,000 Newcastle residents have been looking forward to for 40 or 50 days. In the morning, when the red sun bloomed with the first faint light from the east coast boat harbour, more than 50,000 fans eagerly and joyfully crowded at the entrance of the fan tunnel of St James Park Stadium, because today, the idol coach Matt Manley, who came from the sky to turn the tide and saved the Magpies in the second half of last season, will meet the fans with the elite soldiers he collected for Newcastle this summer. Ronaldo, Podolski, Crespo, Marcelo, these great players represented by names that Newcastle never dared to dream of in the past, will put on the black and white sword-striped jerseys that countless Newcastle people dream about from today on, and from now on, they will fight for the Magpies. 3 hours later, boom boom boom, when the sun went around the roof of St James Park and cast the first golden ray of the 2008-09 season on the green lawn in the center of the stadium, more than 50,000 Newcastle fans in the stands were excited because that familiar black figure was the first to emerge from the players' tunnel. Walked out, followed by, in the stands, Nelly, a newlywed with cute freckles on her face, jumped like a naughty deer and patted her husband John Newton on the shoulder. Ooh, honey, look, that's Ronaldo. The one with curly hair is short. He's Marcelo, right? Wow, Prince Balti looks so handsome in the Newcastle uniform. Obviously, the crazy joyful atmosphere of the people around her has infected this woman. The pseudo-fan Nelly is proudly showing off to her young husband Newton the names of the stars that she could barely remember when she was cramming in football knowledge yesterday. The beautiful long hair looks like a golden waterfall in the sun. At this moment, husband John Newton's hearing, vision, touch, and even smell were all devoted to the stars on the lawn, who were greeting the fans under the leadership of Tongfan, so that the young bus driver did not hear the sweet words at all. What did his wife say? Otherwise, maybe he would have discussed with Nelly, a pseudo-fan, who is more handsome between himself and Podolski, who seems to be more of a pseudo-fan, on the field. Dear guys, let me introduce you to the greatest stars on the planet. They, together with all Newcastle people, will create the greatest dynasty here at St James Park, and let the entire Europe trembles before Newcastle. Tongfan stood in the center circle of the stadium, holding the microphone like a conductor playing a masterpiece of music, and began to introduce the players standing next to him one by one to the packed St. James Stadium. Eluo na erduo boom. The fans' roaring cheers filled the stadium like a mushroom cloud produced after an atomic bomb explosion, and then radiated to the entire city of Newcastle. Yes, bo boom. Boom, the atomic bomb explodes again. Bodo Eski Marseille Eluo Andre, Shawen 4 hours later, when the last wave of cheers exploded, Newcastle fans who had shouted hoarsely and lost their voices finally walked out of St James Park with unfulfilled satisfaction. Hey, Peter, pinch him and let me see if I'm dreaming. Oh, damn. Why are you using so much force? It's hard to believe that Ronaldo actually came to St James Park. My lifelong dream has come true. No, I have to rush to buy this season's ticket package. Hey, listen to me, guys, let's imagine winning the league championship this season. Well, it shouldn't be a luxury, right? Shit, what is extravagant hope? The championship belongs to us. Let the traditional top 4 go to hell. The crowd has not dispersed yet. The fans are more excited than winning £100 million by selling lottery tickets. People are talking in twas and threes, unable to conceal their enthusiasm. Among the fans, reporters from major newspapers are working hard, stopping fans from time to time to interview and ask questions. How satisfied Magpies fans are with this summer's signing of Matt Manley. In the face of interviews with reporters, Newcastle people maintained a high degree of consistency in their opinions. He is the god of St James Park and is irreplaceable. The grey-haired old man wiped away the tears that flowed from the corners of his eyes due to excessive excitement, raised his head and expressed his opinion on behalf of the old fans sharply. Hey, it's you again, Mr. Bastard Reporter. If you dare to speak ill of Mr. Fool in the newspaper this time. Humph. In order to celebrate this fan meeting, he wore a special 1980s-era helmet on his head. The bald coal miner showed off his muscular biceps to the thin male reporter with glasses, who was several heads lower than him, and his white teeth shone coldly in his threatening words. Dad said that when Hallie grows up, she will marry Mr. Dumpster, because he is the most perfect man in Newcastle. The little girl with chestnut hair draped softly around her ears, like a crystal clear doll, rode in the neck of the bearded father. He announced his future choice of Prince Charming in a sweet voice into the microphone, stretched out by the reporter, causing the people around him and the reporter to burst into laughter. There is no doubt that this unique new player fan meeting organized by Lee Tongfan was obviously very successful. Point the media in. The British Isles made extensive reports on this fan meeting. Ronaldo, Podolski, Makalil and Crespo, the three biggest players, appeared in St. Petersburg wearing black and white Newcastle sword-striped shirts. The photo of James Park Stadium has become the most frequently featured picture on the front pages of major media newspapers, and the elders of the Premier League also jumped out to express their opinions. Former Three Lions legendary striker Gary Lineker, who has commented on many of Leoli's national team games as a special commentator, has made no secret of his admiration for Crazy Lee. I dare say that in the entire English football world, only Madman Lee can gather so many talented players around him. Every player who has played beside him knows how happy it is to play for an invincible boss. One thing, I think that's why Ronaldo, Marcelo and Fernando Gago came to Newcastle from the high-profile Bernabeu. Paul Gascoigne, the legendary England star who started his career at Newcastle and joined China's Gansu Xianma as a player and assistant coach at the end of his career, couldn't help but talk about Newcastle's current situation in an interview with the News of the World. Well, Crazy Lee is indeed a very interesting bastard. I think he has the same demeanor as when I was young. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely go to Newcastle to play football now. I think I should be able to cooperate with that interesting bastard. Very good. Haha, we are the same kind of people. Legendary. Magpies coach Kevin Keegan, who has always regarded defeating Hodgkinson as his lifelong dream, also did not shy away from his praise when facing the reporter of The Observer. That incredible guy made my dream come true last season at Old Trafford, so I want to thank him, and I'm his biggest admirer now. Obviously, Crazy Lee's great success in leading the England team in the 2008 European Cup gave him huge support and popularity in the British Isles, so much so that the English media all sided with Leoli. Even the always picky The Sun had to lament, there has never been a head coach who can get the support of 50 million English people like Crazy Lee. Not to mention he is still a foreign coach. We can't predict what will happen after the European Cup. How long can the popularity be maintained? But now, Sir Alex Ferguson, who has dominated the Premier League for more than 20 years, has to step aside in front of Crazy Lee. Time flies so fast. The first week of August has passed. Point at this time, although the mysterious changes in the European transfer market still attract the attention of thousands of fans around the world, under the background that the 5 major leagues are about to begin. Each giant has adjusted its work focus and set off the climax of a warm-up match. In comparison, Newcastle was seriously behind other Premier League opponents in terms of warm-up, because Leoli was too busy with the European Cup in June and July. The only good thing is that in the days before Lee Tongfan returned to England, Alan Shearer had fully fulfilled all his obligations as an excellent assistant coach, and led the new and old players to have enough restorative sessions. Physical training. Don't worry about friendly matches. Newcastle don't have to worry at all, because Lee Tongfan made full use of the cheating function of the FM 2009 system and spent 20 character points to select 4 opponents that no one would have thought of to warm up. August 12. Newcastle faces Bundesliga Hoffenheim at home. August 14th. Newcastle faces Real Madrid at home. August 16th. Newcastle faces Inter Milan at home. August 18th. Newcastle vs. Toulouse in Ligue 1. It has to be said that the function of selecting and inviting opponents for friendly matches provided by the FM 2009 system is really an indispensable weapon. According to the predictions of the FM 2009 system, the game against Real Madrid and Inter Milan can earn a total of 2.6 million in ticket and TV broadcast revenue, but Leoli had to endure it in order to be able to hire these 2 giants in the FM 2009 system. Mitash transferred more than 70% of the profits to Real Madrid and Inter Milan. Among the remaining two opponents, the friendly match with Hoffenheim can earn £800,000 in ticket revenue, which is divided equally between the two clubs. All the income from the friendly match with the last opponent, the French Ligue 1 team Toulouse, was given to the opponent. What is euphemistically called the first cooperation between Newcastle and Toulouse is actually the compensation discovered by Leoli after he used 2 million to defraud Moussa Sissoko, a little demon with a potential ability of 194 from Toulouse Rigboton training base. Ahaha, welcome. It's your first time to Newcastle, guys. I'm glad we can fight for the championship together again. Aren't you right, fatty? Ronaldo saw that Leoli was looking straight at him, and he immediately stood at attention like a joke. Boss, yes, you are right. Haha. The other hammers also laughed. Mamadou Sakho, Moussa Sissoko and other young players who were still nervous because they were facing the famous god on the football field up close for the first time were also amused by the bossly Tongfan and idol Ronaldo's singing and dancing, and their nervous mood was relieved a lot. Pa 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 pa. Lee Tongfan clapped his hands habitually and then began to publish his policy outline for the new season. Among the 24 young men in front of me, some have fought here for one or several games, while others have only reported to the base half a month, a week, or even a day or two ago. Some have cooperated with me many times, while others saw the legendary Madman Lee's face so closely for the first time. When Leoli said this, the hammers were amused again, but don't worry, from now on I will treat everyone equally. Everything in the past is no longer important. You will fight for this city in the cheers and applause of St. James Park in the next season, and fight for your own reputation and future in the European continent. I allow you to have your own ideas, but you must remember not to try to challenge the authority of the man who is standing in front of you and speaking now. From the initial laughter to the current murderer Sora, Lee Tongfan's face changed so quickly that the hammers who have not yet adapted to his style were shocked. Ronaldo once again stood up and lived up to Leoli's expectations. Boss, don't worry, as a young man of the new era, I'm absolutely willing to succumb to your power. Start from the bench and fight for the main position. Ronaldo's laughter made many new players suddenly realize the iron-blooded means of the head coach in front of them, and the idea of relying on their value to grab the main position was extinguished in their hearts. Even a superstar like Ronaldo expressed his obedience at the first time. What qualifications do they have to act like a big star and ask for the main position? Leoli vented his power and the team began formal training. After the training point, the head coach's office at the Rigboton training base point, after Ronaldo took a shower and changed his clothes, he sneaked in and smiled at Leoli and said, "Hey, boss, how did I perform today? Are you satisfied? Can you give me a starting position in the game against Hoffenheim tonight?" Who knew that Lee Tongfan would not recognize his relatives? If you can reduce your weight to 80 kilograms before the game, I can consider. Ronaldo was dumbfounded when he looked at the fat on his belly. 80.80 kilograms? Boss, are you kidding? Got Newcastle. It seems that I made a wrong choice. Shouted loudly and cried for recommendation votes. Brothers, a new season is about to begin. Let's go crazy again with Crazy Lee. Thanks to Shui Shan, Future, and FKSD, Agent Codename G8, the King sent me to read books. Vanishing Pest, Jan Yin, Ziuhan, Yeo Jia, Ask Again, Long Feni Feng Yanze, Phoenix Sky, and Ruhan Yu. It's hard to register. Little Kid, Jan Shan Baymo, Mala and other dear swordsman brothers and sisters for their support. Chapter 346, Forcing Ronaldo to Lose Weight. August 12. Newcastle began its first preview of the 2008-09 season, sitting at home against newly promoted Bundesliga team Hoffenheim. The reason why Lee Tongfan chose Hoffenheim as his opponent in the warm-up match was mainly because he bullied this team as a new Bundesliga team. In fact, if you take a closer look at the 4 warm-up match teams arranged by Lee Tongfan, you can find the pattern. The first warm-up match opponent and the last warm-up match opponent are both weak teams, and in the middle, Real Madrid and Inter Milan are both super strong team. The purpose of this choice is to enable Newcastle, which has almost replaced 90/8 of its blood, to discover weaknesses in time in games with teams of different strengths, so that Leoli can use FM 2009 to make adjustments. However, God seems to have played a joke on Leoli, because Hoffenheim does not seem to be a weak team. Less than 3 minutes into the game, the visiting team Hoffenheim scored. Eduardo, the Brazilian attacking midfielder from the newly promoted Bundesliga team, made an imaginative through ball. Bosnia and Herzegovina forward Vedad Ibisevic countered offside before Newcastle's young centre-back Sakho turned around and shot into the far corner of the goal. 1:0 exclamation point. Leoli stood on the sidelines and was shocked because Lee Tongfan did not use FM 2009 to predict this game, and the players sent out were all newly joined players. Goalkeeper Hugo Lloris and David Thornton appeared at the right back position. Mamadou Sakho and Steven Taylor partnered at the centre back. The left back was Yuri Zirkov, and the midfielder Fernando Gago, wings Juan Mata and Marcelo. Attacking midfielder Pastor and frontline Michael Owen partnered with Hernan Crespo. Originally, Leoli thought that, although newly joined players accounted for most of the spots in today's lineup, there were indeed many disadvantages such as lack of coordination. However, all the players on the field were either famous in European football or famous all over the world. Love or up and coming famous people. Integrating the uniform with a team like Hoffenheim should be a piece of cake, right? Unexpectedly, not only did the opponent score first after the opening, but based on the performance of the Blue Army after the goal, crazily Newcastle was unexpectedly exhausted by the opponent's gorgeous and surging offensive. Hoffenheim's playing style made Lee Tongfan's eyes shine. If you ignore the blue uniforms worn by the players, Lee Tongfan even thought that the team appearing at St. James Park was Arsenal. What the hell, are they really an unknown Bundesliga newly promoted team? At this moment, Lee Tongfan felt as if he wanted to pinch a soft persimmon, but instead pinched a hard stone. In the stands, 53,421 ardent Newcastle fans turned St. James Park into a terrifying hell for the visiting team. As soon as the Hoffenheim players took the ball, the boos like a storm never stopped, but such a formation obviously cannot frighten the opponent on the lawn. In the 22nd minute of the game, Hoffenheim, who was beating Newcastle hard, scored again. Chinese defensive midfielder Chu Zongshan, who just joined the Bundesliga team this summer, made an incredible backheel knock through Newcastle's defense, which was still in the running in period, and then the tall Hoffenheim forward number 19 Ibisevic shot ahead of Sakho and Steven Taylor. 0 exclamation point. With the Newcastle fans stunned, the Hoffenheim players rushed to the sidelines to celebrate with their head coach Rangnick. Courtside point this time, Lee Tongfan no longer worried about the final score. It was just a friendly match. As early as 2 years ago, he had lost several friendly matches when he was coaching Real Madrid, so even if he lost this game, it would be useless to crazy Lizan. His illustrious reputation has no influence. What really interests Lee Tongfan is why an unknown team that has just been promoted to the Bundesliga is so strong. In the past 20 minutes, Lee Tongfan carefully observed Hoffenheim's technical and tactical play and the strength level of each player. The more he watched, the more surprised he became, because whether it was the team or the player's personal ability, everything was fundamentally different. It's not the standard that a newly promoted Bundesliga team should have. Thinking of this, Leoli's face once again put on a smile that seemed like a successful prank, because the Menseo man was sure that if the big brothers of the Bundesliga didn't take this team seriously, maybe the small team Hoffenheim would be there. The upcoming 08-09 season will shock the whole world. Old Lee had an idea and found another good attention to show off. 90 minutes later, Newcastle, sitting at home, finally lost the game to 3. In the 44th minute of the game, Hoffenheim relied on Chinese midfielder Chu Zongshan's header to extend the score to 3-0. In the second half, Newcastle, who finally found a sense of coordination, played more and more smoothly. Argentine centre Hernan Claes Bolstra received a transfer from Juan Mata in the 68th minute of the game and scored his first goal after joining the Magpies in the 84th minute. 17-year-old Argentinian midfielder Javier Pastor sent a free kick created by Owen directly into the Hoffenheim gate. Point to colon 3 exclamation point. This was a score that no one expected. Before the game, even the German media did not expect that the rural team that had just been promoted to the Bundesliga could actually overturn the crazy Lee who dominated the European heroes in an away game. To be honest, this ending surprised me, because before the game, the players and I were aiming for a 10-0 or higher victory, but Hoffenheim used their own strength to win. Earned my respect. I bet Mr. Rangnick and his team will be able to shock the whole world in the upcoming season. Well, maybe they can create a miracle. This was Crazy Lee's failure speech at the post-match press conference, but no one seriously thought about the meaning of Lee Tongfan's words, and no one seriously examined the true strength of Hoffenheim, which took away an unexpected victory at St. James Park Stadium. Whether it was the media or the fans, all focused more attention on Crazy Lee's loss. Flaws, the former editor-in-chief of World Sports newspaper who had already developed a deadly feud with Lee Tongfan, lost no time in jumping out. Can Hoffenheim shock the world? This is the most ridiculous joke I have ever heard in this century. The reason why Madman Lee is so tall is not for a rural team that has just been promoted from the Bundesliga to the Bundesliga. Distract the attention of the media. In fact, we can completely see from this game that Crazy Lee is not as invincible as people think. At least Mr. Rangnick, the coach of the newly promoted Bundesliga team, has done this, although the grievances between Flaws and Madman Lee have long been known to the world, and these remarks may not be without the suspicion of personal revenge, and adding insult to injury, they still arouse the approval of some media from other countries outside of England. Point because, in terms of human nature, people are willing to witness the rise of a myth as a bystander, but at the same time, they are more willing to bury this myth as a participant. Fortunately, because of the success of the 2008 European Cup, England has maintained its trust in Crazy Lee. The Sun specifically conducted a fan trust survey after the failure of Newcastle's friendly match against Hoffenheim, and the result was undoubtedly Crazy Lee's support among Newcastle fans has not dropped by even 1 percentage point, but it seems to be continuing to rise. Newcastle rock bottom training base. Obviously, the external media fanning the flames did not affect the enthusiasm of Lee Tongfan and the Newcastle players in preparing for the new season. The team's morning training was carried out easily amidst laughter and laughter. Outside the barbed wire fence of the base, media reporters from various newspapers and enthusiastic Newcastle fans swarmed. Tomorrow afternoon at 1600 hours, Newcastle will face the Galacticos Real Madrid at St. James Park at home, so the players are very active in training. This will be a game destined to attract the attention of the world. Crazy Lee will face the team he once coached and created a myth as an enemy for the first time, and even if this is removed, there are still countless dirty tricks in this extraordinary friendly match, because, whether it is Real Madrid's huge reputation or the past between Crazy Lee and Real Madrid, all these are reasons to attract the world's attention to this friendly match. By this time, the media had no longer speculated on how Lee Tongfan successfully invited the Galacticos to Newcastle, when La Liga was about to kick off in more than 10 days. More attention was devoted to Crazy Lee Tongfan. Real Madrid will meet again as enemies in the feud between German Schuster and Madman Lee in the 06-07 season. As we all know, when Schuster was still the head coach of Getafe, he complained to the media reporters that Crazy Lee had taken away his job, which made Crazy Lee furious. In the end, he defeated Hertha with a huge score in 2 rounds. Ferry, tomorrow, can Schuster, who has fulfilled his wish to become the coach of Real Madrid, sweep Newcastle, who just lost to a country team, at St. James Park and avenge his previous humiliation? For Lee Tongfan, the friendly match with Real Madrid does have special meaning. So compared to being unprepared against Hoffenheim, Leo Lee did a lot of hard work this time. Every newly joined player was surprised and excited to receive the training plan formulated by boss Lee Tongfan according to their respective positions and technical characteristics the day before. Among all the new players introduced, Ronaldo's weight problem and Marcelo's recovery problem, after experiencing a serious injury in Real Madrid, were all put first by Leoli. Judging from the results of observations in the past few days, Marcelo's status problem cannot be solved urgently through training. It is necessary to use the FM 2009 system. As for Ronaldo, Leoli decided to force the fat man to lose weight. Brothers, please vote for Xiao. You must support Daozi. Thank you to Ming Lucifer, who has been silently supporting Xiao for the 10,000 reward. Thank you to Maladada, who rewards every day. And thank God Remanchuation for their award support. PS. There was a little joke in the article mentioning Danda. Haha. Salute to Linda. Chapter 347, Acupuncture for Weight Loss and Stories about Strength. Return home after training. Bedroom. Lee Tongfan opened FM 2009 and entered Marcelo's page. Sure enough, he found that the status of this little hammer was a small red arrow pointing downwards. In addition, what was even more shocking was Marcelo's physical attributes and technical attributes. The value of each specific item in the three major items of mental attributes and mental attributes is all the way down. The speed that I was once proud of dropped from 18 to 12. Explosive power has also dropped from the previous 18 to 10. Flexible dropped to 9. Physique 10. Endurance 8. Balance 4. On the entire LCD screen of the Hummer GeoBook laptop, there is a small red warning downward arrow symbolizing that the data is still increasing significantly. The data of the 3 major items and 36 minor items have dropped by half compared to the Real Madrid era above. Looking at it now, it seems that serious injury not only caused serious damage to Marcelo's body, but also caused a serious shadow in the heart of little Sakamuni. Leoli dares to guarantee in the name of his still developing **** that, if this situation continues, in another half a year, Marcelo will definitely degenerate into a mediocre guy compared to the third-rate guys in the English Championship and English League 2. Players. A serious injury caused a once prominent European genius to end up like this. No wonder even many superstars who have long been famous all over the world have become obsolete due to injuries. Isn't it the same as the tragedy of Van Basten, the genius of the generation? Fortunately, compared with Basten, Marcelo met an omnipotent cheating master like Lee Tongfan. After opening FM Lee Tongfan entered Marcelo's name in the window and quickly found the little guy's data. As expected, the potential ability, symbolizing a young player's development prospects, has changed from over 180 to 126. And current ability also changed from 175 to 98. Lee Tongfan's first step in restoring Marcelo is, of course, to reset the little guy's potential ability. According to Leoli's idea, the best way is to return to the original 189 potential ability. Who knows how to modify the data and click confirm button box. A reminder box suddenly popped up on the screen. Ding dong. Player Lee Tongfan. After the system upgrade, the character points required to modify the player's current ability and potential ability have changed. The new requirements are as follows. To improve a certain player's current ability and potential ability within 100, 2 character points will be consumed each time. To improve a certain player's current ability and potential ability to a value between 150 to 100, 4 character points will be consumed each time. To improve a certain player's current ability and potential ability to a value between 150 to 160, 8 character points will be consumed each time. To improve a certain player's current ability and potential ability to a value between 160 to 170, 10 character points will be consumed each time. To improve a player's current ability and potential ability to a value between 170 to 185, 15 character points will be consumed each time. To improve a certain player's current ability and potential ability to a value between 185 to 200, 30 character points will be consumed each time. Laoli was stunned by this reminder box that suddenly popped up. Previously, when FM 2008 was upgraded to FM 009, there was a system reminder box stating that the difficulty of the game would increase after the upgrade, and now it seems that this is indeed the case. At the very least, after the new modification restrictions are released, Lee Tongbiam can no longer create superstars as he used to without any restrictions according to his mood. The 2006-07 season of coaching Real Madrid was the least restrictive in terms of player modification to character points, can easily create a unique superstar in the world, and the next season of 2007-08 coached Newcastle and England. When the team uses FM millimeters to modify player abilities, the cost is more than 2 character points. And this season, the character points method has become the same as China's domestic tiered electricity prices. However, the good news is that now Laoli has a lot of strange points that can be used, and it is not necessarily necessary to modify the player's abilities to win the game. To a certain extent, perhaps such restrictions are more in line with the positioning of the FM system as a super head coach trainer. After all, after 2 seasons of baptism of fire, if Lee Tongfan still relies on modifying player abilities to win, then what a failure. Therefore, Laoli's mind quickly became balanced. Lee Tongfan did not hesitate to spend 15 character points to increase Marcelo's potential ability to 185 points. As for the current ability, let the little guy slowly improve himself through training. This injury may not be a test for Marcelo. If he can be reborn, no one can beat him on the court. August 14th. At 1600 hours in the afternoon, the seaport city of Newcastle is bathed in the glory of the setting sun. St James Park Stadium. Force the friendly match between Newcastle United and the Galacticos Real Madrid at home has finally begun after 3 or 4 days of media hype and fan expectations. The broadcast rights of this game have been bought out by England's national television and will be broadcast live through satellite broadcast to more than 20 countries around the world. Real Madrid's new coach Schuster did not disappoint the fans and reporters who were looking forward to this game because the Germans have fielded Real Madrid's strongest lineup. Wow. Look at the starting list: goalkeeper Casillas, Ramos, Pepe, Cannavaro and Eanes on the backline, midfielders Sneijder, Guti, Van der Vaart, Robben, Van Nistelrooy partnered with Captain Raul in the forward line. TSK. It seems that the grievances between Schuster and Crazy Lee, who were hotly discussed before the game, are indeed true. The Germans want to play in St James Park as Newcastle still growing with the bloodbath madman Lee. The famous British commentator Sester laughed and joked. On the field, Real Madrid put on an aggressive stance from the beginning. Guti and 4 other midfielders with strong offensive capabilities used all their strength to counter-attack the visitors and quickly suppressed the Newcastle newcomers who were still in the running-in period. The game started less than 1 minute ago. The former Burger King Van der Vaart, who rejected Lee Tongbiam's call this summer, used a deft feint to dodge the immature German midfielder Kedira. His long shot in the penalty area almost made the Newcastle fans in the stands vomit their hearts out. Fortunately, goalkeeper Hugo Lloris reacted quickly and lifted the football over the crossbar with one palm. Corner kick. Sneijder's corner kick went straight to the near post. Under the interference of Superman Stephen Taylor, Real Madrid defender Pepe pushed the ball over the baseline. The fans in the stands remembered the uncontrollable exclamations. Because of Lee Tongfan's relationship with this game, more than 5,000 of the most die-hard Real Madrid fans traveled thousands of miles to watch the game with the team. Such a number is obviously beyond the scope of a friendly match. As soon as the game started, Real Madrid fans who came from afar were in the stands. A special slogan was printed on it: "Thank you, Mr. Rice-Tong, for the wonderful memories you brought us." This banner creates a special sight in the stands of St. James Park. The performance of Real Madrid fans obviously stimulated Galacticos new coach Schuster even more, so much so that from the first second of the game, the German stood on the sidelines and directed his disciples with rich body language and shouts. He beat Newcastle hard and didn't even retreat to the command seat for a second. At least in terms of the momentum shown by the head coach, the visiting team has the absolute upper hand. However, Lee Tongfan's formation in this game has already destined Real Madrid to be unable to knock on the Magpies' goal as quickly as Hoffenheim did 2 days ago because Leoli very unkindly arranged a 4-2-3-1 defensive formation with double midfielders at home. Two newcomers, Fernando Gago and Sami Khedira, formed a new defensive midfielder combination, leaving only the tall Hernan Crespo on the front line, who firmly took root in Real Madrid like a nail biter restricted area. The Argentine center's intimidating power in the penalty area is no less than that of Ruud van Nistelrooy, the king of the small penalty area. Under Real Madrid's ferocious attack like a storm, although on the surface Newcastle's defense looked like a lotus leaf in the rain, its crumbling appearance gave people the illusion that it would collapse in an instant, but Schuster thought angrily, "What makes me vomit bloodies that the goal that I was looking forward to has never arrived." Courtside point Lee Tongfan glanced sideways at Schuster, who was standing on the sidelines performing the dragon and snake dance. It was like looking at a poisonous rattlesnake that was pinched 7 inches, and he couldn't help but draw a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth. It's useless. Even if you have taken control of a wealthy club like Galacticos and come here with a man's victorious anger to avenge shame. As long as I don't want to, no one can take away victory from St. James Park. This is a fair and just game. Lee Tongfan is willing to give this German who is determined to avenge his shame a chance for revenge. Therefore, just like the last game against Hoffenheim, Leoli did not use the prediction function of the FM 2009 system in advance to determine the final outcome of the game. To a certain extent, this game is an extremely important test for Leoli. Lee Tongfan wanted to try it out through a friendly match to see what kind of strength he would have after losing the support of the FM system after the war test in the first 2 seasons. In this way, Lee Tongfan can develop his own tactical ideas and the ability to rely on his own judgment to solve difficulties in various situations when the score is behind or ahead, thereby avoiding the occurrence of the Champions League in future games. The situation that exceeded the system's prediction occurred in the final against Arsenal and the European Cup final against Germany. It's like a person who has been walking with a cane finally wants to try walking without the cane to avoid being able to crawl home if the cane is broken or lost in the future. From this perspective, today's Schuster and his Real Madrid are obviously an opponent that is neither light nor heavy, but has just the right weight. It's a pity that Schuster's performance now disappoints Lee Tongfan, because, judging from the situation from the beginning of the game to the present, the Germans have obviously been completely affected by the previous grudges and the media hype in the past 2 days and affected their own tactical thinking point. Although the 4 major attacking midfielders of Guti, Robben, Van der Vaart and Sneijder have injected great vitality into Real Madrid's front court, this formation that lacks a midfielder and sacrifices defense is completely a desperate risk behavior. Once our offensive fails to achieve results in a short period of time, the opponent's counter-attack after taking this breath will be unbearable for them. Only 20 minutes into the game, Lee Tongfan lost interest in the game. And the following facts proved that, even without the predicted prediction of the FM 2007 system, Lee Tongfan's judgment of this game was more accurate than his prediction. 44th minute. Real Madrid's midfielder, who had been unable to attack for a long time, made a mistake. The young defensive midfielder Khedira, who was gradually adapting to the game, used his body to overturn the Golden Wolf Guti with an exquisite position, and passed a wide range of long passes to the front. Center Hernan Crespo relied on Cannavaro to header back. Boom. Alan Smith, the starting midfielder, once again showed his strong long-range shooting ability. This volley from the penalty area made Casillas shake his head bitterly. 1:0 exclamation point. 65th minute. Juan Mata made a cross from the wing during the counter-attack and assisted Crespo with a header and scored the second goal. 2:0 exclamation point. In the 78th minute, Khedira received Mata's corner kick and scored another goal with a header from the penalty spot. 3:0 exclamation point. Oh, the angry Avenger fell in a pool of blood, and the confident Schuster was defeated by Madman Lee again. Even if he lost to a country team 2 days ago, so what? To use a Chinese proverb, even tigers have their time to take a nap. Before the game was over, Cesta, a loyal follower of Crazy Lee, couldn't wait to send a prepared taunt to Real Madrid's new coach. 90 minutes later, the final score of this world-famous friendly match was fixed at 4:1. Newcastle 4:1 Real Madrid. Nicolas Gigi, a 17-year-old Magpies youth player who came off the bench, scored his first goal in the Newcastle first team. Assisting Gigi was Argentine midfielder Javier Pastor, who also came off the bench. It wasn't until the last second of the game that Dutch star Sneijder used a long shot from 40 meters away from the goal to find the last fig leaf for the Galaxy battleship. When Tongfan gently waved his hand and came to more than 5,000 Real Madrid fans who had come from afar, the enemy coach actually received more applause and cheers than one of his own Schuster. In the stands, when the people of Madrid saw the man who had created a glorious history for the team 2 years ago walking towards them again waving his hand, this scene was so familiar yet so strange that many people could not help but scream and stay. I shed tears. Mr. Rice Tong, you will always be a legend at the Bernabeu. Please return to Madrid. Only you can stop us from being frightened by a victory. Come back. Please come back. Amid the applause and screams of enemy fans, Lee Tong-bum smiled and hugged his former disciples of Real Madrid one by one, sending his blessings. For a long time, the applause of the Madrid people in the stands lasted until the black figure disappeared from the hall of the post-match press conference. Tears and prayers did not save that figure even for a minute. Seeing this scene, the narrator Cesta once again opened his sharp and harsh mouth. Wow, I feel a little sad for Schuster now. Even his own fans have turned against him. This is really a wonderful irony for the Germans who are ambitious and want to establish their own dynasty at the Bernabeu. Commentator Partner Linker wasted no time in adding, so far, almost no one who dares to brazenly fight against madmanly has taken advantage. I can already think about the news in as and marker after Mr. Schuster returned to Madrid. The treatment given to him, Cesta's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, expressing his 10,000 approval point after one day. Boss, I want to play football. Look, I have lost a lot of weight. Newcastle rock bottom training ground point after a day's training. Fat Ronaldo once sneakily opened the door and appeared in the head coach's office point. Ronnie lifted up his clothes and took a deep breath, letting his fat belly collapse a little to reveal his abdominal muscles, making him no longer look so fat. Then he raised his head pitifully and said to Lee Tongfan, "Boss, look, I really feel like I'm not fat anymore." Lee Tongfan stood up with a smile and stretched out his fingers to scratch the fat man's belly. This time, Ronaldo couldn't hold his breath anymore, and the fat ring on his belly bounced back. No, still not. Facing the frowning Ronnie, Leoli showed no mercy and resolutely put an end to this guy's last chance. If you can have six-pack abs on your belly, like just now, when you don't inhale, I can consider letting you play for dozens of minutes. The fat man was dumbfounded. Lee Tongfan felt happy when he saw the fat man's cowardice. He looked at Ronaldo up and down for a while, and then he smiled slowly and said, "But, seeing how enthusiastic you are to fight, I decided to show you a clear path." Real. The fat man, who was feeling depressed one moment, suddenly smiled brightly the next moment. Hey, tell me quickly." "Well, you can go see team doctor at Oyun. Acupuncture can not only cure injuries, but I heard it can also help you gain weight." "Hey, where are the people?" Before Lee Tongfan finished speaking, he looked up and found that Ronaldo had pushed open the office door like a rabbit chased by a dog and disappeared. Sir, I haven't finished what I said. I originally wanted Fatty to bring a message to call Marcelo over. It seems I have to go find it myself." 10 minutes later, Marcelo appeared in Lee Tongfan's head coach's office with a sad face compared with the naughty boy in the Real Madrid era who stuck out his tongue and kept saying, "Master, you are so good at your craftsmanship." Marcelo now seems to have aged more than 10 years, at least now. The way he sat down on the chair with his head bowed made Leoli feel as if there was an old-fashioned 70-year-old man sitting in front of him. The whole person's energy and spirit are in an extremely decadent and negative state. That injury actually hit the 2007 European Golden Boy Award winner, who became famous at a young age and in his prime. So much so that when Leoli saw it, he couldn't help but feel distressed. There was silence for a while. "Hey, Kit, why are you looking so sad?" Do I owe you a lot of money? Marcelo raised his head and barely showed a smile that was uglier than crying. The Brazilian fullback guessed in his mind that his recent state in training may have caused dissatisfaction with his boss. Marcelo has known the temper of the man in front of him since his days at Real Madrid. With his performance in the past few days, he has not called himself over to criticize until today. This has already given him enough opportunities, but when he thought about the involuntary restraint he would feel when doing movements after being injured, Marcelo felt a deep despair in his heart. Having been a professional football player since he was 9 years old, he certainly understands what this state means. My career as a professional player is about to come to an end. Actually, a large part of the responsibility for your injury lies with me. Under Marcelo's surprised eyes, Lee Tongfan looked at him apologetically, because before the game against Manchester United, the physical fitness coach you once told me that you had physical problems during that period, but I still let you play. I'm sorry, boss. Please stop comforting me. You reminded me before that game that I asked to play. Marcelo shook his head because he clearly remembered Lee Tongfan before the game that led to his ending. It was once suggested that he take a break for 1 or 2 games, but was rejected by him who wanted to make a name for himself in the knockout rounds of the Champions League. But do you feel that your career is hopeless? Lee Tongfan suddenly laughed mysteriously. I know what you are thinking in your heart. But what I want to tell you is that, as long as I'm here, you will become the same person who made breakthroughs like the wind on the green field. An electric bad boy. How about it? Do you believe me? Before he finished speaking, Marcelo jumped up from his chair, as if he had been electrocuted. The colors on his face changed several times in an instant, and his outstretched fingers started to tremble with excitement. The Brazilian kid couldn't help but be excited. This sentence was just like a person who fell into the terrifying quicksand and was about to sink his head in, and I suddenly grabbed a rope that could save his life. Really? Really? Boss, do you really have a way? At this moment, Marcelo was so excited that his voice began to tremble. Haha, when have my words not counted? Otherwise, why do you think I brought you to Newcastle? Is it because I feel sorry for you? Lee Tongfan pushed Marcelo back on the chair and looked at him condescendingly. I guarantee that your body can be restored to the level before the injury within 3 months. But, at this point, Leoli's face suddenly became serious. I'm very disappointed with your recent performance. Compared to you now, I would rather see a warrior on the court who never gives up after being injured, rather than a poor self-pitying fellow. Maybe I'm a bit harsh today, but think about Ronaldo, this guy right next to you. How many injuries he's had in his football career. Every time people thought he was going to be hit by an injury. Retired sadly, but who won in the end? As a professional player, who can guarantee that he will not be injured from the beginning to the end? I think the reason why a truly great player is remembered is not his superb skills and the number of goals he scores. It's their indomitable will and spirit. So, boy, if you want to be a great player, make yourself strong first. In order to ask for recommendation votes, Daozi endured a headache and didn't even take a nap, and finally finished coding 6,000 words in one breath. The new Newcastle needs to be ruined. Brothers and sisters who are unable to subscribe and support Xiaodao, please vote for Xiaodao with your recommendation votes. I just found out today that I ran naked this week. It's only up to you. Thanks. It's hard to register a kid. Bloodthirsty maniac. Spicy. Meng Xiaoxun. Snail watching the wind. Danglin 2010. Ask again. Xiaohan and other dear swordsmen for their support. Brothers, I love you. Thank you. Chapter 348. A genius who came to your door unexpectedly. Marcelo's face turned red when Lee Tongfan said it. Yes, living examples are all around him. After the serious injury in 2001, countless people around the world thought that the all-powerful alien Ronaldo would disappear from the green field. But what is the reality? Not only did Ronnie make a high-profile appearance on the court, he also helped Brazil win the Hercules Cup in the 2002 World Cup in Korea and Japan, and he also won the top scorer. Thinking about his performance in Real Madrid for more than a year, Marcelo's face was so ashamed that he almost bled. Tomorrow night's game against Inter Milan, you will get a starting spot. What I need you to do is to attack Inter Milan's defense over and over again. However, with your recent form, there will definitely be a lot of mistakes. Maybe there will be people who are dissatisfied with you, and your ears will even catch the boos from your own people. But what I want to tell you is, don't pay attention to those. Your opponent is only yourself within 90 minutes. If you still have the physical strength to take even a small step on the court, I will not replace you. This game will be a test specifically for you. If you survive this test, you will experience the pleasure of rebirth. How can it be done? Lee Tongfan finished all the words in one breath and stared at Marcelo closely with a smile. Point call. The Brazilian fullback took a deep breath and then stood up. Boss, thank you. I will use my own feet to make those who have laughed at me pay the price. With a smile on his face, Lee Tongfan watched with relief as Marcelo left the office, as if he was a changed person in just a few dozen minutes. Lee Tongfan let out a long breath. A competent head coach is essentially an excellent nanny, although these arrogant stars may seem to be unstoppable in the eyes of outsiders, who can understand that these hammers are actually just a group of young people in their 20s, who enjoy supreme glory and respect. But I'm also under tremendous pressure, confused and hesitant, and the function of the role he plays is not only to tell them how to play football, but also to help them deal with the general difficulties in life. After all, each of these guys is worth tens of millions of British Queen's head money. This is like the legendary being a father and a mother at the same time. So damn tiring. After seeing Marcelo off, Leoli looked at the time. It was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. His stomach growled, reminding Leoli that he was hungry. He casually stuffed all the information on the table into the drawer, and after getting 2 Brazilian hammers, Lee Tongfan was in a good mood. He was thinking about where to reward himself with a big meal, when suddenly there was another knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Please come in, assistant. Coach Alan Shearer opened the door and walked in, followed by a slightly bald English uncle. The uncle smiled slightly nervously at Lee Tongfan. This is Mr. Rogers, Lee. I think only you can solve his problem. Alan Shearer pointed to the English uncle beside him with a troubled expression. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he had a small friendship with Rogers before and was embarrassed to refuse, Hiller would not be able to pull off such a face and bring Rogers into Lee Tongfan's office. Shearer has seen how busy Lee Tongfan has been for Newcastle recently. Only I can solve it? Old Monk Lee's Angel was confused. Seeing the strange expression on Lee Tongfan's face, the bald man Rogers quickly stretched out his hand with a smile. Dear Mr. Rice-Tong, hello. I'm Belle's father and his agent, Belle. Lee. Tongfan quickly searched in his brain to find out who this guy named Belle was. Seeing that the man standing in front of him didn't understand, Rogers hurriedly added with a flattering smile, Gareth Bale. Mr. Bastard, you may not know him yet, although he is not famous enough now, but please believe me, I'm sure, Gareth Bale. These 5 words exploded in Lee Tongfan's mind like a bomb. What the bald man said next, Leoli didn't even listen to it. How could Leoli, who had the FM scouting tool in his hand, not know about Gareth Bale? The FM system has been very optimistic about the Welsh fullback and super free kick expert since the 2007 version, known as the greatest talented player in Wales since Ryan Giggs. In fact, Lee Tongfan never thought of this 18-year-old talented winger when he signed players this summer. However, Bell's worth in FM 2009 exceeded £12 million. Such a number is hard to break into 10 pieces. For Mr. Lee, the number of flowers is simply an astronomical figure. Today, this guy who calls himself Father Bell comes to your door. Why could it be? Thinking of this, Lee Tongfan had an idea in his mind. He smiled lightly and said, look, Mr. Rogers, I'm very busy right now, and I haven't finished my meal yet. Mr. Rice-Tong, I only need a few minutes of your time. I think you will be interested in what I want to say. Uncle Rogers carefully took out a few CDs from the briefcase he carried with him. Sir, please understand the love a father has for his son. This is Bell's playing video. Seeing the anxious look on Rogers' face, Lee Tongfan was overjoyed as his suspicions were confirmed. However, he still looked calm on the surface and did not take the CDs. Instead, he smiled and said, I really don't have time now. Well, Mr. Rogers, I'm about to go out for dinner. How about we chat while eating? Okay, great. Lodges beamed with joy. Half an hour later, Newcastle's Blue Jam restaurant. Mr. Rice Tong, that's it. Bale admires you very much and very much hopes to come to Newcastle to play for you. Although he is not having a satisfactory life at White Hart Lane, please believe in his strength. He is a genius. As he said that, Rodgers took out the CD again in a hurry. Lee Tongfan, on the other hand, was competing with the steak on the plate in front of him, while patiently listening to what Rodgers had to say. Only then did he understand the whole story. I see. Gareth Bale, this Welsh boy is indeed a talent that FM has been optimistic about since 2007. But Bale's development in the past 1 or 2 seasons has not been as smooth as people expected. During the transfer period last season, Tottenham Hotspur defeated many competitors such as Manchester United and Arsenal and brought the Welsh genius to White Hart Lane for £10 million. Initially, Bale's performance was indeed good. The highlight was the free kick that penetrated the Arsenal goal in the 156th North London derby. However, since the ligament in his foot was damaged in the 15th round of the league against Birmingham, Bale's performance at Tottenham began to plummet. Although the Welsh boy successfully returned after missing most of the season, his performance was still a little worse than before. What's strange is that every time Bale starts a game, Tottenham always loses, so that the fans in the White Hart Lane stands, they regarded the Welsh teenager as a disaster and used booze every time to boycott Bale's starting appearance. This season, after Spanish coach Juan Ramos took over the dominance of Dutchman Martin Jol at White Hart Lane, Bale's status has not been improved. Recently, there are even rumors that Juan Ramos is considering moving him to White Hart Lane. Bale was sent back to his former parent club Saints Southampton. Under such circumstances, Bale has no intention of staying at White Hart Lane, as Bale's father and agent, Rogier, was of course very anxious when faced with his son's predicament. After much deliberation, the only option was transfer. In fact, Rogier has tentatively contacted Arsenal and Manchester United before this, but neither Ferguson nor Wenger seems to be as optimistic about Bale's prospects now as they were a year ago, and Tottenham has marked a transfer for Bale will be worth £10 million. No one is willing to pay such a high price for a young player who has lost his main position in his club. In desperation, old Rogier found Lee Tongfan. In Rodgers' view, if he can't go to the traditional semi-finals, then it would be good to come to Newcastle. After all, Madman Lee is famous for his reputation and is good at training young players. Maybe in the end it will be better than going to the traditional semi-finals. Can achieve greater development. Therefore, old Rogier asked Alan Shearer, the crazy assistant coach Lee with whom he had some friendship, to introduce him to Lee Tongfan and take the initiative to recommend his genius son. By this time, Newcastle was the old Lodger's last hope. This is why old Rogier came to Lee Tongfan. Lee Tongfan slowly took a sip of red wine and fell into deep thought, carefully calculating the necessity and feasibility of this signing in his mind. According to the latest evaluation of the FM 2009 system, Gareth Bale's potential ability is 180 and his current ability is 150. Although he is not a super monster with a potential of -10, for a young player who is only 18 years old, already very gorgeous. Moreover, the FM system's evaluation of a certain player will change. Maybe in the FM 2010 era, Gareth Bale still has room for appreciation. What is even more worth mentioning is that the current Newcastle team lacks a truly intimidating free kick master. If Gareth Bale, who has a free kick value of up to 20, can be bought, the tactical aspect will be better, can be greatly enriched, can be introduced. But the problem is that Bale's current price is a bit expensive in terms of cost performance. You must know that Wenger and Ferguson are both talented people. Of course, they can see the potential in Bale. The reason why they backed away is because the transfer price offered by Tottenham is too outrageous for Bale, who has already depreciated a bit. Therefore, Lee Tongfan is certainly not willing to be taken advantage of by Tottenham to recover the cost. Not to mention that Newcastle now has very little remaining funds for transfers. Thinking of this, Lee Tongfan raised his head and looked at the nervous old Rodgers and then at Alan Shearer on the side. He paused for a moment and then gave the answer slowly and calmly. Mr. Rogers, I'm very appreciate your son. Rogers finally had a smile on his nervous face. But Lee Tongfan changed the topic. The transfer fee of £10 million offered by Tottenham for your son has exceeded the limit that Newcastle can support. You should know that I have announced the transfer fee on the club's official website. The end of the Ed work. These words made Logis, who had just seen a glimmer of hope, become dejected again. When Lee Tongfan saw that he had played with this English uncle who loved his son so much, he stopped showing off and expressed his thoughts directly. However, for Alan's sake, I'm willing to do our best to introduce your son to the club. Son, but this requires your cooperation. Looking at Madman Lee, who was smiling like a demon full of temptations, old Rogier quickly understood what the other party was up to. Players forcing clubs to lower their transfer prices is not uncommon in European football. Once again, it's Gareth Bale's turn. 10 minutes later, looking at old Rogier, who finally agreed to Lee Tongfan's conditions and turned away with gritted teeth, Alan Shearer hesitated to speak. After enduring it several times, he finally expressed his worries. Lee, in fact, my relationship with Rogier it's not deep. You don't have to worry about my feelings. If Bill is not the person you need, don't. It seems that Leoli's words for Alan's sake just now caused psychological pressure on Shearer, who devoted his whole life to Newcastle. Haha, Alan, you are overthinking. This guy's son is indeed a genius, but I need him to cooperate with us in a play to keep the transfer fee down. Speaking of which, Alan, I have to thank you very much. You, Alan Shearer suddenly had a black line. Lee, you are really a cunning fox. August 16th. Newcastle's home friendly match against Serie A giant Inter Milan starts at 1500 hours sharp local time. This game was also bought out by England's national television station, and the exclusive broadcast rights were broadcast live to more than 20 countries around the world through satellite broadcast point, because this is the first time Mourinho has challenged a Premier League team since he left England. The return of the madman. This week is a happy week for all Newcastle fans, because European giants who rarely come to St James Park Stadium come here one by one to compete with the team, giving them a feast for their eyes. Force, the game begins. There was a duel between Madman and Madman. The last direct confrontation between the two was more than a year ago in the Champions League group match at Stamford Bridge. In that game, Madman Lee made the world go crazy with a middle finger. I don't know what kind of exciting shots will be shown in this game. Thank you brothers for finally sending the knife into the top 15. Keep smashing. Thanks to Lin Qiang Zuo Zio D, 9Z Lord of the Gods, Flying You to Die in a Moment, One Bang Stationery, 81 Soldiers, Ruthless Invitation, Book Friends 101,101,193,031,318, February 30th. Jishu Dusu, Mala, Jiu Gangshan, Killing Life Meru and Zijian. Please send your support to several dear brothers and sisters. Chapter 349 Madman, give you a bloody murder. Lee Tongfan fulfilled his promise in this game. Marcelo, a Brazilian winger who was not even on the roster in the previous two friendly matches, got a chance to start. However, the slightly different thing is that Marcelo's position is not the left back that he was good at in the Real Madrid era, but the left winger. The purpose of Leoli's doing this is obviously worried that if Marcelo is placed in the defensive section, then with his current poor state, once he makes a mistake when facing an opponent like Inter Milan, it will inevitably bring disaster to Newcastle's goal. Now let this little hammer be in the winger position. Even if there is a mistake, there are still defenders to assist. At least there will be a buffer process, so as not to lose the ball instantly. In the first 10 minutes after the game started, both sides played cautiously. The madman Mourinho, who has just entered the Mesa, has obviously not found a path for the Nerazzurri in a short time, but judging from the starting lineup, Uncle Mao seems to want to transplant the 4-3-3 winger attack tactics that swept England in the Chelsea era of the Blues to Inter Milan. Centre forward Ibrahimovic is at the forefront. Brazilian winger Mancini and Portuguese veteran Luis Figo, who were brought in from rival Roma for €13 million in the summer, appeared on the two wings, while Argentine midfielder Cambiasso and former Highbury Sol Vieira were in the middle. The four defenders are Macon, Samuel, Cordoba and Bucero point. The goalkeeper is Brazilian Cesar. It seems that Mourinho did not intend to just go through the motions, because it was just a warm-up match, nor did he underestimate the opponent, because the opponent was a non-giant Newcastle. The madman arranged the strongest lineup that Inter Milan can put out at this stage. The onside commentator Sesta paid tribute to the Portuguese point commentator partner Lineker agrees with Sesta's view very much, although Mourinho and Madley are more than 20 years apart in age, if we count the talented young coaches that have emerged in European football in the past decade. These two are undoubtedly the best of the best. Unfortunately for the madman, he lost both of the two previous encounters with Madley, and Madley's undefeated record is too dazzling, so that the madman always lives under the shadow of Madley. Sesta laughed. So even if today's game is just an insignificant friendly match, Mourinho still hopes to defeat Madley at St. James Park. Haha, now it depends on whether Madley will give the madman a chance. Sidelines. Lee Tongfan has been standing on the sidelines since the beginning of the game, observing the changes in the situation with a serious expression. This match was the same as the match against Real Madrid 2 days ago. Lee also did not use the simulation function of FM 2009. Since the German Schuster disappointed him for a while, Lee used the madman Mourinho as a truly qualified touchstone. From now on, the performance of the madman is many times stronger than that of the German would. The positive proportional relationship between fame and strength has been perfectly interpreted in just 4 days. At this moment, Lee Tongfan became an ordinary person. Like an ordinary coach, Lee must carefully read the trend of the game every second, while his brain spins rapidly, to guess the offensive routine and tactical intention of the madman Mourinho. This is equivalent to using his own thinking results to command Newcastle's players to play the game. Worry, excitement, tension, excitement, horror. Various emotions permeated the road where Lee Tongfan took his first real step. In the stands, Newcastle fans almost occupied all the seats in St. James Park Point compared to the fans of the Galaxy battleship. There is nothing worth mentioning about the past between Inter Milan and Lee Tongfan. Therefore, there are almost no blue and black fans who are willing to cross the ocean and come to Newcastle to cheer for the visiting team for a mere friendly match. The few fans in the stands who appeared in the black and white camp holding the Inter Milan logo were all Italians working in Newcastle, and their shouts were soon like a small barge in a storm, drowned by the stormy waves created by the Newcastle people. The game was held in the black and white ocean created by the Newcastle people. After more than 10 minutes of testing, the first person who couldn't bear it appeared point. After observing Newcastle's tactics for most of the day, the madman Mourinho probably had a bottom line in his heart and waved his hand very firmly to signal the Inter Milan players to press on and attack. The climax has arrived. This time, Mourinho waved his hand in a way that was quite similar to Lee Tongfan raising his middle finger, because just 1 minute later, Inter Milan scored a goal, a very typical Mourinho style 4-3 goal point. Brazilian goalkeeper Cesar threw the ball long, and Mancini received the ball and used his famous crazy bicycle move to break through the one-on-one with David Santon, then crossed the ball from the bottom, and then crossed the ball. Ibrahimovic used a Drogba-style header that he was not good at to blast the goal that Given was holding. 1-0. Inter Milan took the lead. Faced with the Swedes' wanton celebration, the 50,000 Newcastle fans in the stands of St. James Park burst into a wave of boos. The broadcast camera swept across. People discovered that the crazy Mourinho clenched his fists excitedly because of this friendly match goal, and then smiled and applauded Ibrahimovic on the field. Hey, Gary, tell me, is Madman happy for the goal? Or is he happy that he finally got ahead of Madman Lee? Sesta curled his lips after seeing this scene. This time Gary Lineker was not as harsh as Sesta, but gave his own answer from a professional perspective as a famous player. Actually, judging from the first 20 minutes of the game, the two people they are all using friendly matches to test their tactics and lineups, and the goal just now at least proves that Mourinho's transformation of Inter Milan's tactics has achieved certain results. The game continues. Ibrahimovic's goal ignited the atmosphere of the entire St. James Park Stadium. Newcastle people shouted harder to cheer for the boys wearing black and white sword-striped shirts on the field, and Newcastle did set off a wave Waves of fierce offensive. 0.28th minute. Juan Mata broke through Berdido and then passed the ball back in an inverted triangle near the baseline. The Magpies' 18-year-old new midfielder Pastor used his unlimited imagination in the chaos in the penalty area and suddenly ejected. Faced with such a weird shot, Inter Milan goalkeeper Cesar had no other choice but to be stunned. Unfortunately, the football missed the crossbar slightly. There were shouts of exclamation in the stands. 34th minute. It's Juan Mata again. After training in the European Cup, Mata's performance on the field has become more and more stable and sharp. This time, the person who was shaken by Mata was still Argentinian defender Bucero. After Mata broke through, he did not choose to continue the attack. Instead, he suddenly made a 45-degree diagonal pass from the right side of the penalty area to the far corner of the Inter Milan penalty area. Involved by the movement of the two killers Crespo and Irving, Inter Milan's defense had a huge hole at this moment. A figure wearing a black and white sword-striped shirt rushed from behind and inserted. Marcelo, excellent opportunity. You can shoot directly in the air. Commentator Sesta shouted excitedly. Volley shot. Yes, Marcelo's thoughts on the court are exactly the same as Seth's. It's a pity that when Marcelo turned this idea into actual actions, what sounded from the stands of St. James Park was not cheers and applause, but incredible cheers. Not to mention the fans. Marcelo himself was a little incredible at the next moment, because he actually missed the kick. Facing Juan Mata's slow pass, and facing the empty goal of Inter Milan, which was already as defenseless as a bride on her wedding night, Marcelo's shot was nothing but naked. In addition to greeting the air in front of him, he didn't even rub the skin of the football. Moreover, what embarrassed Marcelo most was not that the shot did not touch the football, but because the kick was in the air, he lost his center of gravity and fell into the Inter Milan penalty area in such a hurry. Funny, ridiculous. This scene not only made the Inter Milan players laugh and cry, but even the Newcastle fans sitting in the stands couldn't help but burst into laughter. In your current state, you will definitely make a lot of mistakes in the game. Some people may be dissatisfied with you, and even your own fans will boo you. But you have to overcome all this. Fell to the ground. Marcelo's mind suddenly flashed back to what Lee Tongfan said to him in the office yesterday. So, the Brazilian winger silently climbed up, patted the grass clippings on his body, turned around and returned to his position. The game continues under the command of their respective coaches. Inter Milan and Newcastle were fighting like two thugs with red eyes. At this point in the game, the cautious testing at the beginning has completely transformed into a fast-changing rhythm of big openings and closings. Because, whether for Lee Tongfan or Mourinho, this game is used to test the team's offensive tactics, not defense. The 45 minutes are over quickly, force when the whistle sounded at the end of the first half. The red Arabic numerals on the electronic scoreboard hanging from the ceiling of St. James Park Stadium were bright and eye-catching. Newcastle 2:4 Inter Milan. On the Rossoneri side, in addition to Ibrahimovic scoring twice from a long shot in the 35th minute, veteran Luis Figo showed the Newcastle people the style of a true world-class star in the 37th minute. A direct free kick humiliated Ireland goalkeeper Given. The fourth goal was also scored by the veteran. Vieira, the former king of Highbury, smashed Figo's corner kick into Newcastle's goal in the 40th minute of the first half. On the Newcastle side of the Magpies, Juan Mata, who was in great form, took advantage of the Nerazzurri's success to assist Owen and Crespo to score in the 43rd and 45th minutes respectively. China thousands of miles away. CCTV5 also obtained the broadcast rights for this friendly match from England's national television station. CCTV Sports Channel broadcast room. The score in the first half should be able to represent the difference in strength between the two teams, right? Coach Zhang, you are an expert in Serie A, what do you think? During the halftime break, Brother Jian Hong smiled and threw the topic to the veteran commentator, Emperor Zhang Lu, who has a lot of experience in explaining Serie A. The score of 4:2 at halftime is very telling. Inter Milan's staffing is much more mature than Newcastle's. Look, as many as 8 of Newcastle's 11 players on the field have just transferred to join this season. However, speaking of this, we have to cite the appeal of this compatriot. To be honest, if you change to any other head coach, you want to let a player like Ronaldo come to Newcastle. It is simply wishful thinking. You must know that the competitors with Newcastle at that time were all giants like Macmillan. Emperor coach Zhang analyzed the tactics halfway and finally couldn't suppress his national pride. He laughed and sighed loudly, and the sound of flattery was loud in the broadcast hall. Li Tongfan's personal charm is indeed very strong, but Coach Zhang, can you make a prediction about the final outcome of this game? On the other side, although brother Jian Hang also wanted to flatter him, as a commentator who must maintain a neutral attitude, he still reminded the Emperor, in a very subtle way, I'm more optimistic about Inter Milan's victory. Although Fan Tong is invincible in official matches, we must see that he still has many defeats in friendly matches. Newcastle's new players are not coordinated enough. The most obvious example in the first half is Marcelo. The performance of this Brazilian player on the left side is simply terrible. 46 touches in the first half, 45% pass success rate, 10 goals lost, 13 turnovers, 6 one-on-one breakthroughs with a success rate of 0. You know, Marcelo broke the Macmillan defense in the Real Madrid era. Superstar. Marcelo's slump completely paralyzed Newcastle's attack on the left. Although Zerkov, the left back introduced by Li Tongfan from CSKA Moscow, has good ability, it is obviously difficult for one person to compete with Mancini and Macon's random attacks. Almost all of Inter Milan's 4 goals in the first half were scored from the left. After speaking to the end in one breath, the Emperor gave his own speculation. I think Li Tongfan will definitely adjust the starting lineup in the first half, and Marcelo will definitely be replaced. Coach Zhang's tone was very absolute point and brother Jian Hang agreed with this conclusion with both hands and feet. But 10 minutes later, when the second half of the game started, the faces of both people turned red. Force, the game continued. Just after 30 seconds of playing, the onside commentator Sester exclaimed, "Oh, crazy, Lee actually left Marcelo on the court." There was also a buzzing exclamation in the stands of the stadium. On the court, Marcelo raised his foot and kicked the ball back from his teammate Zerkov. He frowned. Obviously, he also heard the exclamation of Newcastle fans in the stands. Marcelo knew what this short exclamation meant. It meant that Newcastle fans thought that he, the guy called Marcelo, was no longer worthy of their trust. What should he do? Marcelo looked for help at the man standing on the sidelines, but was disappointed to find that the man he had always trusted the most had a blank expression and did not give any answer. Maybe someone will be dissatisfied with you, and even your own people will laugh at you. What Li Tongfan said in the office yesterday once again rang in Marcelo's mind. What confused Marcelo was that, although the boss predicted the beginning, he did not tell him how to do it in such a situation. What method should be used to make Newcastle fans recognize him? Time passed. In the 64th minute of the second half, the score became 5-2. Inter Milan 5-2 Newcastle. Marcelo was the one who made the mistake in qualifying. Macon, the powerful fullback of the Nerazzurri, did not give his compatriot any face at all. He knocked Marcelo away with a reasonable body collision. After stealing the ball, he rushed along the sideline at a high speed like a wind and lightning. He and Luis Figo made a wall 1-2 near the baseline to wipe out Zerkov, and shot directly near the corner of the small penalty area. Bang! The football flew into the near corner of the goal. The lightning speed made the goalkeeper Given, who had been distracted by Macon's cross, unable to save it. The football flew directly into the goal and hit the white net behind. St. James Park was filled with boos. It was directed at both the arrogant Inter Milan players and the useless Marcelo. The fans' mood could not be better described by the 8-word sad for their misfortune and angry at their lack of struggle. This Brazilian kid was embarrassed at his doorstep. Finally, Crazy Lee made a substitution adjustment. At this time Ronaldo replaced Hernan Crespo. Nicolas Gigi replaces Michael Owen. Alan Smith replaces Javier Pastor. Lucas Podolski replaces Juan Mata. Makalel replaces Kedira. Moussa Sissoko replaces Gago. Amidst applause, Li Tongbum replaces 9 players on the field in one go. However, what more than 500 million Newcastle fans could not understand was that the 9 players who were replaced did not include Marcelo, the left winger who performed the worst on the field. Why? The Brazilian kid who was worth a star but played amateur football was left on the field by their beloved Crazy Lee. This is a typical Crazy Lee style of substitution in friendly matches, replacing 90% of the main players in one go. The only surprise is that the Brazilian player Marcelo, who performed horribly, was still left on the field. It seems that Crazy Lee wants to help this European golden boy 2 years ago find his form as soon as possible through the game. On the sidelines after Mourinho saw the opponent's substitution, he realized that Crazy Lee had given up the game. This made the madman feel frustrated, as if he had thrown his fist hard, but hit a pile of cotton, and had nowhere to put his strength. Mourinho glanced at the indifferent madman Lee with his hands in his pockets not far away, and he was furious. "Don't you care? I will create a bloody tragedy that will shock the whole world at your home stadium, St. James Park, to let you see. -5,000 words, 9,000 words today. Well, if you don't ask for votes at the beginning of the month, you will be sad at the end of the month. This is the first time to ask for monthly votes this month, of course, and recommendation votes. Thank you to Sunsheo Eyes Call, Mala, Zuchilin, Enzo Zidane, 81 Soldiers, Mayo Awo. It's hard to register a child, Kanksinuran, Danglin 2010, and several dear swordsman brothers and sisters for their support. Zyodeo bows to express gratitude. Thank you to every brother and sister who supports Zyodeo. Thank you. Chapter 350, Conscience. The method adopted by Mourinho is very simple, but very effective. Standing on the sidelines, the madman shouted loudly and waved a few gestures. Inter Milan's offensive suddenly intensified. The two wings suddenly involved Newcastle's left wing, targeting the Magpies' weakness and chasing after them. Weakness. In the 70th minute of the game, even a guy with a football IQ less than or equal to an idiot can see that the so-called weakness is the Magpies' left winger Marcelo, because 80% of Newcastle's conceded balls and 90% of Inter Milan's stolen balls happened to Marcelo. Faced with Inter Milan's aggressiveness, Tongfan also adjusted Newcastle's tactics in a timely manner. However, this adjustment was surprising, because God on the sidelines of the football field actually insisted on asking the players on the field, who were no longer willing to cooperate with Marcelo, to hand over more players to this Newcastle offensive terminator. Is this the legendary saying that no one sheds tears without seeing the coffin? Even if we let Marcelo find his form through a friendly match, we can't use such a quick and easy method. What if it is self-defeating and Marcelo, instead of finding his form, is hit by today's decline and loses all the little confidence he had left? What is happening and going on the field proves that the situation seems to be getting worse. Under the targeted tactical attacks of the Nerazzurri, Marcelo's life has become increasingly difficult. The strong Macon chose to knock him away with his body. The dexterous Mancini chose to use his speed to break through him. And even the aging Luis Figo could use his skillful foot skills to trick him. Mistakes in picking up the ball again and again. Failed breakthroughs again and again. Marcelo tried his best, but the effect was not even half better than before. In fact, his performance gradually became worse due to the loss of physical strength. The air in the venue became thicker, and Marcelo felt that every time he took a breath of the humid air of Newcastle Harbour, there would be a burning pain in his lungs, as if the air was burning inside his body. It was extremely hard. Massaru's brain has begun to lack oxygen. Mistakes. Some people will be dissatisfied with you. Even your own people will boo you. What? The boss Tongfan said a day ago flashed over and over in Marcelo's blank mind like a movie reel. But, so far, Marcelo seems to have not found a solution to the problem. How can I do? 75th minute point. After taking the ball, Marcelo once again concentrated all his physical strength and energy, trying to force a breakthrough from fellow Brazilian Macon from the front. But the fact was cruel. This time, Macon no longer even used his strong body to bully him, but casually took the football out of Marcelo's feet with an action similar to pulling the ball and turning around. Inter Milan took advantage of the situation and launched an attack, Cambiasso made a direct pass, and Ibrahimovic used his little skills to shake continuously and then shot a blast, changing the score on the field to 6:2! Marcelo stood there and took 2 deep breaths, bent down and put one hand on his knee and stretched out the other hand to wipe away the sweat that fell on his eyebrows. No, a frontal breakthrough won't work. This is the last attempt. No matter how careful I am, I still can't do a frontal breakthrough in my current state. So, next, let's change the approach. 79th minute. Marcelo once again received the ball from his teammate and tried to stop the football firmly at his feet before the Inter Milan players pressed. This time, Marcelo did not choose to go head to head with an Nerazzurri defensive player Macon. Instead, he avoided Macon's defensive area and crossed the center of Inter Milan. The Brazilian winger took small steps and was about to shoot. Who knew that, just as he adjusted his rhythm, the ball was destroyed by Vieira, the Nerazzurri's midfielder. Backcourt. The Nerazzurri counterattacked. Manchi, who received Vieira's pass, passed the football to the middle. Adriano, the substitute player who followed up, hit the ball with his forehead. The ball was too fast, and Given had no time to block it. Block the upper corner of the near post. 7:2! Marcelo, who was still in the front court, missed another kick and almost lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. At this time, the laughter from the Newcastle fans in the stands was already mixed with a few boos. A look of disappointment flashed in Marcelo's eyes, and he shook his head. It's not possible to cut across the middle. Vieira and Cambiasso's double midfielder defense is not something I can withstand in my current situation. What else can I do? 75 minutes. According to the head coach's request, Alan Smith once again gave the football to Marcelo after receiving Macalal's pass. However, this time Marcelo's position was not on the left, which he is good at, but on the right side of the court, after crossing with Podolski. Since Macon is so eaten up, it won't work in the middle, so try the right wing to cover up the defense. The boss once said that on the court, you must learn to use your strengths and avoid weaknesses, and use your brain to play football. This is what Marcelo thinks. However, in fact, the methods Lee Tongfan said are often used to show off and are no different from nonsense. Because sometimes, any skill and resourcefulness will pale in comparison when there is an obvious difference in strength, such as this time. After Marcelo got the ball, before he could take the initiative to break through, the Argentinian fullback Bucero rushed over and intercepted the ball with a simple poke, and then ran wildly with the football. Bucero's position in the Nerazzurri is not stable, so he really wants to perform in front of the new coach Mourinho. Marcelo has no doubt that Bucero will eat him raw. Inter Milan's counter-attack finally failed because, after experiencing the lesson of Inter Milan's counter-attack and scoring after Marcelo's consecutive mistakes, Newcastle's midfield and backfield defensive system was careful this time. After Alan Smith passed the ball to Marcelo, he immediately retreated and waited. Inter Milan, who failed to find an opening like the previous 2 times, could only take a threatening long shot from outside the penalty area. It seems that moving to the right won't work. What should we do? What else can we do? Marcelo's ears were filled with more and more boos. Newcastle fans have completely lost their patience with the Brazilian boy, who has conceded at least 5 goals to this harmful team, but wasted 80% of the Magpies' offensive opportunities. The boos in the stands were like the roar of an old steam engine locomotive from slowly starting to full speed, getting bigger, getting bigger. 7:2! This is the biggest deficit since Crazy Lee became a football coach. Well, it will probably be the biggest loss in a friendly match, including injury time. The game ends in less than 10 minutes. With Newcastle's current state, it is absolutely impossible to come back. Commentator Sest, who has always been biased towards Lee Tongbam, expressed regret. And his commentator partner Gary Lineker looked even deeper. In my opinion, Crazy Lee doesn't care about winning this game at all. Losing a friendly match is insignificant to him. But his attitude towards Marcelo is worth pondering. The reason why Newcastle conceded so many goals is it's because they always make fatal mistakes on Marcelo's part when they press heavily, allowing Inter Milan to easily seize the fatal gap between offense and defense. Maybe training Marcelo will be counterproductive? Sesta nodded in agreement. Such a scene looks like Crazy Lise is deliberately delivering the ball to Inter Milan. But the Newcastle fans don't seem to buy it. In the last 10 minutes, Marcelo has been booed even by the international team. There are more Milan players combined. The game went by amid growing boos at St. James Park. Marcelo, who had tried various methods but always failed, found the last method that seemed to be the most reasonable. Don't ask for merit, but ask for no faults. Every time after receiving a pass from a teammate, Marcelo will never let the football stay at his feet for even 0.01 second, and he will quickly touch the ball and pass it directly to his teammates, because Marcelo himself clearly understands that he has become Newcastle's most fatal flaw in this game. Inter Milan is like a hungry wolf waiting for a rabbit, not intercepting when his teammates pass the ball to him, because as long as when the football reaches his feet, Inter Milan players can easily break it off, even due to his limited ability. In order to ensure the success rate of passing to the greatest extent, Marcelo always goes back to the original route and returns the football to his own half. Unfortunately, as a result, a very funny scene appeared on the field. The other Newcastle players strictly followed the tactics issued by Coach Crazy Lee during the halftime break. Almost as soon as they got the ball, they would give it to Marcelo first. However, after Marcelo got the ball, he chose to pass it back again. Something similar happened on the football field. A scene as funny as table tennis. Now the Newcastle fans in the stands are even more embarrassed. It's fine that your mistake caused the team's collapse, but now because of you, the players have become weaklings in front of the whole world, who don't even have the courage to attack. Isn't this a naked slap in the face? Suddenly, there was a surge of boos, and debris falling like rain. Courtside point Lee Tongfan shook his head in disappointment. Although Marcelo used his brain, he obviously went in the wrong direction. The reason why Leoli persisted despite knowing that the team would collapse was not to make Marcelo think about how to play football, because that would not help him recover. Instead, he should wait until he returned to his previous level. Things to think about. Therefore, Lee Tongfan's main purpose is to hope that Marcelo can regain his previous invincible and fearless momentum when facing a strong enemy like Inter Milan, a kind of momentum that truly belongs to the strong green man. Because Marcelo's biggest dilemma currently lies in his own heart. Every player will experience repeated declines in qualifying status after being seriously injured, but like Marcelo, the decline is so severe that in addition to physical attributes, even mental attributes and technical attributes have dropped horribly. In fact, the most fatal thing is still related to his heart. If there is no fighting spirit in the heart, for a football player, no matter how good his physical condition is, it will be a waste. This is why Drogba, Essien, Eto'o and others, who are both from Africa and have unparalleled innate conditions, can proudly roar in Europa, while other African players such as Jacobs are nowhere to be seen. The serious injury that lasted for 8 months, coupled with the lack of care he received from Real Madrid, caused Marcelo to lose his still growing strength halfway through becoming a superstar. Therefore, although Lee Tongfan can use FM millimeters to improve Marcelo's physical attributes and potential abilities, data cannot determine everything after all. So if you really want Marcelo to break out of his cocoon and be reborn after a serious injury and evolve from a caterpillar into a dazzling butterfly, you have to make a fuss about psychology. This is the so-called heart ailment that requires heart medicine, and the heart medicine Lee Tongfan prescribed for Marcelo was to fight fire with fire, use huge pressure to make Marcelo explode in silence, use fatal mistakes, laughter, boos, thrown debris, opponents' ridicule, bullying, own people's dissatisfaction, faces, use all the negative things that make Marcelo more hurt to stimulate him. Wake him up. This was Leoli's idea when he arranged this friendly match a week ago. As for the outcome of the game, who care? Therefore, at this moment, Lee Tongfan must correct Marcelo, who has taken the wrong path on the court, and let him understand what this game means to him, and what its significance is. 1 second later, shit, what the fuck are you doing? I'm putting you on the field for a pass? Pass back, pass back, pass. Where is your courage? Is it stuffed in your crotch? You fucking touch your crotch and see if there's anything there that proves you're a man. Lee Tongfan suddenly ran wildly for more than 50 meters amidst the boos from the audience, arrived at the sideline closest to Marcelo, and roared like an angry Tyrannosaurus Rex. Remember what I said, as long as you still have some strength, as long as you can still play, I will not replace you. But take a look at it for yourself. What are you doing? Are you doing it? What's a mistake? What are you thinking about? Remember, this is your own war. A war of your own. Come forward. I don't care whether you crawl, kick, drag, or use any other bullshit method. Move forward. Don't back away. Make those bastards who humiliated you pay the price. Charge. 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 Exclamation mark. Rush. This roar shook the whole audience. Even the Newcastle fans in the stands saw this was the first time they saw Crazy Lee do such a crazy thing, and the target of his anger was his own players. However, it's not over yet. Next, Crazy Lee made a move that shocked everyone again. Brothers, you can't play like this. I fell to the last place in the recommendation vote. My anus is aching, crying for recommendation. Thanks to Ziozuki, Lin Qiang Zuo Ziod, 9Z Lord of the Gods, and Mala for their tips. In particular, Mala Dada and Lin Qiang Zuo Dada are awarded every day, even multiple times a day, and Ziodeo bursts into tears with gratitude. Thank you to every brother who supports modifiers in various ways. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.